Meeting in progress. Clerk's laptop. Sound check 1, clerk's laptop, October 6th, GIC. Sound check 1, clerk's laptop. Sound check 1, clerk's laptop, GIC, presenter laptop, GIC, October 6th.
folks, but we are going live, so whatever you say is now going to be recorded.
We need 9. I don't see 9 councillors here. Right. So he does, he will not count towards quorum. I need to see him. And I don't know where the mayor is. If he's not on video, I can't see him.
Oh, thankfully, Jackson, you saved the day.
You know, I'm never more wanted than when you need me for quorum. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, folks, are we ready to go, clerk?
Looks like we have.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Quorum is present, and I would like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to through this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require additional time to ask questions or to make comments. Madam Clerk, I know there's some changes to the agenda. Can you please let us know what they are?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Changes to the agenda are under communications. 5.1, correspondence from Darlene Wesley, Acorn, respecting the tax increment grants reports. Recommendation to be received and referred to items 10.7 and 10.11 for consideration. 5.2, correspondence from Acorn Hamilton respecting the tax increment grants reports. The recommendation to be received and referred to items 10.7 to 10.11 for consideration. Under delegation requests, we have a request from Elizabeth Ellis, Acorn, respecting the tax increment grants reports. For today's meeting, 6.2 delegation request, Carl Andrus, Hamilton Community Benefits Network, respecting the 2022 budget guidelines, outlook, and process for today's meeting. 6.3 delegation request from KW Campbell, respecting the tax increment grants reports for today's meeting. And 6.4 delegation request from Veronica Gonzalez, Acorn, respecting the tax increment grants reports, and that is a video submission. Under staff presentations, we have 8.3 2022 budget guidelines, outlook and process, FSC 210957A. Under discussion items, we have 10.12 2022 municipal election voting technology procurement, FSC 21094. And I understand that there is a desire to discuss 10.1 and 10.12 together later in the agenda.
Thank you. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? I see Councillor Vanderbeek as seconded by Councillor Nan. The vote will be up shortly. I'm sorry, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I was wondering if I could add an item under other business.
Yep, I think I'm sorry, my apologies. I did have that down for you that you wanted to ask about the recent spill. Go ahead.
Yes, we received a information report as council by email, and I had some questions that I would like the opportunity to ask here today during GIC.
So thank you. If we can ask acting GM of Public Works to make sure that there's somebody here to respond to those questions, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for the heads up. So it has been duly moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Nan to approve the agenda as amended. The electronic is up. Please vote accordingly. Okay, folks, thank you. I'm going to assume that it passed. Not all in yet.
I'm waiting for Councillors Ferguson and the Mayor and Councillor Danko. And
I don't
Maruba.
see any one of them on my list.
I'm marking them absent. The vote
Thank
is
you.
closed. And that carries 10
Thank
to
you.
0.
Thank you. Declarations of members of the committee. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Pearson and Councillor Vanderbeek, I'm assuming for the same item.
The
Councillor
same.
Pearson, would you like to say for
Thank-
the public record?
I will for the public record, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor, and I'm just preparing my conflict forms. So I have a conflict with regards to item 5.1, communications 5.1, 5.2, and delegation requests 6.1 and 6.3 and 6.4, and discussion items, getting there. Sorry, 10.7 and 10.8 and 10.9 and 10.10, sorry, and 10.11. And it's all to do with the tax increment grant. And I am an owner of rental properties along with my husband. So I'm declaring a conflict on all of those items. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Vanderbeek, I'm assuming it's a ditto for you.
It's exactly the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for you have voted, if you've noted a conflict, please ensure that when it's time to vote on that matter, that you're using the abstain option and your conflict will be noted correctly in the committee minutes. Thank you. So we now are up to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting on September the 22nd. Can I have a mover and a seconder? And we've moved by Councillor Paul, second by Councillor Clark, to put them on the floor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the vote is up. Thank you, everyone.
That carries 10 to 0.
Thank you. Communications 5.1 and 5.2 are both from Acorn, and it's to refer to the discussion items 10.7 to 10.11 for consideration. Councillor Pearson, is this correct, Clerk? Because if it's 10.11, then I believe that Councillor Vanderbeek and Councillor Pearson would have to amend their conflict.
She did say 11.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I just want to make sure that everybody's got it all right, and now I do. Are there any discussions
Chair?
on the correspondence? Yes, sir, ma'am. Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to be clear what that last little bit was about.
Sorry, I thought I was writing down all the conflicts by Councillor Pearson, and I wrote it down to 10:10, and it should have been 10:11. That's my mistake. Sorry, folks. I told you it was going to be a long meeting. Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm using Councillor Jackson's term. I'm toggling back and forth. In the agenda on reports, discussion items, it is 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, 10, 10.11, and that's it. On
Thank you.
discussion items, okay?
My
Thank you.
apologies, folks. I'm
It's
glad.
okay.
We just want to get that clear for the record. That's all. Thank you very much. So if there's no discussion on the correspondence, can I please have a mover to receive it? And we have Councillor Nan, moved by second by Councillor Partridge. Electronic vote is up, please. Thank you. And I'm assuming we're going to be good. Sorry, Lorraine, I'm just going to keep moving.
That carries 8 to 2. Two
because two
abstaining.
were abstained.
Two and
Thank you.
2 abstained, yes.
Before you, we have delegation requests. Is there any discussion on the delegation request for today's meeting? We have one from Acorn. We have another one from Carl Andrus, and this is about the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. Delegation request from KW Campol, and this is also respecting the tax increment grants report, and the delegation request from Veronica Gonzalez from Acorn for today's meeting. Can I please have a mover and seconder to accept those delegation requests? Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Wilson. The vote is up. Yes, ma'am.
So we have a conflict with 5.1 and 2.
Oh,
So how do we, I think we need to separate them out. Do we not? I don't know. I'll follow the clerk's advice.
okay. So, Madam Clerk, we've already got declarations of conflict on for the record, and we have delegation requests. 3 of the 4, I believe, or 3 of the 4 are on those conflicts.
We can
Do they need to? We can separate them
we
out.
can separate them out. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek. Good catch. So we're going to do the vote again, folks. The first one will be for 5.1, 5.2, and 5.4, I believe. Okay, so
Vote
this is
now
from,
up for item 6.1.
okay, thank you. Delegation 6.1. There they
Councillor, okay, thank you very much. And
are.
that
The second
passes
one,
8 to 2, pardon me.
2 abstaining. 6.2, this is from the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. Not in a conflict. 6.2.
Seconder, please.
Oh, my apologies. We'll just make them all the same. How's that?
Okay, that would be Councillors Nan and Jackson.
No, Nan and Partridge. Oh, wait a minute. No, it wasn't. It was Jackson and Partridge. Correct. I'm sorry. This is so much easier when I'm in my laundry room.
The vote is up.
And do you want to do 6.3 and 6.4 together? Because they're the same topic.
I'm waiting for a vote from Councillor Clark.
And Councillor Danko is present.
That passes 10 to 0.
Thank you. So now we have 6 and 6.4 together. They're the same topic.
Just give me one moment, please. So the vote for items 6.3 and 6.4 is open.
Okay. This is also for and Ms. Gonzalez to speak on the rental.
That passes 9 to 2.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So now we're on to presentations, and we have a COVID-19 verbal update from our very own Jason Thorne, Director of Emergency Operations Center, and Dr. Elizabeth Richardson, Medical Officer of Health, who will provide the update regarding COVID-19. So I don't know, Mr. Thorne, or is it going to be Dr. Richardson that's going to start off?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's myself, and actually Dr. was called away to a COVID-related meeting, so I'm not sure she'll be able to join us this morning.
Okay.
But certainly if there's any questions related to the vaccination program, we can take those away and share those with Dr. Richardson. So from myself as EOC Director, I have just a couple of short updates from the EOC for Council this morning. Much of the activity at EOC over the past few days has really been responding and to the provincial vaccine passport program with respect to city facilities. I do want to acknowledge again Chris Hurstek and his team in recreation. Much of this work has fallen upon them as the city's recreation centers and arenas are part of that those provincially regulated facilities that do require proof of vaccination for entry. So at all of those facilities, staff are set up to be confirming proof of vaccination prior to entry to those facilities. Just a reminder to the public, that means that to access one of our rec centers or arenas, you do need to provide both your proof of vaccination as well as your identification. And you need to provide that each and every time you enter or re-enter the facility, because staff are doing a visual check of those identification verifications. They don't keep a record of that vaccination status, so you do have to provide that each and every time you, as I said, as you enter or re-enter. The only exemptions to that are for children under the age of 12, participants in any organized sports under the age of 18, individuals with a medical exemption, or if you're entering one of those facilities just to use one of the public washrooms, to pass through the facility to access one of our outdoor spaces, or in some cases, we do offer some social services in those facilities, so you can enter for those reasons as well. Full information about the requirements as well as the fall programming. Registration for recreation programs did start this week, and that information is all up on the city's website. A quick update for council as well on our enforcement activities related to the COVID regulations. So bylaw officers do continue to be out in the community every day enforcing both the long-standing COVID restrictions as well as the new provincial passport requirements. So they did over the past week. They issued 31 charges against 13 different businesses around the city. Most of those related to some of the long-standing regulations, such as masking requirements, requirements to do contact tracing, post information at the door, those types of things. As well, there was the first charge laid over the weekend related to failure to comply with the new provincial vaccine verification requirements. Officers are doing both proactive and reactive enforcement, and they're continuing to also go out and respond to complaints or concerns related to social gatherings, parties, and those sorts of things as well. And finally, just an update on our City of Hamilton employee vaccination program, and Laura Fontana is on the line if there's any questions about that. We have been rolling out our education program for those staff who have either not provided a vaccine status as of the September 15th deadline, or have declared a status of unvaccinated. Those education programs have been rolling out to staff. And we do now have a requirement that staff need to provide proof of either of first and second dose by November the 1st. And if they do not, then there will be a testing requirement as part of the work obligations. And staff are working right now on working out the details of what that testing requirement will be. So that is my update for council this morning. Again, as I said, there are a few staff here who are available to answer questions. Unfortunately, I believe Dr. Richardson was not available this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. And Tamara, I don't see anybody in chat. Do you have anybody in the queue right now to ask questions? I'm going to wait a couple more minutes in case people have changed their minds. I'm seeing no speakers. Tamara has none on the queue. So thank you very much, Mr. Thorne. I'm going to need a mover and a seconder. Oh, Councillor Pauls, is that a waving to move it or to speak? To speak?
I put my speaker on. I don't know if you received it or not, but.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Pauls, second by Councillor Danko. No. Oh, no, sorry, you want to speak? Okay, well, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know who you asked this question, but maybe Jason, you can enlighten me a little bit. Because you all know that I'm involved in a lot of running and all that. And somebody wanted to know, first of all, about the events. And can you explain how Super Crawl is going? And I love Super Crawl. I've got nothing against it. How are they doing? With the limitation is 100 people gathering outside.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne.
Yeah, so I can kick off, and I think Monica Sorello from Bylaw Enforcement is on the line as well, and their team does do the interpretation of the provincial regulations. So my understanding is Super Crawl is coming in under the maximum requirements for outdoor social for concerts and events in an outdoor setting. I believe they are doing a vaccine requirement as part of that event, but I don't know if Monica can provide any more elaboration on that one.
Monica, are you present with us today?
Good morning, through the chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. Monica Sorello, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services here. Jason's absolutely correct when it comes to Super Crawl. That's the way that it is being defined. I know that there's been some confusion when it comes to races, or there's been, I think it's Mud Girl and different events that are taking place. And it's something we're working through to make sure that there's the consistent application as we've always interpreted it. And it was previously sort of interpreted depending on where the event was taking place. And we're actually having a meeting on it later this afternoon, and I'm happy to send a confirmation back out to Council on clarity, because Councillor Pauls, I apologize. I believe your question is specifically around going to be about races and what that cap is looking like.
Well, the problem is when you do a race, you do it ahead of time, like, 6 months prior, you can't do it the same day. So, and I want to tell you, I have people from Toronto emailing me because I used to do races, and they're saying, is your event on? And apparently the one in November that's coming up, we're doing one for Wayside, which is wonderful. It's going to be at the First Ontario. And I hope all council comes in and join us, because it's indoor and you have to be vaccinated. But the understanding that outside we can only have 100 that you could only have 100 and they spread out within 1 second, because everybody doesn't run beside somebody, they just take off. It's just, I do not know how to explain it. So if you're going to have a meeting today and let people know, because the November race raised over $2 million for trade, like we raised over $2 million, and the raises help charities. All the charities are not doing it, of course, this year, because we have limited of 100 people. Now, so somebody calls and says, we put an application, you have to be vaccinated to run, but you don't know who's outside, who's not vaccinated. So we want clarity. We really need it, and I hope you could explain that. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Monica.
Through the chair, Councillor, absolutely. We'll take
Thank
that as
you.
direction and make sure that that information is provided back to not only you, but council as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Wilson with her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I may have missed it. Director Cirillo, through you, Chair, could you publicly just comment on the rules of engagement when it comes to bylaw enforcement and COVID versus Hamilton Police Service and COVID? We've had 2 incidents in the community, one in Gage Park, one recently in the west end of Hamilton, and just trying to publicly account for what is the role, because I understand in both incidents there were no tickets levied. Thank you.
Monica?
Through the chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. It certainly depends on the event that's taking place. There are circumstances when HPS does take the lead, and those are traditionally in larger gathering type events. So when we saw events at McMaster this weekend, that was HPS that would take the lead. Bylaw may be there and they come in a supporting capacity, but it's HPS that puts together the enforcement plan. They take the lead and they would be overseeing charges that would be issued at that time.
Thank you. Councillor?
Sorry, supplementary, just so that I'm clear. HPS, depending, it's defined by the size, and they are tagged as the lead. Is it implied that there is no role for bylaw? Otherwise, why would they show up? Thank you.
Thank you. Monica?
Through the chair, it certainly depends on what's happening on the ground, and we're not going to put our officers in sort of harm's way when it comes to issuing tickets in certain circumstances. Larger crowds, things like that, it may be a challenge for officers to issue. That's why the police take the lead on it, and we're there in case there's an opportunity, whether charges can be issued, we see violations, things like that. But it's certainly a lot of discretion on the ground with officers, both on HPS and on the bylaw side.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. I'll have to follow up subsequently offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other speakers right now, so we will receive the presentation with our thanks to Jason Thorne and Monica. So it has been moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that we receive the presentation, please. The vote will be up shortly. And while we're waiting for the vote, the clerk would like to find out who all the phone calls coming in. So we're going to just pause for a second to allow our acting clerk for GIC.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lorraine.
Before I start, Councillor Partridge, are you able to vote? Thank you very much. Vote is closed, and that carries 10-0. I have 2 callers on the line, 0402-868, and could you identify yourself, please? Okay, if we don't have an identity, we may have to expel you. I have another number, 289, and ending in 66. Can you, you're muted. Can you just identify yourself, please, so that we can know who's at our meeting today?
I'm KW Campbell from Covenant Market. I'm delegating today. The WebEx doesn't seem to be working.
Super. KW, I sent you another request. You might have better luck with that. We're not.
It didn't, unfortunately.
It didn't, hey? Okay. Very sorry to hear that. You've called in. That works perfectly. So I know who you are. So thank you very much. And I
thank
see
you.
Good morning. It's Paul Armstrong from Mohawk College. I was invited to join for the City Lab presentation. I was the 0004028868.
Thank you very much. I can see you, I can hear you, so I'll ask you to mute your mic and turn off your video for now. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're on to 8.2. This is the City Lab pilot update, CM 21009. Cyrus, the chief, sorry, Cyrus, I've already told you I would demolish somebody's last name very easily. Chief Digital Office and Patrick Byrne, project manager, will provide the update regarding the City Lab pilot update. So you're on, Mr. Cyrus.
Thank you very much. Just give me a moment here to share my deck here. Thank you for the opportunity. So thank you, Madam Chair and Councillors, for this opportunity to present to you today with an update and recommendation for the Hamilton City Lab program. It's my privilege to present on behalf of the program to highlight some of its accomplishments. This year's report will be slightly different than in past years, where in the past we have provided an update sort of on the annual things that have transpired with the program, whereas this year we'll be combining both a program update and a recommendation to Council for its consideration as to the future of the City Lab program. As I'm sure many of you are aware, the City Lab is an innovative and collaborative hub that brings together students and academic partners and civic leaders. City Lab helps to bring those groups together and work to develop innovative solutions to city-identified problems in alignment with both the city's term of council priorities, its strategic plan, as well as the operational priorities of the various divisions and units that partake in City Lab program. The City Lab program itself was originally initiated as a pilot, which has since been extended based on its initial success and is currently scheduled to end as of May 31st, 2022. This report will be seeking approval from Council to convert from a pilot to a permanent program. I would like to briefly provide an overview of the governance model as a refresher for how City Lab operates. The program is overseen by a steering committee made up of one representative from each of the funding partners. At this time, I would like to take a few moments to recognize the commitment and dedication of the steering committee, represented by the following individuals. Paul Armstrong, who you already met briefly, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Mohawk College. Dr. Kim Dai, who is the Associate Vice Provost for Faculty at McMaster University. Christine Giannicola, who's the Director of Strategic Relations, and I have operational ownership of the program with the city as the Chief Digital Officer. I would be remiss not to take the opportunity as well to point out the operational staff and recommend them and recognize them for their tireless work under the direction of the steering committee that can't be understated, and the impact that both Patrick as the program manager and Juliana as the project coordinator have both on the continued evolution of the City Lab program, its daily operations, and the successes it has achieved as a pilot program to date. I'd also like to take a moment to, though I'm speaking as part of this presentation, I am here representing the steering committee who have had the opportunity and input to this presentation as well as the report, and this is a joint recommendation report on behalf of the entire steering committee. In today's presentation and the attached report, I'll be highlighting some of the successes of the program to date and providing some recommendations for Council's consideration and their direction. I think we can all agree that both the initial success and subsequent approval of Council to extend the pilot speaks to the success of the City Lab and is further demonstrated by some of the impressive numbers that you see before you. I'll just make a minor note that there was a typo in the presentation that's been uploaded. There are actually 46,900 plus additional student hours that have been achieved through a combined 133 projects involving over 2,300 students, 63 faculty members, and 83 city staff, all which are very impressive and I think further speak to the enormous impact that City Lab has had on the city and its collaboration with its academic and community partners. The City Lab program itself, I'm sure you're familiar with the range and scope of the projects that have been delivered via City Lab. This slide highlights just a few of those projects, and more specific details of recent projects can be found on page 5 and 6 of the accompanying report, as well as Appendix A. Earlier this year, you would have each received individual ward impact reports outlining projects that were either specific to your respective wards or projects that had a citywide impact. For any members of the public and staff who wish to review these reports in more detail, I would like to point out that they are posted on the City Lab website and further speak to the impact that City Lab has had on our city and community. The City Lab program itself continues to demonstrate the positive benefits it brings to both the city, staff, students, faculty, and community partners. And below are just a few of the program highlight areas and additional benefits detailed in the report itself. The City Lab program itself undertook, along with the operational staff, undertook a program impact assessment along with the annual program evaluation, of which some of the highlights are shown below and outlined in detail in Appendix B of the report. As with any program evaluation and data, the goal was to help the program continue to mature and add even greater value to the city and the program's academic partners, as highlighted below. A summary of which of some of those impacts I would like to take the opportunity to speak to directly from the summary of the Appendix B report. It speaks to the fact that the City Lab program students have the opportunity to learn and advance their skills development, instructional pedagogy, and professional networks, and collaborate and contribute to projects led by city staff. It has increased awareness about issues that the city is working to address and improve on, and offers the opportunity to work directly with city staff and develop solutions for local problems, which has impacted by students, faculty, city staff, and identified as a unique experience compared to other municipalities. Has allowed students to make valuable contributions to city projects, which help staff accomplish tasks and test new ideas. It has enabled students to develop a variety of skills to help them solve complex problems they may encounter in their academic and professional pursuits, and working in a diverse, collaborative teams and a range of stakeholders to adapt to those changes. It also ensures and further promotes students and their perceived ability to take action and understanding complex issues and increasing their awareness of things that they can do to improve their community. All of those are outlined in further detail in Appendix B, but I wanted to highlight those to show the fullness and the impact of the program, not only just to the students that are involved, but to the city staff that interact with the program and bring forth those projects. Looking ahead, as with any program, always looking to see how it can evolve and mature in its program delivery, and this slide highlights some of those areas. So the recommendation report in front of you today is to recommend that the pilot program, which is ending on May 31st, 2022, be converted to a permanent ongoing program at a cost of $63,000. And the actual recommendation in front of you today is to seek your support in bringing forward this recommendation as part of the standard budgeting cycle for the 2022 tax supported operating budget. In addition, as you're aware, there is a semester in residence program that is currently running out of the Living Lab classroom that is located in the City Lab program. And the intent would be to continue to utilize that location, realizing that if there are changes, that there would be flexibility in finding new locations for the semester in residence program, but that the current setup is working well and providing a great benefit to ensuring that the students have an environment beside City Hall and on campus and engagement with staff. Obviously, you're aware that the City Lab program did switch to virtual due to COVID, but going forward in alignment with current practices, we are starting to see a return of students to the City Lab program and the benefit that that City Lab building provides. This slide here highlights some of the current. So currently the city has been funding City Lab on an annual basis through tax reserve at an amount of $45,000. The steering committee met and discussed in detail what we felt was required to further mature and evolve and ensure long-term success of the program. There has been limited increase in funding to the program from the original pilot extension, and all the partners shown here are in agreement to move forward and seek additional funding from their corresponding institutions to align with the changes that are outlined in this slide. That's per the recommendation, the ask for $63,000, representing a change of $18,000 that was agreed to, I believe, 3 years ago when the pilot was brought forward. It's not highlighted on this slide in particular, but it is shown in the report, and I did want to mention it if you're looking at the mix of contributions between the city and some of the other partners in that second column. I would point out that the use of the City Lab building is recognized as an in-kind contribution at approximately value of $76,000 a year, which is why the overall city contribution and a cash from a direct contribution perspective is lower than some of the other academic partners. Now I'd like to take the opportunity to share some words from the various leaders of our academic institutions in support of the City Lab program.
Hello, I'm David Farrar, president of McMaster University. At McMaster, one of the ways we demonstrate our commitment to our city is by developing partnerships between the campus and the community. City Lab Hamilton has provided a space for many McMaster students and city staff to work together developing innovative solutions to city challenges. The City Lab projects have created a deep experiential learning environment benefiting both our students and city staff. McMaster students have participated in over 60 City Lab projects since the program began. More than 1,000 students have gained insight and experience in collaborative city building. Each fall, City Lab's Semester in Residence program provides a unique immersive opportunity for a group of students. This is a 15-credit program, and it's the only one of its kind at McMaster. Students produce top quality research, analysis, and recommendations on complex city issues. Their work has consistently impressed city staff with the depth of its analysis and the innovative ideas. At McMaster, we celebrate our partnership with City Lab Hamilton and the opportunities the program provides for our students and for the city. We give our full support to the continuation of this important program.
Hello, I'm Ron McCurley, president of Mohawk College. Since 2017, Mohawk has partnered with City Lab and city staff on 32 co-created projects across the city of Hamilton. From seeking ways to bridge the digital divide, conducting transportation audits, enhancing library programs, and improving the library's wireless guest network, to supporting city housing through housing builds, and more. Over 1,000 Mohawk students have experienced the hands-on benefits from this partnership. Through these experiential learning opportunities and through Mohawk's technologically driven approach, Mohawk graduates are highly skilled and workforce ready, continuing to propel Hamilton as a sought-after community for employers and industry. Through innovative programs like City Lab, Mohawk graduates are prepared for the skills needed to transition into successful careers. Mohawk looks forward to continuing our partnership with City Lab and continuing to connect our students with city staff as they explore innovative ways to move the city's strategic priorities forward together. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. David Zietsma, Interim President of Redeemer University. Over the last few years, Redeemer has partnered with City Lab to enhance learning opportunities for students and contribute to building a better, stronger community. By expanding experiential learning, students are better prepared to contribute to their places of work and to their neighborhoods after they graduate. City Lab projects have become integral to Redeemer's final year capstone experience, where students tackle challenges together as a team. They work closely with members of city staff on specific challenges that require innovative solutions. This partnership has seen 27 projects come to fruition. From addressing seniors' isolation to communication methods in long-term care facilities, from water quality monitoring to researching best practices for visitors at Hamilton's waterfalls. In these projects and many more, we have seen the positive impact that the City Lab partnership has had on students and on the City of Hamilton. We value the way these projects help students apply their knowledge while also encouraging them to see Hamilton as an amazing place to live and work after they graduate. We look forward to a continued strong partnership with City Lab Hamilton.
And that wraps my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we also have Patrick available as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone. Great presentation. I'm just looking at the speakers list. I'm not seeing anything in the chat. Tamara is informing me that no one's activated. And I'm seeing a thumbs up from Councillor Farr and a thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. So let's start with those speakers first. Councillor Farr.
I thank you. Oh, I wrote J please, but I didn't hit return, so I didn't send it. But thank you. One quick question through you, Chair, to Cyrus. And I'm happy to move this item, folks. They've been a great neighbor and obviously a huge contributor, which translates to massive savings because we're getting a lot of this service for free minus what's before us, taking a pilot to, I think it's natural evolution, making it a regular thing. And I've had the opportunity to not only when we could annually celebrate across the road from City Hall at the event, but also work in my own small capacity on a few of the projects that were hyper local or exclusive to downtown. Quite clearly, in what we've seen in this report, Madam Chair, is these a lot of these issues are solving strategic objectives of this council and previous councillors that are of a citywide nature, and they should be applauded, all three post-secondary institutions. So through you, Cyrus, the one thing over the years that we've got thousands of students, and we'll have thousands more if this passes today, and I hope it does. We're only asking to deliberate at the budget meeting coming up, the budget meetings. We have a number of dedicated and some award-winning faculty from the three institutions working with collaboratively all relevant staff, and that's where, as a municipality and a municipal government, it's hard to quantify all of the expertise and manpower and woman power and people power that we're getting for absolutely no cost. A lot of probably consultants haven't been hired since City Lab's inception. So there is no formal process that I'm aware of, and if you can confirm otherwise, that's great. Through you, Chair, where City Lab can work directly with councillors, where councillors can be like city staff to some extent on applicable projects. Through you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Farr, I'm going to defer that question to Patrick. I'll just quickly add for him to, because he's a little bit more familiar with it. And I think that's one of the areas that we've actually expanded on when we say staff, there is capability to take on projects with councillors as the sponsors for those projects. And I believe we have done that in one or two examples, but I'm going to just defer to Patrick to chime in and provide some little bit more detailed clarity at the operational level of how that's achieved and the plan going forward.
Hi, Patrick. Congratulations.
Thank you, Patrick. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. That's a great question, Councillor Farr, and something that we've been trying to evolve, as Cyrus alluded to, over the years. At first, we were very strict about not wanting the political influence of councillors and just sticking to staff. Over the last, I'd say 2 years, we've been more, we've been approached with some really great ideas from councillors, and our goal has really been to try to stick to things that are, even if they're a new idea, they still have, work plans attached to them from a staff perspective. So we're now very open to ideas from all councillors, with the intention that the councillor can be involved in a way that is going to be helping to add some value for the student experience, but also has, you know, some solid staff time involved so that it can be tied in with things that are already happening at the staff level in the city. So, you know, so I think there's so many great things that are, you know, great ideas that want to be pushed along by different councillors, but we just want to make sure it's aligned with generally accepted pieces that the city has moving forward. Does that help?
Thank you, Councillor.
Both you and Cyrus actually did help. I wasn't seeking to amend the current system. It's a well-oiled machine at this point, but it's the perfect answer actually, because it's something you're obviously cognizant on, and over time, which is where I would have gone anyway with this, because I don't want to be a cog in the wheel, because it is such a great initiative that hopefully gets unanimous support here today. I would suggest that, over the next few years or into the next term of council, just as long as in these annual reports, even that councillors are made aware that there is a potential avenue, if it meets the criteria and aligns with strategic objectives, and we'll have a whole new approval for that in a year's time with a new council as well. So that's good enough for me. It's just the fact that it's on the radar. That's what I heard. And again, I'm much appreciative of the work. It's we are a city of innovators, and we can't do it without our post-secondary partners, and you guys are the best. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Jackson, and then I have Councillor Wilson. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson, and thank you, Director.
Councillor Jackson, you're cutting in and out,
report.
and I don't know why. Councillor
Okay,
Jackson,
can you hear
you're
me
just,
now?
yeah, it's just cutting in and out a little bit. Let's try it again.
Can you hear me now?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Didn't want to
But I
miss
missed-
anything you said.
But I can't see myself. It's okay, Deputy
That's
Mayor,
okay.
All right.
That's all right.
Anyways, okay. Anyways, thank you, Director Traney. Really appreciate the report. I am supportive of making this permanent, and obviously with the fulsome of the 2022 budget deliberations a few months before us to hopefully ratify this recommendation. So, Director, I just want to focus in on that chart that you had the breakdown of the various institutions and the City of Hamilton's contribution. And Deputy Mayor Johnson, I'll just give a quick historic preamble quickly to get to my point, Director. I love the partnerships with our educational institutions across the city. And I have found over the years, the City of Hamilton has, if not been equal, I think we've often provided a lion's share of the financial contribution on behalf of at least the taxpayers I represent on the East Mountain. And often I'm questioned by some taxpayers if the educational institutions, why their share isn't equal or greater towards a project, towards a program, a facility, whatever the case might be. I could point to David Braley Health Center. I could point to the MIP at MAC, Redeemer College, soccer field, whatever it is, Mohawk College, public transit partnerships, whatever it is. So my question with that background, Cyrus, Deputy Mayor, is this. I see that if I add up the City of Hamilton's proposed annual contributions with the in-kind lab, we're about 140,000. I'm grateful for Max 116. I'm grateful for Mohawk's 48 and Redeemer's 14. Can you just maybe further explain, so my constituents that are listening in, is the breakdown based on some kind of proportional percentage of usage by the four partners? Is it based on the size of the four partners? Some other factors? Can you give me some explanation that I can at least share with my constituents? That's the essence of my only question, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
So Cyrus, the breakdown, please.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to you, Councillor. The original allocation was based on overall, and I'll have Patrick keep me honest here, overall operating budget for the various programs. So there's a one-time initial commitment from the city to set up the facility. So that 76,000 in kind that I mentioned, I will point out that that was there isn't an actual cost per se to the city, but to your point of when you add up the 76 and the 63 to come up with the total contribution, the breakdown based on that, the 116, the 48, and the 14 from Redeemer, is a ratio of the total operating budget of those 4 representative institutions. And that's how the original agreement and funding formula was agreed to.
So it's
continue
based
going
on the
forward today.
usage of the partners, how they will use the city lab. Is that what I'm hearing, Cyrus, please? Through you,
Thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor?
Cyrus?
It's actually based on a proportional representation ability based on the total operating budget of the institutions, because we didn't want to get into, you know, the semantics of this school can use 3 projects and this school, because the benefit is in the bulk and the combination of the resources that the institutions bring to the city. So I hope I'm answering your question. It's not actually based on a breakdown of participation in the program. It's based on an original funding allocation of the total operating budgets of the 4 respective institutions, and it represents a very small portion of their total operating budgets.
I'm satisfied, Deputy Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Director. I'm satisfied with that answer for now. If I have any more diving deeper into my line of questioning, I can take it offline with the Director. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. And Councillor Jackson, just to give you a heads up, you are still cutting in and out when your video's on. I just see that you're disconnected now. So thank you. We have Councillor Wilson, and I believe is it Councillor Danko that would like to be the next up, but we'll check on that. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment from me. I couldn't love City Lab any more than I do. I think it is an amazing partnership of intellect, passion, and integrity, and we are very, very lucky as a community to be served with it and partner with all the agencies that are involved. I know that Ward 1 in particular has been well served in a partnership that occurred between transportation operations, and the students who are active brought our online engagement to a completely different level. And we have learned from that and seeking to apply those lessons. So I just wanted to thank Patrick formally and all of the participants, and thank you to Cyrus for this report, and I'm very, very pleased to see it move in this direction. Thank you.
Are there any, pardon me, are there any other speakers after Councillor Wilson? I'm showing no more speakers. I have a mover and seconder for the receipt of the presentation, moved by Councillor Farr and seconded by Councillor Danko. I will open the vote to receive the presentation. The vote is now open. Is it showing up for you now, Councillor Clark? Thank you. Councillor Jackson, thank you. Vote is closed. And that carries 9-0. We'll now move on to a discussion on the report. The list is activated for those who have questions on the report. I see Councillor Farr.
Oh, I'm good. I'll just move it.
Councillor Wilson, do you have a question, or what do you wish to do? Councillor Partridge, do you have a question? Oh, okay. Now we have a fight to second.
Wishing to second. Thank you.
I'll third it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Okay, so the pardon me. So that's Councillor Farr and Councillor Wilson. And that vote is now open. for anyone. I can see you, Councillor Jackson. And Councillor Johnson, Chair Johnson, we are now voting on the report.
Yeah, my apologies, everybody. My father's nursing home is going to be in touch with me today.
Okay, that vote closed. And it carries 10-0. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you. And we're on 8.3. This is the 2002 Budget Guidelines Outlook and Process, FCS 210957A, citywide. Mike Sigarek, GM of our financial services, will provide the update regarding the budget guidelines.
Madam Chair,
Sorry.
sorry, Mike.
Yes, sir.
I'm very close to City Hall, and if you need to run, do you want me to pop by and be on standby if needed? I can start working from my office instead of my home.
Yeah, you know what? I'll keep in touch with you if
Okay,
that's the
text
case.
me.
Thank you
I can
so
get
much.
there
I
in
really
5 minutes. No problem.
I appreciate it. That's why I love working with you guys. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sigarek.
Good morning. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor Mike Sigarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Committee has a very comprehensive report before you today, the 2022 Budget Guidelines Outlook and Process Reports. Staff have presented a summary presentation for the benefit of committee, given that the report is 36 pages in length. And again, the purpose for the presentation is to provide a summary and highlight some of the issues and opportunities that are facing the city as we approach our 2022 budget process. The purpose for the presentation today is to provide a brief summary of our 2022 budget outlook. Just as a reminder, this is our second outlook report to committee. Our first Outlook information report was presented to committee in June of this year. In addition, staff will be presenting a short summary of our 2022 rate-supported operating budget. As well, you will see in the appendix to the report, I believe it's Appendix A, our 2022 budget schedule. And finally, committee has before you a series of recommendations to provide guidance to our 2022 budget process. You'll see in the table before you a breakdown of the 2022 forecast by city departments, by boards and agencies, as well as staff have included our capital financing forecast for 2022. Offsetting some of those pressures or investments is the positive assessment growth related to previous development. Just as a reminder, you'll see that reassessment staff are reflecting no shifts or no impacts from reassessment. You'll recall that the provincial government, because of the current pandemic, suspended reassessment in 2021 and have communicated that suspension of reassessment will continue in 2022. So similar to 2021, staff are reflecting the fact that reassessment will not have an impact and will not contribute to any shifts between classes or between geographic areas of the city. There are we continue to face some levy restrictions, principally in our multi-res and our industrial class, and that represents a pressure of approximately 0.1%. You'll also note that the slide before you is slightly different than the report. Report in the agenda today. Tax policy, you may recall in our June report, is staff were presenting a placeholder for the small business optional property tax class. And you also may recall that staff recently sent out a communication update advising committee members, councillors, that councillors and the mayor, that the provincial government regulations restrict our ability to introduce a small business optional property tax class in 2022 in that there are some defined timelines, and consequently, staff will be targeting a report back and for the 2023 budget process. So so we are highlighting in the slide before you that the placeholder of approximately 0.2% will not be a pressure for 2022. But again, this issue will be before committee again in 2023. And finally, the education impact. We're reflecting previous experience with respect to the provincial education tax rates, and we're assuming relief of approximately 0.3%. So again, what is before you in the table represents a impact of approximately 4.1, but adjusted for the tax policy, the small business optional property tax class, which will be deferred to 2023, the 4.1% would be adjusted down to 3.9%. Just moving up the table, I just want to highlight that current forecasts for city departments represent a pressure of approximately $36 million, or approximately 6.2%. And I'll shortly speak to some of the categories that are driving the pressures. As well, staff are reporting a forecast for boards and agencies of approximately 2.9%, or $6.7 million of additional investments or pressures. Capital financing, we're reflecting a additional investment of just short of $6 million, which would represent an increase of approximately 4.3%. So overall, you'll see that the total levy requirement forecast for 2022 is approximately $48.7 million, or 5.1%. Just working through that $48.7 million figure, you'll note that employee-related employee-related costs represent a significant portion of the $48 million, approximately $18.6 million of the $48.7 million. And this is in recognition that employee-related costs represent approximately 50% of our annual expenditures, and recognizing that staff support the approximately 70 services, as well as the projects required to support those services. Boards and agencies, we are reflecting an additional investment, approximately $6.7 million to support our boards and agencies. There are a series of investments council have approved in year in 2021, which will affect our 2022 budget. As a reminder, our 10-year transit strategy, we're assuming an additional investment of approximately $4.1 million, and that would represent year 6 of our 10-year transit strategy, as well as a additional $990,000 amendment with respect to a draw from reserves in 2021 that would be reversed for 2022. So again, approximately $4.1 million for our 10-year transit strategy. Just as a reminder, committee may recall that staff presented a report a few weeks ago highlighting that the city is experiencing some additional pressures in our insurance premiums of approximately $2.7 million. So again, the $2.7 million represents our 2021 pressures, which will form part of our 2022 budget. Sidewalk snow clearing, council approved a sidewalk snow clearing enhanced program as part of the 2021 budget deliberations. We're reflecting approximately $1.8 million of additional investments in 2022. The balance of the cost of the program, the total cost of the program, I believe, is approximately $4.4 million. The balance would be reflected in the 2023 budget. DART staff are reflecting some additional contractual obligations for our DART services, inclusive of some increases, forecasted increases in ridership. Area rating of fire services, committee may recall that there were some adjustments to the area rating of fire services, and as part of the 2021 budget deliberations, there was a one-time draw from our tax stabilization reserve. The $1.4 million is a reversal of that one-time draw from our tax stabilization reserve. So effectively adjusting for that in 2022. Childcare provincial funding agreement. The provincial government provided one-time assistance to municipalities in 2021 to assist municipalities with respect to the transition to 50% provincial, 50% municipal contributions, funding contributions and commitments as it relates to childcare. So staff are assuming that that one-time commitment will not be extended in 2022, and that will represent an additional pressure of approximately $1 million. Social housing provincial benchmarks. This is a provincial regulatory requirement. There's a 5-year averaging of the inflationary pressures as it relates to social housing, and the forecasted pressure for 2022 represents approximately $750,000. Council last week approved an investment towards our equity, diversity, inclusion roadmap and implementation, and the additional investment in 2022 represents approximately $300,000. In addition to the service level adjustments just referenced, there are some additional capital investments staff are reflecting in our 2022 forecast. That includes the traditional 0.5% capital levy increase that typically is applied to state of good repair investments and to offset some of the inflationary pressures in our infrastructure programs. That represents approximately $4.8 million. The city has approved a multi-year investment towards housing through the National Housing Strategy. That represents a pressure in 2022, approximately $1.3 million. Our capital levy requirement as it relates to debt to support the city's commitment towards transit through our ISIP transfer payment program with senior levels of government, as well as continuation of the implementation of our West Harbour strategy. That represents additional capital requirements of approximately $1.2 million. Council also approved a 10-year commitment for the Roxborough Affordable Housing project. The 10-year commitment is a grant to offset the development charges and the parkland dedication fees associated with that development. The first year of that 10-year commitment represents a pressure of approximately $1 million. Macassa Lodge redevelopment represents an additional pressure in 2022, approximately $900,000. And finally, area rating for a series of parkland purchases represents an additional pressure of $380,000. The table before you breaks down the forecasted additional funding requirement of approximately $48.7 million. You may recall that when staff presented the 2022 budget outlook June, we identified that inflation was representing a pressure for municipalities, not only forecasted for 2022, but also in 2021. We are seeing some challenges with respect to supply chain, as well as challenges with respect to bid prices exceeding council approved budgets. And again, we expect to continue to see these pressures not only through the balance of 2021, but into 2022. Our current, the current consumer price index for August of 2021 relative to August of 2020 shows an increase of approximately 4.1%. So again, we are seeing, municipalities are seeing pressures similar to individual consumers as it relates to their experience, and just wanting to continue to identify this as a theme as we proceed into our 2022 budget deliberations. As identified through our 2021 variance report that was presented to council last week, COVID continues to be a issue that municipalities will be facing for the balance of 2021 and entering into 2022. You'll see in Appendix B of the report that's before you, staff have broken down some of the service areas, program areas that are continuing to forecast COVID-related pressures in 2022. Staff are currently forecasting approximately $59 million in COVID-related pressures. 2022, just as a reminder, last week we presented approximately $100 million in COVID-related pressures for 2021. Staff are assuming approximately 65% of that $59 million will be offset from existing commitments from senior levels of government. And you'll see in the report that's before you is that with some minor exceptions, that the majority of the financial commitments from senior levels of government do not extend into 2022. So consequently, staff are assuming that beyond the 65% of the $59 million in pressures, which would be offset from senior levels of government, the potential need to leverage the $20 million in COVID-19 emergency funding that City Council set aside through our 2020 year-end deliberations. So again, for 2022, currently we're not assuming any additional levy pressures as it relates to COVID-19, with the assumption of leveraging funding from senior levels of government, as well as drawing on the council-approved COVID-19 Emergency Reserve Fund. As mentioned previously, staff are reflecting approximately $6.7 million in additional investments required to support boards and agencies. For Hamilton Police Services, we're reflecting a 5-year average, which would represent approximately $5.3 million of additional investments, or 3%. Conservation authorities, we are reflecting a 2% increase, approximately $170,000 of additional investment. Hamilton Public Library have provided a multi-year budget, and we are reflecting their forecast for 2022, which would require an additional $1 million, or approximately 3.3%. Finally, other boards and agencies, staff are reflecting a 2% increase, or approximately $160,000 of additional investments. As mentioned previously, staff are assuming a increase in capital financing of approximately 0.5% through the capital levy. That will provide an additional $4.8 million. Traditionally, the 0.5% capital levy increase has gone towards offsetting inflationary pressures, as well as principally being applied towards data good repair focused on our existing assets. The West Harbour Development Plan requires an additional investment of approximately $374,000 towards the debt financing strategy for the West Harbour Development Plan. And finally, the city's commitment towards the ISIP transit program would require additional $823,000 towards our contribution towards that program. And just as a reminder, that the city's contribution is debt financed, and these funds would go towards servicing that debt. So as it relates to capital financing, staff are assuming just short of $6 million in additional capital financing investments, and that represents a increase of approximately 0.6%. Just wanting to remind council that staff continue to monitor our tax and rate supported debt. You would have seen these slides in June reports, and we continue to monitor and update our tax and rate supported debt forecasts. You'll see that the red line reflects council's approved threshold for tax rate supported debt, and you'll see that our current forecast shows that we are approaching that threshold in 2025 However, our forecast shows us dropping off of that threshold after 2025. So at this time, we continue to monitor, and our hope is that we won't require councils to revisit our tax and rate supported debt policy, but again, we'll continue to monitor our reliance on debt and need for debt financing and continue to provide updates to committee moving forward. With respect to development charges supported debt, this represents a different challenge for the city of Hamilton. You'll see that our current development charge supported debt forecast exceeds council's approved threshold in 2027 and continues to be forecasted above that threshold beyond 2027. Again, staff will continue to monitor our DC supported debt forecasts and if required, report back to council seeking some direction as it relates to a strategy to address the forecasted debt, inclusive of the potential of revisiting the DC debt supported policy. Just wanting to highlight a number of federal and provincial programs that the City of Hamilton has leveraged as part of our multi-year budget process. A reminder of the one-time commitment from the federal government of doubling the federal gas tax, and Council has already approved approximately 30 million of the additional $32.7 million towards state of good repair, the minor maintenance projects, and again, that will be reflected and programmed through the 2022 capital budget process. The city as well has received commitments from senior levels of government towards housing through the Rapid Housing Initiative, approximately $23.7 million, as well as approximately $527 million through the ISIP program. The majority of that, 504 of the $527 million, is targeted towards transit, the balance for community, culture, recreation, as well as finally some funding through the Resilience Fund. Macassa Lodge redevelopment, approximately $27.8 million in funding to support the redevelopment at Macassa Lodge, and finally $2.5 million in funding to support the city's green fleet strategy and action plan. Some applications that are still pending include our Green Inclusive Community Buildings program, approximately $8 million, our through Canada Healthy Communities Initiative, a application seeking approximately $300,000 of support through the Canada Community Revitalization Fund, approximately $14 million of support, and finally through the Disaster Mitigation Fund, and I believe that report is on today's agenda, approximately $106 million of support. Just changing gears here to the rate supported program, just highlighting what has been presented and approved in principle through council through the 2021 budget deliberations. Council approved in principle combined rate increases in 2022, approximately 4%, followed by similar increases in each of the years 2023 to 2025. Just draw committee's attention to the capital financing. Again, the majority of the forecasted increase is expected to be applied towards water and wastewater infrastructure. Again, approximately 9.1 million of the forecasted $10.9 million of additional investments, and the balance being applied towards the program expenditures, forecasted approximately $1.8 million. Again, staff continue to revisit the rate supported program, and the rate supported information will come before committee and council in November of this year. Just as a reminder, part of our capital financing strategy with respect to the rate supported program was to draw on reserves, and we're continuing to forecast that draw on reserves. The reserves were built up in previous years with the expectation that as the plant expanded and the requirement for capital financing. In addition to debt and contribution, the city strategy included drawing from reserves. So again, the graph before you reflects our forecasted draw on those reserves with a forecast of reserve balance for 2024 of approximately $40 million in total for the water, storm, and wastewater reserves. Appendix A of the report before you just breaks down the budget schedule for the 2022 budget deliberations. Just wanting to draw committee's attention to the top line. Staff are recommending a change with respect to public delegations. Committee members may recall that traditionally public delegations were received in February after the budget documents were developed. The preliminary budget documents were developed and departments and boards and agencies have presented to committee. Staff are suggesting the change to allow public delegations to present prior to the finalization of the preliminary budget documents and the presentations by departments and boards and agencies. That is the only change that staff are recommending as part of the 2022 budget process. Committee has a series of recommendations before you whereby staff are seeking some guidance with respect to the 2022 budget process. Happy to answer any questions committee may have with respect to those guidelines or with respect to any of the content in the presentation this morning. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, happy to answer any questions that committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to let you know, we're going to go through our speakers list first, and then we're going to receive Mike's presentation. Then we're going to hear our delegate on this subject, and then we will refer to the report. So first, we're going to have questions to Mike Segarek, please. So I have a list. Councillors Nan, Partridge, Danko, Wilson, and Jackson. We're going to start off with Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just a few questions. General Manager Segarek, the last point around delegation date moving to November 8th, which is in a month's time. I was just curious about whether or not there was consultation conducted to land on this recommendation by staff, and curious if anybody else wanted to comment about public engagement principles and giving residents 1 month notice to participate in the budget process and the possibility of, for this round, extending that option to more than one delegation opportunity. Thank you.
Mike?
Yep. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, so we recognize this change really does represent an acceleration to the schedule and to the process. We are suggesting a staged or phased approach to this beyond 2022. Again, our hope is to engage with the public through the delegations in November to help to inform further direction from council as it relates to the 2022 budget documents and content in the budget documents, and allow for receiving that information as staff work towards finalizing those preliminary forecasts that are presented to council in November and December. So again, we recognize that this will require further expansion to the engagement process beyond 2022. For 2022, we're simply identifying an opportunity to accelerate that and to allow the public to provide input prior to the development of the budget documents, rather than after the budget documents have been developed and presented through the departmental and the boards and agency presentations.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you through you. Thank you for that clarity. So understanding and appreciating the goal of having public input prior to preparation of the budgets. General Manager Segarek, you mentioned having that consultation throughout the process. Could you, maybe I misunderstood you. Could you just clarify?
Yeah.
Thank
so
you, Mike.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, apologize if I suggested throughout the process. What we recognize is that we simply haven't enough runway to develop an extensive public engagement process for the 2022 budget process. What we're suggesting is by moving the date forward in 2022 and revisiting the public engagement strategy leading into the 2023 budget process. So with a expectation on expanding the engagement leading into the 2023 budget process.
Thank you, Councillor.
Got it. So goal of expanding in the 2023 and an attempt to get to prior engagement for 2022. Still have some concerns. Would love to hear from staff around public engagement recommendations and principles on that one at a later date. I'll take that offline. A couple of other questions, if I could, through you, related to the agencies and board projection. So we have a presentation here that says Hamilton Police Services are seeking a 3% increase. Through you, General Manager Zagaric, what was the surplus for HPS in this previous budget?
Mr. Zagaric?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, just a point of clarification, we are reflecting a 5-year average for Hamilton Police Services. I believe their board have not deliberated on the 2022 budget process yet. So again, we are simply reflecting a 5-year average. I believe the information that went to the board with respect to 2021 is they're forecasting just short of a $600,000 surplus for 2021.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And next question was related to the COVID relief funds. And if I could, through you, just seek a little bit more clarity. It said that the transit restart funds were not drawn upon in the second phase allocations, and that we're showing a $12.6 million yet to be leveraged in the social relief funds. Wondering, one, if there is clarity on why there was no draw on the transit funds, and then two, whether or not there is a forecast on spending the 12.6 that's remaining in the social relief funds, if I could, please.
So
Thank you, Mr. Zagaric.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll start with the transit funds. Phase 2 of the transit funding, there was a commitment to the City of Hamilton from senior levels of government of approximately $21.5 million. The City of Hamilton did not have to leverage that $21.5 million in that our COVID-related pressures were satisfied through the Phase 1 funding from senior levels of government. So simply, we didn't require the funding in that the funding commitment through Phase 1 satisfied offsetting our COVID-related pressures for 2020 and going into 2021. Staff are identifying in the report that I believe it's Phase 3 of our COVID funding that there may be approximately $3.6 million remaining with respect to Phase 3. The process is slightly different with respect to Phase 3 versus the Phases 1 and 2 in that the city would have to put forward a request or application to the Minister of Transportation asking that those funds be extended beyond 2021 and eligible for municipalities to leverage into 2022. So again, some uncertainty, but we're hopeful that the minister will allow the City of Hamilton to carry those funds over, recognizing we'll continue to face transit pressures, principally around ridership, but as well as some additional expenditures around cleaning and other COVID-related pressures into 2022. And
thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And with respect to the Social Services Relief Fund, I'm not sure if Grace or any of her staff may be able to answer that question. I would have to get back to committee members with respect to the remaining funds and the application of those funds.
Thank you. Councillor Nanetz, one more minute, please.
Just on the last point, I see General Manager Mader.
Through you, Madam Chair, Grace Mader, General Manager for Healthy and Safe Communities, through to Councillor Nan. We're continuing to monitor what our expenditures are going to be related to our necessary expenditures in 2022, particularly as it relates to our shelter investments. So those are ongoing discussions that we're trying to determine. As we know that when we first forecasted our expenditures for this year and into early next year, that was prior to the fourth wave that we're currently in and the longer term demand that we're anticipating. So we're continuing to work on that, and hopefully in the next little bit, we're looking at bringing a report to ECS about what that's going to look like for into at least the first half of 2022.
Thank you. Again, reminder, 1 minute. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have now Councillor Partridge, please, then Councillor Danko, Councillor Wilson, Jackson, and then Farr. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson. Or sorry, Partridge. My apologies.
No problem. I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks
Ooh.
very much, Madam Chair. So, Mike, good presentation as always. It gets better and better every year, and it's certainly better than it was 5 or 6 years ago. I have a couple of questions here. One is on the boards and agencies. You kind of touched on it with the previous speaker. In prior years, we've usually, as a council, have passed motions to set some direction to boards and agencies on what kind of tax increase council would like to adhere to, and yet I'm seeing in the presentation a 2.9% increase. We've usually passed motions and we haven't done that this time. Is that just premature, or if you can just unpack that a bit for me, please?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the councillor is correct in that the process with respect to guidelines typically occurs prior to October to allow the city departments as well as boards and agencies to work towards developing budgets aligning to those guidelines. This year, the report that's before you is seeking that direction or seeking those guidelines. We're slightly delayed with respect to the process, principally because of the pandemic and staff's required attention towards addressing the pandemic. So again, to the councillor's question, the intent of the report that's before you today is to seek that guidance from committee and council, and there is a recommendation before committee today, I believe, with respect to boards and agencies. It is recommendation C.
And it is for the 2.9%, I believe, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the recommendation that's before you directs boards and agencies to present a maintenance budget, and maintenance in that present a budget that aligns to current service levels, and that any improvements or increases to those service levels or services be presented separately through their presentations to committee.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. I do appreciate that. The other question I have is we're looking at a 4.1% levy increase, and I believe you said that it could also be 3.9. Certainly lower than we have started off in previous budget processes, but higher than where we've ended up in the past. MPAC assessments, I understood they were going to be done in 2022 for 2023. Is that correct?
Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the council may be hearing information through other channels with respect to MPAC. There have been some suggestions that reassessment could be reintroduced in 2023 based on 2022 property valuations. I believe that's what the councillor is speaking to. There hasn't been any formal communication from the provincial government as to when the suspension of reassessment will be reversed, and so again we're waiting for that information. But I think the councillor is identifying there are some suggestions that reassessment could be reintroduced starting in 2023.
Thank you,
and Madam Chair, thank you. And Madam Chair, I mean, I'm very, very concerned about the reassessment. The longer it's put off, housing prices are just absolutely crazy right now. And I'm, not even just talking about Flamborough and Binbrook and Ancaster and Stony Creek, but the entire city. My concern is the affordability issue that I believe as a council we are going to have to deal with, particularly the downtown folks. They are going to get really hit hard by this. So with that, Mike, if the assessments don't take place until 2023, I'm sure we can look at another probably 8%, if not higher, increase in housing costs. When would this impact residents? What year would you project that the assessments are going to impact residents with a tax increase thanks to the levy?
Thank you, Mike.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll just take committee through the process in terms of when municipalities would need a confirmation from the provincial government with respect to reassessment. Typically, we need just short of a year, maybe 8 months of runway in order to prepare for reassessment. So if the provincial government was looking to reintroduce reassessment for 2023, we will need to know, municipalities will need to know at some point in 2022, early in 2022, and beyond municipalities, there's an obligation to impact, to educate and inform property owners as well. And so this will be a slightly different process in that because of the pandemic, reassessment has been suspended, and we could be 6 years into a reassessment cycle versus the traditional 4 years. And so it would require a fair amount of education for property owners. Just as a reminder, we were expecting prior to the pandemic reassessment in 2021 based on 2020 valuations. If, as the councillors suggesting, is if valuations are based on 2022, again, I think we should expect that there's going to be some significant shifts across the municipality from one community to another, and as well as across classes. So I'll just remind committee members that through the last reassessment process, we had a 4-year phase-in of a shift from commercial onto residential. So residential property owners were bearing more of the burden because of the fact that residential property values were accelerating at a higher rate than non-residential property values. I think we're seeing that in today's market. We're seeing a very strong housing market, and we're seeing some extraordinary increases. Residential property values, both on resale and new builds. And I think it would be reasonable to expect that we're going to experience similar shifts through the next reassessment period.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that explanation, Mike, because I got to tell you, residents in my area, especially the young families, they are very, very scared, about affordability of just being able to live in their home. And, even if it's gone from a $400,000 home up to $1 million home, if you sell it, where do you go? You just can't afford to buy anything else. I also want to touch on the massive growth that's happening in Waterdown. And, I hear from my residents, there's so many homes being built. What is the city doing with that money that's coming in? So I know the answer to the question, but I'm hoping for those that are watching, Mike, if you could please explain the process for when a new home is built, the tax on the property, and what happens after that, because they get absolutely shell-shocked when they get their real tax bill. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll try to break it down through that process of new home developments. As a area is being developed, the principal source of revenue that the city has the opportunity to leverage as it relates to servicing that development is our development charges. And those development charges, while borne by developers, ultimately get passed through to property owners. And as it relates to development charges, there is a section in the report that is before you that identifies that while the city does benefit from development charges, we have implemented a series of policies in order to incent development that represents some additional investment that the municipality will have to put forward as it relates to development charge liability. So I won't go there. To the councilor's specific question is, again, property values, new home values reflect the development charges that developers and builders are required to provide to the city. And once those homes are transitioned over in terms of ownership, now that obligation as it relates to property taxes becomes the obligation of the property owner. What typically happens is MPAC is responsible for capturing the change to the assessment roll and that change in ownership. And it's always our hope that that is reflected within 18 months. Sometimes it can go beyond 18 months, but typically less than 24 months. And that represents, it's always our hope that builders and developers educate homeowners to advise them of that obligation. But there is from time to time homeowners who are somewhat surprised with that obligation when they receive a property tax bill, for instance, for a 18-month period. So again, as it relates to municipalities, we rely on development charges in order to help facilitate that growth through the necessary infrastructure. And as it relates to the services that we provide those homeowners, we rely on property taxes, user fees, and finally, as it relates to our water, wastewater, and storm programs, the rate revenues.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge, 2 more minutes for you.
Yeah, thank you. And just very quickly, Mike, I appreciate that explanation very much. But I will tell you from what I'm hearing from my residents, the MPAC assessments on a new build are taking more than 18 months. And in some cases, by the time the assessment's done, and then by the time it gets to the city, and then by the time they get their tax bill, they've had taxes for the property portion only for sometimes 2-3 years that, could be $1,900, certainly very low. And then all of a sudden they get a $7,000 tax bill, and then it becomes $7,000 annually after that. So, it is very scary. I can't speak to the education that developers may be doing. I'm not even going to go there on that one. But I do appreciate that. Look at Clapperson's Corners and all of the builds going on there. So that's the other question I get, Mike, if you could unpack that a bit. We have L3, which is opening up 1,400 new jobs coming to Flamborough from Burlington. When do the taxes start to kick in for some of those very large new builds that are happening in the business parks? Because there's several of them right now.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we do realize the taxes once those facilities are occupied. As to when they affect the assessment roll, it could be 12 months, it could be 18 months. As it relates to those large developments like the L3, staff are active in consultations with MPAC to try to accelerate the recognition of those properties, recognizing that those are very material benefits to the city of Hamilton. While we assume in today's presentation you would have seen a 1% assessment growth, is currently we're trending slightly behind where we were last year. And so we are engaging with MPAC to understand which properties they are capturing as part of the 2021 assessment roll that will inform 2022. So to the councillor's question, with respect to those very large and material developments, we do work with MPAC to try to accelerate MPAC's work in reflecting those developments onto our assessment roll.
So I'm glad to hear that, Madam Chair, because certainly, in the case of some of these very large ones, individually, they could represent a $2 million tax benefit to the city of Hamilton. And I'm glad to hear that staff are on that. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Mike, to all your team.
Thank you. Now up is Councillor Danko, then Wilson, Jackson, Farr, and Pauls. Thank you, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions on the budget process and timeline, but I'll leave that till we get to the report. On the presentation, General Manager Zagarek, the first couple questions are on the capital financing. So I noticed in the presentation, we're recommending to continue with the 0.5% capital financing, which is more or less kind of an arbitrary number. And you mentioned that it's set to kind of keep up with inflation, but if inflation is, I think you mentioned 4.1%, then we're not keeping up with inflation.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the 0.5% based on where inflation sits today does not give us very much room to make any inroads beyond inflation. So inflation's trending towards 4.1%, and a 0.5% or a $4.8 million increase, I believe, represents about a 4.3% increase in our capital levy. So again, as well, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on inflation, but the 4.1% represents all goods. That includes food, housing, clothing. On the construction side, traditionally we've seen non-residential inflation exceed household inflation. So while household inflation may be at 4.1%, non-residential inflation may be over and above the 4.1 and historically has been. So to the councillor's question, yes, the 0.5% may not be sufficient to offset inflation. And again, we are reflecting the 0.5%, recognizing that there are some additional capital commitments towards transit and housing that that increase the overall ask beyond the 5%.
Thank
you, Councillor.
So talking about how that 0.5% is determined, so for asset management planning, as of 2019, I believe, we are to have asset management plans that link asset management with planning and budgeting. And then as of 2022, so this budget year, we're to have core asset management planning for all core assets, roads, bridges, culverts, water, wastewater, stormwater management systems that identify all current levels of service and the costs, full costs, life cycle costs of maintaining those levels of service. So if we're continuing with the 0.5%, it doesn't seem that we're specifically tying that to our asset management planning.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct. The 0.5%, currently we're still at those early stages with respect to the asset management planning as it relates to the core services. So while council's approved a policy with respect to asset management, there remains significant work to be done with respect to defining service levels for our core assets, which will form part of discussions in 2022 and the non-core assets in 2024. So I think the opportunity through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, I think the opportunity around asset management, there's a series of opportunities here. One is the work surrounding asset management will help better inform the allocation of funds across the various infrastructure programs. So while we've traditionally reflected the block funds based on historical, is the work around asset management may highlight the need to realign some of that funding across the various asset groups. The second opportunity will be that through committee and council deliberations in 2022 and 2024, staff will have greater direction as to what the service levels are and what the financing strategy will need to be in order to align to those service levels. So again, the asset management work will help to inform not only the allocation of funding, but the appropriate level of funding in future years.
Thank you. So would it be fair to say then that this 0.5% this would be the last budget cycle where we're going to see that as as a arbitrary number, kind of a placeholder, as we will have asset management plans, at least for the core assets, as of 2022.
So,
Mike?
so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if it'll be 2022 versus 2024. Councillor, 2022 is focused principally on maybe the rate supported programs, and 2024 will better inform the levy supported programs.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. So just to move on to the rate supported programs. So I see in the presentation, the recommendation is to increase the rate budget beyond the 4.05%. And I understood that's primarily water, wastewater, stormwater. So will that be an increase for residential ratepayers, or is it across the board?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, staff are still developing our 2022 rate supported forecast, recognizing that we've had year-end deficits in the last 2 years and forecasting a deficit again in 2021. We are recognizing the need to better align the budget to the actual spends. And so that will likely drive a slight increase in 2022. And to the councillor's question, would an increase affect all classes of property? Yes, it would affect all classes, residential and non-residential. And again, it would be subject to the rate structure, which represents some fixed charges, which is based on meter sizes, and a variable charge, which is based on consumption.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And as committee is aware, council has given approval to proceed with the development of stormwater management fee program. That the actual fees and the program hasn't been approved, but we're working towards developing the stormwater fee program. So if a big portion of the rate increase is related to stormwater management, is there an opportunity to have that as part of a stormwater management fee, so that those users that have large impermeable surfaces, large parking lots, institutional uses, commercial uses, will be responsible for paying their fair share of the rate increase, so that it's not passed to residential taxpayers?
Mike?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the ultimate design of a stormwater rate methodology could affect a redistribution of that burden. And so recognizing that it could capture some non-residential property owners that currently do not provide significant funding towards the water and wastewater program because of their reliance on potable water. So to the councillor's question, yes, it could represent a redistribution of the stormwater costs and the burn support to support our stormwater, and it could provide for some equity with respect to those who contribute to the costs relative to those who are currently funding the program. So there could be some redistribution, but that would be subject to the methodology that that the stormwater rate is based on.
And if I remember correctly, the work that's progressed on the stormwater fee was that we've already had a report on some possible fee structure, and that staff were currently working on fee offsets, so that if homeowners or businesses put in permeable systems, that they would have some sort of offset. So is there a chance that that would be developed along enough in order to be incorporated into the 2022 budget, so that we're not passing those costs for stormwater in particular onto the residential ratepayers?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that may be ambitious for 2022, recognizing that the 2022 rate budget is scheduled to come before committee in November. So again, I would assume that that would be a ambitious objective for 2022, but more likely a appropriate discussion leading into 2023.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions on the DC forecasted debt and DC exemptions. How much time do I have, Madam Chair?
Well, I say 30 seconds. Tamara, what do you think?
I can go on a second time.
No,
that's
I'm teasing, sir. Tamara? Actually, you were over your time, sir, so I can put you on for a second time.
Thank you.
Thanks for the kidding around. Councillor Wilson.
I'll leave the DC questions to Councillor Danko and frees up a little bit more of my time. Thank you, Councillor Danko. Just starting at a macro level, Mike, if I could, because you do reference public consultation in your presentation, this municipality declared a climate emergency, and what we're seeing here is, in my opinion, is a city that's struggling to keep up with what it has. And if our capital investments drive our operating costs and our capital investments drive our carbon outputs, I've never understood why we do not do public consultation on our capital budget and our rate.
Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the proposed November date, I know, is just weeks prior to the rate supported budget documents being finalized and disseminated, as well as the tax capital. So again, the objective for 2022 is, the recommendation for 2022 is to initiate those deliberations in November, and in future years there may be an opportunity to accelerate that. I'll suggest that accelerating prior to November in part will be dependent upon when we close out the previous years. When we close out year end, it's often a challenge for staff to do this work. If, for instance, we don't finalize the budget until April and we don't close out the previous year's financial statements until June, that does not provide staff much runway in order to do the work leading up to the next budget cycle. So that is resources, and capacity is a issue and a constraint. So again, in part, these timelines are informed and affected by the approval of the previous year's budget and the finalization of our year end.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zagarek. And it's in no way implying that the present budget exercise is not exhausting and all-consuming for staff. And in fact, I'll share publicly what I have shared with you on this process. I find it devoid, frankly, of the responsibility of this council to clearly set out its priorities. And instead, we spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to shave nickels every single week for multiple months. And my hope and my request continuously is that rather than have a public delegation day, whether it be February or whether it be November, that also to assist and support you and this council is that we have multiple consultations at the beginning of the year. We are not going to meet our climate objectives if we do not involve the public in those discussions, and understanding that we can't do more of the same. We're going to have to really meet some and make some priorities, and I think that should be the extent, frankly, of council's involvement in seeing those priorities rather than these departmental minutia discussions. I'll leave it there. My next question pertains to, if I could, there was direction from this council, and this fits in with Councillor Danko's questions and some of the reserve, depleting reserves facing our water and wastewater and storm, that we were to come up with a financial plan for Cootes Paradise mitigation efforts. I know there was a formal motion to that effect. Could you inform me how that will be informing this budget, please? Thank you.
Mike, where is it in the budget, please?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, slide 15, the reserve forecast. Staff are reflecting a potential draw on those reserves as it relates to any immediate obligations we have with respect to the remediation. The second piece may be related to the broader watershed work and initiative, and as that work evolves and is more fully developed, that would form part of future budget deliberations and would come forward through a multi-year approach, which would include potentially relying on rates, on debt, and relying on other user fees, water, wastewater user fees. So again, two parts to it as it relates to our commitment towards remediation. Immediate term, we would draw on reserves because again, that's where we have greatest flexibility to meet that immediate obligation. The broader watershed strategy that would come forward through future budget deliberations.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, through your chair. So Mike, that slide that you put up on page 15 showing the reserves and the decrease in those, I don't think I appreciated that. You're saying that decrease over time is a consequence of us making the investments that will be ordered to do?
So through
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if the city is required to commit to these commitments either in year or in the short term, where we have the capacity and flexibility to make such a commitment is through reserves. In that we can't introduce a in-year rate increase or a broader financing strategy on rates and debt. So again, where we have the capacity to make a immediate commitment is through reserves, and that's reflected in slide 15. We make
Okay.
some assumptions with that commitment, and then the broader strategy would inform future financing strategies through future budget deliberations.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Chair, am I able to ask a question? It is within
No.
this this part of the conversation, but it is something that is referenced in the report, not Mr. Zagarik's presentation, but it's central to this discussion.
Well, and I think this presentation is relative to the report, so I'm allowing it, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Zagarik, on page 26, just further to our conversation on this matter, at the bottom of page 26, if anyone's following along publicly, I'd like to read the following paragraph. The current rate financing plan has leveraged debt to its full extent in accordance with Council's debt limits, as well as forecasts drawing reserves down to minimum required balances in the medium term, as illustrated in figure 4. And here's the kicker. There is little capacity within the existing financial constraints to absorb unexpected events or leverage federal and provincial subsidy programs that may come available. So when the author wrote this, we don't have the financial capacity to respond to unexpected events. Would we consider what happened? Would we consider a change in climate, which is accelerating our precipitation and causing perhaps a failure in our equipment to be an unexpected event that we cannot respond to and causes multi-millions of liters of untreated sewage escaping into our harbor, as we do not have the financial capacity existing now to respond to that?
Mr. Zagarik?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the figure 4 in the report in slide 15 in my presentation reflects that we continue to carry some reserve balances. So we are forecasting, and while we're forecasting a draw on reserves, we're making an effort to ensure some continued capacity for in-year issues. In-year issues will always arise, whether they're environmental, whether they are structural, whether whether it's an opportunity, whether it's a federal provincial intake program. And so in order to participate, sometimes we draw on reserves. So our strategy is not to entirely deplete the reserves. Our strategy has been
to build up those reserves, recognizing the wastewater treatment plant expansion was a large multi-year project. We built up those reserves in part to draw from those reserves. And so the forecast before you shows that draw from reserves. Our expectation is to try to draw the line at that 2024 level and to start replenishing those reserves for future opportunities. So again, it continues to be funding capacity. It's still significant at approximately $40 million combined for the three programs. And we would rely on reserves if there were to be any in-year pressures or in-year opportunities. And again, our strategy is to continue to have that capacity within the reserves. So again, we are not looking to entirely deplete these reserves.
Thank you. So herein lies, and I believe, is where we inject the value of equity that this community has said it's committed to. We have a subsequent report on this agenda in relation to tax competitiveness, which tells us that those with the very least in this community are paying the most in terms of property taxes. And we have a reserve issue with respect to our core assets, including a struggling rate budget with respect to water and wastewater. And yet, our large industrial players and our institutions in this community are not paying their fair share when it comes to the use of that infrastructure. And it is the very people with the very least who are subsidizing those industrial, those manufacturing, and those institutional players who are able to go home perhaps to other communities at the end of the day. And I think we have to deal with this issue sooner than later, colleagues. And I don't see an element of fairness in the way in which it's constructed now. Thank you, Mr. Zegarac, for your time.
Thank you. And my apologies to my colleagues. There's been a communication breakdown here on my part that Councillor Wilson went way over time, and I apologize for that. So we're going to keep more of an eye on this. So thank you. And we're going to Councillor Jackson, Farr, and then Pauls. Councillor Jackson, thank you for your patience, everyone.
Deputy Mayor Johnson, is my voice warbly or clear?
You are just wonderful. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I can keep my face in front of me. Thank you very much. Okay. Deputy Mayor Johnson, General Manager Zegarac, once again, the wonderful steady hand that you have as captain of the finance department and this corporation, much appreciated always for the very preliminary look at the next year's budgets, both before us capital, tax levy operating, water rates, boards and agencies, etc. So Mike, I'm just going to do a Jackson recap and get to a question on COVID reserves. So my Jackson recap is, right now you're projecting a 4.1% levy increase for 2022 at this early day. You're looking at approximately a rate of inflation increase for user fees, recreational, which will be somewhere, I would imagine, in the 1% to 2% range. Boards and agencies maintaining service levels. I'm going to guess again, rate of inflation 1% to 2% range, and the various operating departments again. And the 0.6% on the capital, and the water rate's a little over 4%. Before I get to my question on COVID reserves, is that a fairly accurate recap from all the notes I've taken from all the questions from my colleagues through you, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mike. Yes or no?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll try to keep it short. I would say it's a reasonable summary, and the only reason I suggest reasonable is the inflationary pressure. So again, what you see in the guidelines before you is a recognition that inflation is a real issue that not only consumers but municipalities are facing. And so to allow staff to present to council what the impact of inflation is having on city services and potentially bring forward user fees that better reflect some of those pressures. So while we've traditionally focused on 2% user fee increases, that aligned well when inflation was at 2 or below 2%. Now we're facing inflation that's trending towards 4%.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity, but overall, I'm in the ballpark. Okay, so Mike, I know I'm going to be asked going into another difficult budget year, and my colleagues have raised some good questions on water reserves, on our capital side, on the operating side, and I know I'm going to be asked. I recall that months ago when we finished 2021, you said through the wonderful generosity of federal provincial governments, I believe you said we're sitting in the 50, 60, 70 million dollars of COVID cost related reserves for the municipality of the city of Hamilton. You can confirm that number if I'm in the range. And secondly, Mike, with the fourth wave upon us, will we have latitude and flexibility if after many months of deliberations and hard work with our community and our constituents and taxpayers, will we have the latitude and flexibility to use that COVID reserve where council may deem it necessary? That's the essence of my question, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, our message today is with respect to 2022, we currently do not have the same level of commitment from senior levels of government for 2022 as we did 2020 and 2021. Committee did receive 2 weeks ago, and council received our year-end forecast for 2021, and we identified $100 million in COVID-related pressures for 2021. Offsetting that was $96 million in federal and provincial commitments against that $100 million. So senior levels of government have absolutely been there for municipalities in 2020 and 2021. The report that's before committee today highlights that many of those commitments expire at the end of 2021. And there is a recommendation seeking that continued effort to communicate to senior levels of government where there are continued pressures with respect to municipal services, whether it's in the fourth wave or a potential recovery, that level of support will be required on a go-forward basis. So again, senior levels of government have absolutely been there for municipalities in 2021 as well as 2020. We have some funding capacity that we've identified from senior levels of government for 2022, but only 65% of the forecasted costs. And just as a reminder, council had the foresight to set aside $20 million in surplus funding in 2020, recognizing the uncertainty as it relates to recovery. So again, we are as well forecasting the potential of having to access that $20 million that you as council set aside through our 2020 year-end process.
Thank you, Councillor.
General Manager Zagarek. So I did not hear you use the word depleted or very discouraging. I'm cautiously moving forward that not only what we have, Deputy Mayor Johnson, but appealing once again in this fourth wave to our senior level government partners, hopefully be there for us going into 2022 to assist municipalities as we are doing our very best to provide the best tangible services and programs at as close to a 0% increase, if that's at all possible, still given the hardships out there. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Johnson and GM Zagarek.
Thank you very much. So we've got Councillor Farr, Councillor Pauls, and then the second time, Councillor Danko, I believe. Councillor Farr.
Deputy Mayor Mike.
Deputy Mayor Mike, go.
Just getting a little more honed in on what Councillor Jackson just brought up to specifically the City Housing Hamilton. Our board of directors met last week. We've received an update on our COVID-19 related expenses since the pandemic, and it's, as you know, roughly around $2 million. And I know I want to pick up as a board member off where President Collins, now MP Collins, has left off with you and finance staff. We are, as a board, under the impression that we can address this as a council through the 2022 budget process. So I wanted to get it on the record since we're starting, a response from you on that and where that may fit in the discussions ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Zagarek.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, as in 2020, we're happy to work with our City Housing Hamilton colleagues to better understand what pressures they're facing in 2021. Just as a reminder, in 2020, they did not need to leverage municipal support in that they had a favorable year-end position in 2020 to help to offset some of those COVID pressures. So again, we're happy to meet with City Housing Hamilton staff to better understand their 2021 year-end forecast and how COVID may be affecting that forecast, as well as to get some understanding as to what pressures they may be facing in 2022. So we can take that away as direction.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you, Mike.
thank you. Councillor Pauls, you're up for the first time.
Thank you. And through the chair, General Manager, I love your background. I love your bike out there. We wish we were all out biking. But anyways, I want to ask you, I'm going back to see what page it was. You mentioned something about the commercial tax rebate due to COVID-19. How many commercial sites took advantage of that, and what was the amount? Do you know? Or
Thank you. Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it may be the reference to the small commercial optional tax class that the councillor, so councillor, you would have received a communication through Brian McMullen's office with respect to an update on that policy that policy tool municipalities have available to us. The update informs committee that under provincial regulations, those policies have to be implemented in October, and so we recognize that is not an option for us for 2022. So the update is that we would report back for 2023. So again, this was a provincial amendment through a previous provincial budget to allow municipalities to set optional small commercial tax rates. And so again, staff have reported to council. We've started an engagement process, and we would look to report back in 2023 with respect to that option.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls?
And yeah, through the chair again, I look
Thank
at
you.
the second page, City of Hamilton 2022 COVID-19 financial forecast. Right at the bottom, it says, for the health and safety community, it says, assumes public health and paramedic service COVID-19 response and vaccine program will be 100% funded by the province in 2022. Are we assuming that, or it was as of June 30? We don't know, or are we assuming?
So through
Thank you.
through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we are making an assumption that the provincial government will fully offset our public health costs related to COVID. The minister has communicated such. We have written communication from the minister advising that they are fully committed to offset the our COVID-19 public health related costs. They have provided $25 million to date for 2021. And we're expecting that, I believe our current forecast is in the ballpark of $42 million. We would expect that the provincial government will fully offset the remaining balance.
Thank you. Councillor?
That is good news. Thank you. And again, I love your bike.
Okay. Bike aside, now we have Councillor Ferguson up first and then Councillor Danko second. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. I just had to find a new button.
Councillor Ferguson, you may want to turn off your video because you're cutting in and out, sir.
But you're taking away my entry. I just came from the sod turning ceremony at Ancaster Fair, and for that new 70,000 square foot building, which is ready to. The roof is going on now. Structural steel is all up, so it's progressing very well. So I missed the start, and I think you all know that. But Mike, traditionally this time of the year, you come to us with a budget guideline that you can notify all staff and boards and agencies. You've put a little different twist in it this year to maintain the same service levels. So you're not asking us to agree on what you should tell departments and boards and agencies for a percentage increase. You're simply saying maintain the current level of service. Is that correct?
Mike, can you clarify, please?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes. And the principal reason why that change in approach is staff are still trying to appreciate and understand the impact that COVID is having and recovery is having on the cost and of delivering city services. And so we're seeing some pressures of surrounding inflation. We're seeing some supply chain challenges. And so the reason we're taking this approach relative to previous years, it's still unknown at this time what we should fully expect for 2022. And frankly, we will have to make some assumptions because frankly, no one has that perfect crystal ball in terms of how 2022 will play out as it relates to municipal services and the cost of delivery of those services.
Thank you,
Okay,
Councillor.
my concern with that, Mike, is we're essentially writing a blank check. It's going to be very tempting for department heads and boards and agencies to throw away everything but the kitchen sink at this year because there's no guideline limit. And I don't know, maybe the Conservation Authority is the only exception that I could think of that come in under the 2% in 2021. And so I'm concerned about sending this message out there. As long as you can prove it's only maintaining the status quo, include that in your budget. So I'm not on for not having certainty on this. I would much prefer if we have to wait a little longer, then we do that, and then we come up with a hard number again. I heard the Treasury Board say they're not going to be increasing interest rates because they feel this 4%, the blip in the inflation rate will be short-lived, and we're seeing that already with lumber prices. I mean, a 2x4 in the spring went up to $10 up each, and now they're down to in the $2 range. And so it's starting to correct itself because of the supply chain difficulties and everybody assuming that different things would happen what they thought they would when they shut their facilities down. Then there became a supply shortage, and everybody, just about everybody, is experiencing supply problems and long lead times for to be able to get product. And so I can't support recommendation A and B because it's not. And I understand if you need a little more time to assess this. The Treasury Board says they're not going to adjust interest rates because they think it's a blip. And yet we're sending out a message right now that inflation's at 4%. So probably set a budget guideline of 4%. And that just won't fly, I don't think, with the public. So I'd rather see that if we have to wait a month, we wait a month, or we decide now on a guideline. The same thing we've done in previous years. So that's all I got, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And now we have Councillor Danko up for a second time, no other first-time speakers. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions on the DC forecasted debt, because I think that was kind of one of the things that stands out as a trend in the wrong direction in the presentation. I know the work of the DC subcommittee, we did some work to eliminate much of the DC exemptions. However, some still exist. I think the one big one that comes to mind is for academic space. And if I remember correctly, it was somewhere around $90 million over the next 10 years, which McMaster got the provincial government to overturn. So through you, Chair, to General Manager Zegeric, what are some of the bigger DC exemption liabilities that we have that are driving that DC debt?
Thank you, Mr. Zegeric, please.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll try to speak. They're really two separate issues. So Councillor Danko is identifying that development charge exemptions must be funded by municipalities through current taxpayers and ratepayers. So through the operating budgets, you will see, I believe, $9 million on our tax supported side, and likely somewhere in the area, $7.5 million on our rate supported side. So approximately maybe $16.5 million in 2022 to fund development charge exemptions. And this is across all sectors. The City of Hamilton provides development charge exemptions for agriculture, commercial, industrial, for geographic parts of the city, and as a result of some statutory requirements now as it relates to our post-secondary partners. So as it relates to development charge exemptions, those are dealt with through the operating budgets. We continue to have you'll see in the report that's before you, I believe it's the final appendix, that there is a liability, development charge exemption liability, that we will have to come back at a future date with a strategy on how to fund those. But again, those must be funded from existing taxpayers and ratepayers. So ultimately, it's today's taxpayers and ratepayers who have to fund that. The DC supported debt really speaks to the pace of development in the city of Hamilton and the debt that the city has to absorb in order to facilitate that growth. And so what you see as it relates to that trend line on the slide, on slide number 11, is the forecasted acceleration in growth in the development of units and square footage as it relates to non-residential. What restricts the municipality with respect to DC and restricts it in that it forces us to manage that debt is that debt, DC supported debt, the policy that council's approved aligns it to the previous forecast period, some actual expenditures in previous forecast periods. So again, that debt policy is tied to previous growth, and where there may be some misalignment is if our growth really takes off and accelerates, is that restriction to tie the debt capacity to previous growth may not align to the actual pace of growth we're experiencing. So again, if it's tied to, let's say, 2,000 units a year and 1.9 million square feet, and we double that, is we have that imbalance between the actual growth and the policy that's tied to historical growth. So as a result, staff would report back and may present some alternative amendments to the DC policy. But again, very mindful of the risk that's associated with growth, in that if we misforecast the pace of growth, that represents a significant risk to existing taxpayers and ratepayers. So again, we would only bring that forward if we felt a certain level of confidence that future growth will come to fruition.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And seeing the projection of growth recently for $2 billion in building permits on pace for, I think, this year, it does seem to be, one of those areas where we're seeing just massive amounts of growth in the city of Hamilton, which is a good thing. But the debt and the liability that some of those exemptions lead us with is definitely a concern. On the DC exemption list in Appendix C, so these are historic exemptions, we did eliminate a number of other exemptions or reduce some, but one of the ones that stands out that we've had discussions about is the downtown SEPA exemptions, which was $55 million over the past 8 years. So we've had discussions in the past during the LRT about if that's necessary to continue, and talked about winding that down. How might that, and some of the other ones, agriculture and some of the other voluntary ones, how might those affect our finances in the future when we do the next round of DC evaluations?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would expect those policy deliberations to occur leading into the next background study, which I believe we're forecasting for 2022. And so starting to look at those policy options starting in 2022, leading into the next background study. If the city, if council saw the opportunity to reduce some of those exemptions, as in the need is no longer there, or the need is less than that was in previous years, it would have a favorable impact as relates to our operating budgets, both tax and rate. And that in part could provide some capacity for us to redirect those funds to address that DC liability that's identified on page 31 of 36. So to date, we've addressed some of the DC liability through year-end surpluses, and that could be an opportunity for us in future years. But if there is opportunity to reduce the need for development charge exemptions, free up some tax room, that tax room in part could be applied towards addressing that outstanding DC liability.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor.
Yeah, just an observation on that. I mean, again, with $2 billion in building permits in a year, the need for DC exemptions in order to facilitate growth seems to be diminishing. Thank you.
Thank you. And that exhausts the speakers list. I'd like to make a move, someone to move to receive this presentation from Mike. Then we're going to Councillor Farr, Councillor Clark, and the electronic vote is up. And while you're voting, I'm just going to give you a heads up. We're also going to vote on moving the delegate right after this vote. Shaking your head, yes, Councillor Clark.
The vote for the presentation is up.
And while that
carries 11-0.
Thank you. And I will have move, please, Councillor Partridge, second by Councillor Nan, that we move Carl Andrews' delegation up to this slot now to hear before we deliberate on the report. And the vote is up. And I hope Carl has been listening in so he knows that he's up soon. I don't see him right.
Hello. Sorry.
Oh, there you No, I wouldn't rush you, honest. I was just looking for you on my screen. There you are.
That
You don't
vote
have a
carries
bike behind you, but we're glad you're here. Okay, Carl, thank you very much. And Carl Andres, you go ahead. You're up first.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear and see me. Hello again, council, staff, and those watching remotely, and the chair. I appreciate once again the opportunity to speak before you all. As you might know, I'm still Carl Andrus, Community Benefits Manager at the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. I also appear on your screen on behalf of the Just Recovery Coalition and as a resident of Hamilton. I'm here before you once again, as I have been before, to talk about the budget, specifically a report before you, the 2022 Budget Guidelines Outlook and Process. I'm sure through the chair, I do not have to tell members of the council that the budget for the city of Hamilton is nearly $1 billion, that it takes dozens of staff members and months of work to compile a presentation to bring before you. As those assembled here are aware, the budget contains many staff reports, and the process of debating and deciding extends across many months, as it should. The budget is literally the manifestation of the priorities and ultimately shows what this city thinks is important and what it doesn't. The budget is not just a collection of numbers, but an expression of our shared values. As a certain US president might say, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. I want to, through the chair, thank staff for hearing the concerns of residents around budget delegations and presenting an option to move the budget delegation date forward to give residents time to have their voice heard in advance of the budget's final deliberations. However, I believe that most involved in standing before you to comment on the budget might find this sudden change unexpected and not fully meeting with the demands of community for fulsome engagement on the budget. It's a touch ironic that on the agenda today is the scope of work and project activity plan for public engagement and policy and administrative framework. And yet staff is proposing today a sudden move of the budget delegation day rather than adding additional days for budget delegation. You, through the chair as councillors, have many months and council sessions to receive staff reports, deliberate and debate the soul of the city of Hamilton and express it in monetary terms. So I ask through the chair to councils and staff, why only one day for residents to provide input on the budget, and why this sudden change with little notice? Could you please consider perhaps a day in November and the original budget delegation day? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Carl. I am going to my chat room. All righty. I don't see any speakers at this time. So thank you very much for your time, Carl. Really appreciate your input. Councillor Wilson, you're pointing to your lap. So I got Councillor Wilson and I see Councillor Nan with her hand up. If you're not on,
That was it, Chair, just pointing to my Hollywood square underneath me. Councillor Nan.
there we go. Sorry, we're just now activating the speakers list. I'm just finding it now. Councillor Nan is up first. Thank you. Sorry,
Thank you, through
Councillor
you,
Nan.
Deputy Mayor. I was trying to hit the red microphone and it wasn't working on WebEx for me. So my apologies for the visual indication.
No, we're having it here too, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. Thank you. So through you, just a quick couple of questions to Carl, if I may. So sharing your concern about sudden change and what that might result in terms of public participation in the delegation process and potential hindrance versus what I think was clearly stated in the presentation earlier from General Manager Zagaric, which is a desire by staff to integrate what we've heard in the past, which is a public desire and council's interest in supporting public desire to provide input in advance of preparation of the budget presentations that we'll be deliberating. So my question to you is, if there is no change and we just go forward with what's before us today as council, how do you see that impacting public participation in the delegations on the budget?
Thank you for the question. Through you to through the chair to you. I see it hindering the public deliberations in a lot of ways. To garner resident engagement on the budget is a difficult task at the best of times. As you all know, it's a very complex process. And it's a very complicated process, and you have many days in which staff reports are presented to you from various departments. So to arbitrarily move the day forward doesn't give the time for community groups, for residents to really have a hard look at the budget and then organize around presenting to you all. For example, last year, the Just Recovery Coalition spent some time running a series of workshops just to educate folks on what the budget was, how it worked, the difference between a capital budget and an operating budget, and how to delegate. By shortening the time frame for this, you're removing the opportunity for residents and community organizations to take a hard look, A, at the budget, B, to engage residents around the budget, and to invite them into the process. So although I appreciate the opportunity to present on the budget for me personally early, I think it's an excellent decision by city staff. I worry that by doing so with such short notice that you're removing the opportunity for residents who are perhaps less engaged than myself to participate in the budget process, to get impassioned or to get motivated around the budget process.
Thank you. Through you, I would agree. In the last 3 years of serving as the Ward 3 councillor, providing an opportunity for residents in the ward who have questions about the budget process takes my office multiple weeks to help residents learn about the process, learn about the information that's being presented, and then based on that, determine whether or not for those residents they choose to delegate. And then most of those delegates seeking ongoing capacity building from different community organizations about how to participate in their democratic process, in this democratic process as it relates to the budget. And I would agree with you that that's more than a 4-week window, which we have today if this recommendation would go forward. Carl, through you, you suggested in your presentation the option of having more than one. If we were in a scenario where we could only facilitate 1 day of public delegation, from your opinion, and the discussions that you've been a part of, would November or January make more sense?
Respectfully, through the chair to you, I think that it does not make sense, the current system of only a single day of delegation for the public. And I would push back against that recommendation strongly, that we only allow the public 1 day to talk about $1 billion budget. Strongly, and it would not be my recommendation that a single day is the way to proceed, whether that day is early or late. Thank you.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carl, for always stepping up. Really appreciate your counsel. I'm just trying to delve a little bit further. Your point, well taken, and I'll have a question when we're done here for staff on what possibly the corporation, with the assistance of communications, might be able to do in terms of bringing some of that information into the public realm to perhaps support members of the public in that November delegation if it goes forward in that regard. But just, I want to make sure that I'm clear in your comment. Are you saying that the requirement or multiple opportunities to delegate is to give public members choices, and is it to give members of the public opportunities to speak specifically to different points of decision making in that budget process? So speaking at the beginning about priorities and objectives, and or speaking near the end about some of the decisions that seem to have been taken thus far by council. If you could just clarify that objective, please, and thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Absolutely. Through you, the chair, in response to Councillor Wilson's question, it's not for me to decide. It's for you to decide what you think is most important. I will present, though, that there's a transit day for a budget presentation on transit. There are 4 days for departmental budget presentations. But there's only 1 day for resident input on all of those things. There's a further 5 days for GIC budget delegations, should you guys not extend the budget. There is, again, only one opportunity for the public to express its passion, interest, disinterest, whatever, on those budget deliberations. So I was speaking to perhaps a solution of having an early delegation and late delegation. It would be my preference if there was a far more open and inclusive process to comment on all of the times that budget reports come before you, but obviously council's time is very important. So I'll leave that to you and staff to decide what you think is the priorities based on your constituents and your time. But at minimum, I think it would be good if the public had input before the budget was finalized and as the budget comes to the final vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
My apologies to my colleagues and the public. Hazel, our dog, sees our cat across the way, so she's going to be barking. Okay, so I think I've understood what you've said. It is this council's decision to make based on what we think we can derive in terms of the objectives. If I could, through you, Chair, if Mr. Grant, could I ask a question of staff now?
Can we please wait until the report comes up because it's in the report? I would
Yeah,
appreciate
of
that instead
course.
of back
Yeah.
and forth with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
delegate.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank
Sure.
you very much again.
Okay, thank you very much. Hang on a second. I'm just reading the chat lines. Okay, we're finished with the speakers right now. If we can please receive Carl's delegation, and it has been moved by Councillor Nan, second by Councillor Pearson, and the vote is about to be in. And thank you, Councillor Nan. I do have a speech ready for this to change the agenda just a smidge.
Pardon the interruption, Madam Chair. Sorry, mover and seconder to receive the delegation.
Councillor Nan, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
And the vote is coming up in just a sec. Vote is up.
Thank you. Okay, folks, so now we're on to the report. And after we finish the report, I do have a change in the agenda I'd like to propose so that we can have the rest of the delegates, then maybe break for lunch and then go right into the Commonwealth Games so we can let everybody know ahead of time so they can plan their day accordingly. So now we're on to the report, FCS 210957A. I'd like to first put it on the report on the table. So if I could please, oh, sorry. Oh, somebody's talking over here. Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that the report is now on the table. If you don't mind, please, are there any questions or speaking? I believe Councillor Danko did put an earmark in that he would like to speak to the report. Is that still Councillor Danko, this is you, please, up first.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm good. I was able to ask all my questions.
Okay, thank you. The report is on the table now, folks. Is there any questions or concerns regarding the report? I know Councillor Ferguson, you also had maybe an amendment coming forward, so if you would like to do that now.
No, I don't necessarily have an amendment, although I won't support having an open end of what the guideline is to staff and boards and agencies. I forgot one question. Mike, we're at the tail end of a 4-year cycle in our collective agreements, and I recall most of our collective agreements were front-loaded and eased up on the back end. And I recall most of our collective agreements are in the order of 1% for 2022. I just not like to get that confirmed. And secondly, if they are that low, then why are we suggesting 4.1%, which I saw in your presentation?
Thank you, Mike.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'm not sure if someone from HR is here to confirm, but I believe the majority of our collective agreements expire December of 2022, and I believe that the obligation, our collective agreement obligation, sits somewhere around 1.6% as it relates to compensation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I see Laura nodding her head at that. So we've always been told that 50% of our budget is salaries and wages. And if they're sitting below 2%, I just have trouble with 4%. And so if you'd like me to put a motion now, I will, Madam Chairman, that we set a cap to our departments and boards and agencies of 2% for 2022.
Thank you.
I'd like to test that if I can.
I would like to, I'll come back to you because you spoke to it already. We'll try to get a seconder for you. I believe Councillor Wilson also had a question for staff while we had the delegate up. So I'm going to go to
thank you.
Councillor Wilson, please. And then I have Councillor Partridge. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My question was through you to Mr. Grant. We're hearing a theme of, I don't mean to be disparaging, but more frequent, more meaningful public consultation, but to enable the public to be able to do that, putting information in the public realm that gives an overview, easy overview of the process, the objectives to be achieved at that point of consult. Is that something, I know there's an animated video that typically takes place and all that stuff at the end, but could we do a budgeting 101 and summarizing some of these issues in advance for the public? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sigarik.
Or to Mr. Grant, maybe.
Is Mr. Sigarik here?
Yes. Yeah, I haven't jumped on this bike yet.
Okay.
Rode away.
Thank you.
So we would have to the councillor's question around education and setting some context around the budget process. That is something that we would have to rely on support from communications. So absolutely, finance staff can provide input and provide some of the information, but as it relates to how to best present that information, that context to assist property owners and citizens to participate, we would rely on corporate communications to assist us. And having said that, appreciate they're being pulled in many directions. Again, I don't want to speak on behalf of Mr. Grant regarding capacity.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Sigarik. I do see Mr. Grant on the screen. If I could, through you, Chair, to ask his input on that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Grant, are you aware of the conversation and the question in hand, please?
Madam Chair, yes, I am. So through the chair, Councillor, in terms of making the public aware of the opportunity to delegate, we can certainly do that as we have in previous years. For like a more robust education campaign, which is what I'm hearing about how the budget process works, the intricacies of decisions that are made. For this year, I would suggest that our capacity is somewhat limited with COVID and other things that we are engaged in. Should we wish to do that in future years for the 2023 budget and beyond, We can certainly pull in more communications resources to create a divisional effort to create that educational program. But I would suggest that being able to accomplish that this year would be an ambition that sort of exceeds our grasp.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, you're muted.
Yeah, there's a reason. He's
Yeah.
with the dog. If I could just push a little further on that, other than just an announcement of the day, Mr. Grant, is there a capacity to give an overview of the objective of that day, please?
Mr. Grant?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, I believe that we can certainly provide an objective of that day, an overview of the opportunity, and then we would want to distribute knowledge of that opportunity on multiple channels, because we appreciate that different members of our community get their information from different areas. You know, younger folks in town tend to get it from social media. Older folks tend to get it from the mainstream media, and lots of people get it from the website. So we would make an overview of that opportunity, what it's designed to do, and what the opportunity is for residents to contribute. And we would do that on multiple channels. I think that would be the most effective use of our time and resources this year, is to make everyone aware of that opportunity. And then in future years, we can certainly make a more in-depth effort to have a public education campaign on the budget effort overall, and how citizens can engage in that effort in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I now have Councillor Partridge, Councillor Clark, Councillor Nan, and then I'm going to come back to Councillor Ferguson. So Councillor Partridge, you're next, please.
Yeah, very, very quickly. Thank you. And yeah, I would be happy to second Councillor Ferguson's motion.
Thank you.
I can't support the 4.1, so I am the seconder on the motion for the report.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure if you want to change that, but
No,
yeah,
it's
I'll
fine.
second.
You can amend it. Okay, thank you. And we have Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I ask Mr. Zagaric a question? How do we ascertain the rate of inflation? I'm looking at the report, and we're looking in item number B, where it talks about the user fees at the rate of inflation. And the reason I'm asking that is when I'm looking online at the statistics, it shows that in 2020, for example, the rate of inflation was 0.72%. And then in 2021, the rate of inflation rose to 1.69%. But now we're hearing from the Bank of Canada that inflation could be running in excess of 4%. So it's a little bit confusing to the public, and most certainly confusing to me. How do we ascertain the rate of inflation when we're making these projections for next year's budget?
I was going to make a joke there for you, Mike, but I won't. Go ahead.
Okay. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for the purposes of these guidelines, we've relied on the Province of Ontario CPI all items. So that's a particular inflationary figure that represents what households would experience as it relates to inflation. And appreciate municipalities are a different consumer than households. We've traditionally used that particular index because the average homeowner understands that index. They understand the same figures that they may be reading or hearing in mainstream media as it relates to their experiences. So again, we rely on that particular index as it relates to setting the guideline. As in our presentation, that particular index for August of 2021 relative to August of 2020 sits at approximately 4.1%. And what we're seeing is COVID recovery, supply chain is having a real effect on inflation. And so in the past, the 2% guideline was a good fit relative to the actual inflation the past number of years. What we're seeing is some uniqueness in some of the pressures, and I think I can't recall, it was Councillor Ferguson suggested, some of these inflationary pressures will be cyclical. That's we wouldn't disagree with that. We think that that is accurate. We're simply, the wording in the recommendation simply reflects the fact that some municipal services may be facing some extraordinary pressures in 2022, and we should examine all options as it relates to how to mitigate that. So whether it's a user fee increase over and above 2%, potentially 3% for 2022, or alternatively, reliance on reserve to get us through 2022 until we have a better sense of inflation. Again, there is much uncertainty in terms of what we should expect in 2022. And we just wanted to reflect that uncertainty as it relates to inflation.
Thank you, Councillor.
So we judge how much we're going to increase departmental budgets on what the cost is for a basket of goods, which is how the Ontario CPI is I guess, assessed. And so I guess the challenge I'm having is that we know what the increases will be to our salaries, and as I recall, about 85% of our costs are salaries. So we already know what those increases are, and they may not necessarily align with a 4.1 CPI in 2021 of June. So I'm trying to understand how we really are assessing the increase per department. And I think what you've tried to do here, Mr. Zegeric, is I would use the term stand pat. You're not wanting to see an increase in services. We want to provide the same service next year, and here's the cost. And is that based? I mean, I'm still struggling to reconcile that to how we would incorporate that to a 4.1 CPI, because it's not going to impact wages immediately at the municipality.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's a great question, and I'm going to expand on my answer, and hopefully it'll help Councillor Clark and all of committee. And maybe I'll describe the budget process and as the councillors identified, where we have some certainty with respect to pressures and where there may be some uncertainty with respect to pressures. So as the councillors identified, as it relates to our collective agreement, we understand our obligations with respect to our collective agreement for 2022. So we have some certainty with respect to our collective agreement obligations, with respect to merit increases, with respect to CPP, meaning our benefits, and as well as our health benefits. So for the most part, there is a high degree of certainty with respect to what those pressures will represent in 2022, and that was reflected in the presentation. There is as well some certainty or confidence in other expenses such as accommodations. We have leases. Those leases have specific lease terms, and so we can build in a certain level of confidence in lease terms. Where there isn't certainty is materials and supplies. And so for those services that may have to procure, for instance, fuel. So we're seeing some pressure in 2022 and 3, but a higher escalation in 2022 for fuel, for energy, for some materials and supplies such as chlorine as it relates to the water, wastewater, vehicles. We're seeing some uncertainty not only around inflation, but delivery dates of vehicles. We're seeing some significant pressures in vehicle parts as it relates to the maintenance. Just coming back to the vehicles, one of the impacts if we don't replace our vehicles on the preferred cycle is those vehicles stay on the road longer and we incur some higher maintenance costs. So as the councillor suggested, there is some certainty with respect to the various cost categories, and I'm not suggesting all cost categories will go up by 4%, but there will be some that we may be
forecasting a higher than inflation, a higher than traditional inflation pressure, including some of those that I've just referenced, and some that may be below inflation, such as our collective agreement obligations, which there are some uncertainty. So again, the inflationary is not to suggest the budget as a whole, that departmental budgets as a whole across all cost categories will go up by inflation. What staff are expected to do is to reflect not only for 2022, but going forward, recognizing we have a multi-year budget process, what those forecasts are for 2022 and 23. And why I'm just blending in the multi-year is there may be options for us if this is a blip with respect to some inflationary pressures. We have strategies to deal with peaks and troughs. And so we would look to smooth those out. We wouldn't impose a levy increase to deal with a particular acceleration in inflation just to bring it down in 2023. If there's an opportunity to smooth that out, we would look to try to smooth that out. So I hope that helped. I hope that didn't confuse matters any further, and happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zagaric, that helps immensely because it does explain the differences between looking at a 4.1 all the way down to exactly what our collective agreement increases are. And so we're going to see a blended budget, and it's not automatically going to shoot up 4.1% is, I think, what I heard you say.
Yep. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, absolutely. So I'll use the slide. If you have slide 4 before you, is you'll see that the departments are forecasting increases of 2% legislative, 1.7 up to 6.1. And so they vary depending on what pressures they are facing in 2022. So to the councillor's question, the information in our forecast illustrates the fact that some departments are facing some extraordinary pressures. Part may be related to inflation, maybe in part related to pandemic or other pressures, and other departments are forecasting, historical increases. So hopefully that illustrates to the councillor's question that it is a blended approach.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, and then we'll go back to Councillor Ferguson. I just want to make sure we have quorum. It looks like we do now, Clerk. Go ahead, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm concerned that once ratified at Council, the recommendations before us would only leave residents a 3-week window in which to prepare for delegations to, as it was mentioned, pretty significant significant decisions in terms of the budget. So if I could, wondering through you to staff, a recommendation that came forward through the delegation was the potential of having 2 days, keeping that date, which is already in the recommendations for November, and adding a date later in the process. Would staff be able to take that away between now and council and come back with a second date later in the process to enable as much resident participation as possible?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if the direction were to staff to enhance by having 2 dates, we would continue to reflect the November 8th date, and we could work with clerks. I would suggest the window that's identified in the schedule that's before you, the February 10th to March 3rd, would be an appropriate window in that it would give the public the opportunity to receive the departmental boards and agencies and full documentation to then review and deliberate on sometime in that window of February 10th to March 3rd.
Excellent. So I would be prepared to move that today if my colleagues are prepared to support it. Alternatively, we could visit it at council as well.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to you after I go to Councillor Ferguson first, because you spoke to it already, and I'll come back if you wanted to try it. Not try, sorry, my apologies, if you want to test the will. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Back to you for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moved by myself and I have a number of seconders lined up, I guess publicly. Judy Partridge is the one that spoke up first. So it was a second by Councillor Partridge that we set a tax increase guideline of 2% for 2023.
Okay,
And
thank.
if I,
Oh, yep,
if I can speak to that briefly.
absolutely, and then I will as well. Go ahead.
We also need certainty. And a question through you to Mike. You said that 1.6% is the impact of salaries and wages in 2022. What percentage of our budget is salaries and wages? I know paramedics, fire, and police are at 85%, but is our overall average for salaries and wages 50%?
So Councillor Ferguson, just a minute, you're asking this question as it pertains to your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through you,
Trying to find out.
Madam Deputy Mayor, it is in that 50 to 55% range. And I'll just draw the councillor's attention to slide 5. I appreciate the councillor wasn't able to attend for the presentation, but we've reflected those collective agreements and the benefits that employees are entitled to, and that represents $18.6 million in pressures in 2022. It's the top line on slide number 5.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. And also the 4% blip, as the Governor of Canada, the head of finance for the country, the Bank of Canada, I guess is the right way to describe it, said that he believes that the 4% was a blip, and you'll see a correction on that. And it's only been blip for 2 months, and that was based primarily on supply chain. And my sense is that the supply chain is starting to improve. Clearly, I hear from the business community that their biggest problem now is trying to get employees. But once CERB expires, that problem should right itself also. And you know, the automobiles and even tractors are having a shortage in supply because of the supply chain, trying to get truck drivers, but more importantly, the chips. But they seem to be starting to go too. And so I don't know why we're picking 4% as the potential guideline when it was just a 2-month blip. And the Bank of Canada says that they believe it's a 4.1 blip, and that's why they're keeping interest rates the same to watch it. I don't think our taxpayers can handle a 4% increase. And if we give them the guideline of 4.1, which is set out in the report, even though we're saying give us a stand-pat budget, I'm sorry, everybody that comes to that podium during budget time wants more staff. And I understand that that would be their time to do it, but we think we need to set a guideline because once again, I don't want to base it on what's driving inflation right now is 2 things. Number one is housing cost. And for the most part, that doesn't affect us because we're not in the business of going out and buying homes other than building some additional affordable housing, but that's a different type of housing than one that's already underway. And the second is fuel. And as I recall, when Public Works give their energy update to the Public Works Committee, we had quite a surplus in our fuel because we're not spending as much as we anticipated in 2021. And so until we get more certainty around that, certainly OPEC is trying to create a shortage right now, which can lead to prices going up, but generally they don't hold. There's always one of those that drop down. So I don't want to set a budget guideline of 4.1%, even though it's a stand-pat budget, but that's the guideline that was shown in the presentation that we're sitting at 4.1. I think we have a duty to our taxpayers to fight that down. And I think we have good reason to fight it down. So in the past, we've set the salary guideline, or not salary guideline, this budget increase of 2% and suggested that if you have pressures, come explain it to us at budget time, we'll consider that. And we've done it with things like paramedics for the last 3 years, adding additional ambulance every year, which brings with it 10 more paramedics and put great pressure on the paramedic side, but we absorbed that. The same thing could happen this time. But I just don't want to read in the front page of the Hamilton Spectator tomorrow that City Council approves a 4.1% increase, because that's how the story will come out, unless we set a definitive target of 2% and ask our staff and our budget agencies to commit at that. Particularly when our biggest cost, salaries and wages, are 1.6. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. We have Councillors Pearson. I believe on the chat we have Councillor Partridge, then Councillor Jackson. So we'll go first now, please, to Councillor Pearson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I thank Councillor Ferguson. I've got no problem supporting the motion. And I just, as I think Councillor Ferguson has alluded, I mean, if staff do make their budget presentations and there is something absolutely they can't meet the guideline of 2%, that it would come back, that they would certainly express the rationale for the need of their increase. So I just want to question that to Mike Zagarek, and I believe that's always been our process. Mike, if you could just clarify, please. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct. In the past, when council has set a guideline, staff have identified where there may be some extraordinary pressures or where there have been opportunities that have allowed staff to report back at below the guideline. So again, that has been our practice, and I would expect going forward we would continue to provide that level of detail and information.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Partridge, you're next, and then I have Councillor... Actually, I think I had Councillor Partridge first. Okay, sorry. Councillor Partridge, I'm just going to set aside for a second, please. You are seconding it, so it'll probably be better if you wrapped it up. So we'll go with Councillor Jackson, please, just because there's a mix-up of who went first.
Oh, thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson. Just through you to General Manager Zagarek. Mike, I understand where Councillor Ferguson is coming from, and there's no way ultimately I'll support 4.1% over the next 6 months of deliberations of 2022, but I can't think of a member of upper management that I've worked with over the years, still with us, being you, General Manager Zagarek, that is more in tune, more sensitive to the community and council's situation and positioning as we move forward every budget year. You put in the report 4.1%. Why did you put in the report 4.1% when you knew probably eventually that will be an unacceptable number down the road? Through you, Deputy Mayor Johnson, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to the question and to speak to the inflationary. It seems as if the inflationary figures drawing more attention than we had expected it to bring in. I appreciate that it's a figure that traditionally we have focused on. I'm less focused on that 4.1% inflationary figure versus the information that staff have presented to you on slide number 5. And slide number 5, we've made an effort to identify all of the commitments council has made and all of our obligations that will inform the 2022 budget process and ultimately our financial position in 2022. So recognizing, as Councillor Ferguson identified, is we know what our collective agreement obligations are, we know what benefit obligations are, we know what government benefit changes are, whether it's CPP, EI, and that represents about $18.6 million. Just as a reminder, every 1% is $9.5 million. So we're already at approximately 2% just with our employee-related pressures. And then boards and agencies represents an additional $7 million. Now, just as a reminder, over and above the collective agreements, council have approved a number of investments in our community that will affect us in 2022. And the only opportunity would be is to walk back those commitments. So with respect to insurance, we know we have a pressure in 2021 that will carry on in 2022 at $2.7 million. Council has approved a $4.4 million winter snow clearing program. 1.8 million of that will affect us in 2022. Darts, we have a commitment to darts users, and while that's a placeholder, we are reflecting a pressure of approximately $1.7 million. The area rating of fire is we mitigated that through reserves in 2021, but it needs to be properly reflected in 2022. That's an additional $1.4 million. The provincial government assisted municipalities in 2021 with mitigating the change to 50-50 funding provincial municipal with respect to childcare. If they were not to continue that one-time funding that they provided in 2021, that represents another $1 million in measures. Social housing represents an additional $800,000
and finally, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So there are approximately $13.8 million of real investments that council has already approved or approved in principle that that we will be needing to incorporate into the 2022 budget. And then over and above that are the investments that council will be asked to deliberate on capital with respect to state of good repair, the 0.5%. Council's already approved a investment in housing, leveraging the National Housing Strategy, a 10-year commitment. That's an additional $1.2 million. The commitment, the transfer agreement we've executed with the federal provincial governments around transit, that represents an additional $1.2 million. Our commitment towards the Roxborough redevelopment, that's a real commitment of $1 million in 2022. Macassa Lodge redevelopment, 900,000, and area rating of parkland purchases. So those initiatives, those investments are an additional $10 million. So between our employee-related pressures, boards and agencies, and all of these investments council has made to improve in our community, we're facing approximately $48 million in pressures. And I appreciate the desire to have some certainty, a mark to work against. I would just caution that 2% is going to be an ambitious target, given that our collective agreements, employee-related costs represent almost 2%, and then we have an additional $23 million in investments over and above that. So again, I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the opportunity to reiterate some of the information that we provided on slide number 5 today.
Thank you, Councillor.
General Manager Zagarek, thank you. The key word I think I heard in your long explanation to me to ensure I got all the valuable tidbits you wanted to ensure committee had before it today was the word investments. And at this very, very early stage, of course, 4.1% will not be acceptable to me in 6 months. But darn it all, Deputy Mayor Johnson, I need to know exactly what the trade-offs might be as we reduce the tax increase number to services, programs, and facilities, at least in my Eastmount community, because I know my taxpayers overwhelmingly value the investments, the services, and programs they currently have, even through the horrendous pandemic time. And if it's going to be a matter of trading off, I want to have all the information in front of me. I want to start broad, and then if I narrow down, so be it. I want to be able to ensure I can defend and explain it at the end of the day to my constituents, because they value the investments we've made on the East Mountain through all the good support and graces of City Council during this term of office. So I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. And we now have Councillor Partridge for the second time and wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to remind everyone that the 2% and this amendment is a guideline. We have lots of months ahead of us where we will be deliberating. And every year that we go through this, those deliberations and, the considerations and the thoughtfulness that each one of us puts into this budget process are also a way for our community to learn and understand why we vote the way that we do. And we're way early right now to just say, well, we can't do that. We've got the budget pressures of 48 million. Every year we have budget pressures. It doesn't mean that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and cancel everything that we've approved. But part of the deliberation is understanding all the facts put in front of you, and then you make choices, and council deliberates on those choices. We give an opportunity for the boards and agencies to come forward. So this is a guideline. It doesn't mean that we may end up there, but this is the guideline that we need to set, that we need to start from. 4.1% is, to me, out of the question for our residents. Absolutely out of the question. But I also wanted to confirm, Madam Deputy Mayor, that I thought what I heard when Councillor Ferguson was introducing the amendment was for 2023. And it is for 2022. So I just wanted to confirm that that's what we're looking at. The budget is the 2022 budget. So those are my comments. And again, everyone, this is a guideline that we're working towards. Thank you. I may have
Excuse me.
misunderstood Councillor Ferguson
Okay.
too.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back to Councillor Ferguson, please. Do you want to put your,
Yeah, let me just make that very clear. It was for 2022. And I don't know where 2023 come unless, I think you would have stopped me, Madam Chairman, if I'd used that word, but it is for 2022. And, you know, one thing that's missing here is the assessment growth. And we keep seeing month by month by month, we're heading for another all-time record on building permits, which grows assessment. And surely we're getting near the bottom of people trying to get reassessments done with real estate prices going up the way they are. And so I think we just need put a little tension on the system and set the guideline as I suggested in my motion. And I thank you for your time.
thank you. And I don't see any more speakers. It has been duly moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Councillor Wilson would like to make a comment before we continue. Go ahead,
No,
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I just wondered if the motion could be read out again. Thank you.
Sure. Councillor Ferguson, would you mind repeating yourself? You might want to shut your video off. You might want to shut your video off.
You may want to have clerks do that because it's independent, but it was that we set a 2022 guideline for a tax increase in 2022 of 2%.
Okay, thank you. There it is, Councillor Wilson. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's been duly moved and seconded, and the vote is coming up.
Screen's frozen.
Screen's frozen.
E-scribe. Closing the vote. What on earth has happened? If I can beg.
Why don't we do a thumbs up then? How about any who's opposed?
I will cancel. If I may, just cancel it and do it.
Oh,
again,
sure.
please. Thank you.
I didn't know it was.
Well, hopefully not frozen.
It is. Okay, it's up again, folks.
Thank you.
Please.
Why is that?
Okay, we're going to have to probably do a thumbs up, thumbs down.
I have canceled the vote again. I believe that Councillor Danko wishes to separate subsection E out of this report.
Okay, so let's start with this amendment first. Then we will go to section
Okay.
E, and then we will move it as amended if it's applicable. Correct, Councillor Danko? Just shake your head yes.
My apologies, committee. I'm having some technical issues and the vote was freezing on me, so I didn't quite understand
Okay, so
Councillor
the
Danko's request. Sorry,
vote's up again.
the vote on the amendment is third time lucky. Okay, and then we will do the separate votes.
We'll
on
do
the
a separate vote for
sections.
E, and Councillor Wilson is asking for a separate
Yes, I've
vote
just
on
seen
C.
that.
Okay, so let's do this. How about we do this in order?
Please wait, just one moment, please. Thank
I'm
you.
faster than our computer.
I don't believe it takes much, but no offense to the chair. Councillor Ferguson, can I get your vote for a third time on the amendment that you've put forward? You're not showing up. in
He's
my
got
vote.
his thumbs up because he can't do it from his.
Okay, third time's a charm. That carried 7-4.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And now let's do this new. Let's go to C and then we'll go to E. So let's go to C. Councillor Wilson, you would like a separate motion on C. Thank you. And I believe this is a participation. Am I reading this right? Councillor Wilson just shut her video off.
Just one
All
moment.
right, I hit the wrong button.
Just going to get the new vote up on subsection C.
C, please.
Yep, just one moment, please. And that's moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by,
It's just separated out. So we're going to put Ferguson and we're going to put Partridge on all the until we get to Danko, and then when we do the amendment on the whole report, we'll still do Ferguson and Danko. And Councillor Clark wants to speak first.
okay.
Just leave the vote there. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Sorry, I'm a little bit confused here. If we've already approved an amendment for 2% across the board, then how does that reconcile now with C?
You know what? Let me see.
Wouldn't that inform C?
Mike Zagaric, would you like to give your expert opinion on that?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and maybe I'll draw on previous years. In previous years, Council has aligned the guideline for city departments. So if the guideline for city departments is to prepare their 2022 budgets to a 2% guideline, in previous years, Council has provided a similar guideline for boards and agencies. But again, this is at the discretion of Council with respect to boards and agencies.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, so I guess my challenge is that the amendment, as I understood it, was 2% across the board. And now in the same motion, we're going to have item C, which is inconsistent with that 2%.
Mike, inconsistencies?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm relying on my interpretation of the amendment. If the amendment was that I'll use the traditional measure, we rely on the residential tax increase be 2%. Then city staff would work towards our operating and our capital budgets towards that guideline. But again, boards and agencies being external as city leadership do not necessarily have the same ability to affect boards and agencies' budgets.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
So will we be advising the boards and agencies that the council is looking across all departments for a cap of 2%? So that they're informed by that decision?
Thank you, Mike.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it has been our practice that once council approves the guidelines, we send out as written, and today it would be written and electronic communications to all boards and agencies advising them of the council direction. So again, yes, we would continue with that practice of sending out a communication to all external boards and agencies as to what the council guideline is for 2022.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I think we need to clarify it further, Madam Chair. I think if we're going to request a 2% cap and staff have to come back with the reasons and rationale as to why they would be exceeding the 2% cap, then the same should apply for our boards and agencies. Thank you.
So going back to you, Councillor Clark, would you like to amend the wording in C to mimic the motion that was just passed?
That would be my preference, and I'd be happy to move that.
And Councillor Wilson, since you brought this up to separate out C, it's going to be amended now to reflect the motion that was just passed, that boards and agencies be informed that it's a 2% staff and, or sorry, council is looking for a 2% increase. So just wanted to point that out to you. We still have a separate vote as your request was, and we have it seconded by Councillor Ferguson. So Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're in the middle of a vote, but the questions have been asked, so I will further seek clarification also.
Mm-hmm.
The way I read C, and I took ABCs as separate, we can suggest, we cannot direct. It's worded in such a way, blah, 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 at an increase required to maintain current service levels. So we've had a long discussion about the impact of inflation and having to increase budgets just to meet current service levels within an inflationary environment. If this council directs ABCs to come in at 2%, that could Mr. Zagarek please comment that necessarily means a budgetary reduction across the board for all ABCs?
Thank you, Counselor. Mike, can you please confirm? It's been always my understanding they were given a guideline anyways, but go ahead.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, in the past, when council has set a guideline for boards and agencies, they presented their budgets and have identified what the service level impacts would be if, in order to arrive at that guideline, required some service level adjustments. So in the past, I'll describe it as a maintenance budget. They presented a maintenance budget and identified if that maintenance budget exceeds the guideline, what would be required, what service level adjustments would be required to align to the guideline.
Thank you, Counselor.
And that may include service level adjustments, and that could include reduced complement as well.
Counselor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Zagarek. My challenge in this, my challenge overall is setting these targets in the absence of hearing from these agencies. And I'll speak specifically in this regard to the RBG, whom we know has been impacted as a consequence of some of our actions. And so for us to set a 2% guideline, which will mean a decrease in their budget without having an opportunity to hear from them and to learn what they've been having to do as a consequence of some of municipal actions or inactions, I just don't think is appropriate. So when I read C, I took it to mean we're treating them all equally without having to hear from their specific pressures and circumstances. And now I'm hearing you want a directive to come in at 2 again, which will, in account of a 4% inflation rate, will mean an automatic drop for them. So either way is problematic. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I have, as the speakers list, Councillor Partridge. Then I have Councillor Nan, I believe has another amendment. If Councillor Nan, I can come to you at the very end. No, sorry. Okay, never mind. Let's go with Councillor Partridge and we'll have the clerks sort this out. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Councillor
thank you.
Partridge.
Yeah, thank you,
Anything to add?
Madam Chair. And yeah, I agree with the first speaker, Councillor Clark, in rewriting C. Every year we pick a guideline, we put it out there. We've already voted on it at 2%. We send it to the boards and agencies. We send it to everyone, including all the departments, and they come back and they use that as a guideline. And if there's challenges, then they tell us there's challenges, and it's up to us to then go through our deliberations. So I support, I mean, we already voted on it, so it's passed. And we need to now use that amendment to inform and incorporate into the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have Councillor Clark. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Come on back.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. At no time have I suggested that we're invoking a maximum cap of 2% on all boards and agencies. We can't do that. They're all independent boards and agencies. We give them the guideline of 2%. And if they need to come in above the 2%, they come in with the rationale as to why they're above the 2%. For example, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority hit the target, no problem, as did the Hamilton Conservation Authority. But Halton didn't hit the target, and they came in with an explanation as to why they couldn't hit the target. And then council accepted their rationale. That's all this amendment does. It enables the boards and agencies to draft their budget. It tells them that we're looking to minimize the increases by about 2%. And then they come back with a report to us and say, well, this is how we can do it, or we can't do it. And then we get to inquire and ask questions, which is the normal democratic process, and then we finalize the result. So I'm not sure why this is being considered as a different type of strategy or action. This is exactly how I recall doing it in all of my years on the city council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, is this on the amendment for C to tell all the boards and agencies to that we've informed them that we've passed 2%?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I did intend it to be a guideline for everything, not just our own departments. But I'm glad Councillor Clark made the motion. That's why I seconded it, to make it clear, because obviously it wasn't clear. Also, for the benefit of the committee, I am the council rep on the RBG. I don't understand the new math. Getting a 2% increase is a cut. Their single biggest cost, or one of their biggest cost, is salaries and wages. They employ a lot of gardeners, but they're controlled by provincial policy because that's their biggest contributor, and they're limited to 1%. So I don't get this a cut part, because the RBG, by the way, is in very good shape financially. I'm on the finance committee there, and I don't think they'll be surprised at all by a 2% guideline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any other speakers. The motion is on the table, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, to change the wording in C, that boards and agencies be informed of the 2% guideline set by council. And their vote will be up shortly. And I'm saying that hopefully.
Is now up.
I think Stephanie's getting us.
Why are my votes freezing?
And then be prepared, Councillor Danko, I'm coming to you.
I beg your pardon, but my votes are freezing. I just want to make sure that the public is able to see exactly what is happening. And I'm going to have to ask you to vote again on that. My apologies.
The vote should be up right now, folks. I have it here.
And that amendment carried 8-3.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko, you had an amendment on C, or you wanted just to pull it out separately?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just prefer to vote on C separately. I don't really need to speak to it, but this is the rate budget that the intention is to increase over and above the 4.05% increase. And without a stormwater management fee,
I've closed.
Passing that cost on to residential taxpayers.
Sorry, that was E as in Everett, right?
E, yes.
I apologize. I said D initially. Thank you. So we're going to pull E as in echo out separately, please.
I haven't opened it yet. Vote is now up on the amendment to subsection E. And that vote carried 8-3.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, folks, bring any more speeches, I just want to go to the report. Councillor Nan, I believe you wanted to do, I'm not sure, I don't think it was an amendment per se on the ABCDEF, but there was something you wanted to add.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
through you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, just between multiple programs here. To add the direction that was discussed in previous opportunity with General Manager Zagaric, that staff be directed to enhance the public delegation opportunity in the 2022 budget by adding a date between February 10th to March 3rd, 2022.
For
And I
a
guess
public participation, correct?
that staff be directed to enhance the public delegation opportunity to the 2022 budget by adding a date for public delegation between February 10th and March 3rd, 2022.
Perfect. I just wanted to get the participation part in there. Thank you.
Got it.
So it's been moved by you, seconded by myself, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And can we put the vote on the table?
Vote is now opened on an additional subsection.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We renumbered.
That vote carried 10-1.
Okay, super. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, report as amended, and it's been moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. The vote is up. I believe everybody's had their. Okay, here we go.
The vote is now open.
Yep.
And that carries 11-0.
Thank you. Now, I'm at the committee. We're losing some committee members for lunch and some ward issues. So we have a choice. We can bump up the delegates for the 10.7 to 10.11, and then we have 3 delegates with 5 minutes each, and then we can break for lunch, and then we can come back for the Commonwealth Games. What is the wish of this committee? Or we can break for lunch now and hear everybody afterwards. I just want to hear from this committee. So I've got Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. At 1:15, residents have been on the line waiting to delegate. I think we need to give them the opportunity to do so. I know that they're competing with having to get to work on time. So I would move with your first direction. Thank you.
So it's moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by myself that we bump the 3 delegates up. Then we have lunch, and then we come back to hear the Commonwealth Games. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed this because I was at the sod turning ceremony, but have we already heard the Commonwealth Games delegation?
I just said we're going to hear from the 3 of the.
So that includes Commonwealth Games then?
I thought I said that. So we're coming back from lunch to hear the Commonwealth Games. We haven't heard it yet. That will be starting it when we get back from lunch. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we need a motion for that. Let's put it all in one. We'll have lunch after. We won't have to do 2.
Councillor Jackson, are you able to vote? Councillor. That carried 9-1.
Thank you, everyone. All right, thank you. So now we're going on to our delegates, and we're going to start off with Elizabeth Ellis. Then we're going to go with KW Campall, and then we're going to hear from Veronica Gonzalez. So just a reminder, folks, some of you have been here before, so you know the drill. 5-minute speech. And I see Elizabeth's been trying to get on for a while now. Thank you for all your patience to all 3 of you. So go ahead, Elizabeth, you're up.
Thank you, councillors. My name is Elizabeth Ellis, and I'm an ACORN member of East End Chapter. And today I'd like to delegate today to ask to stop the grant for Mellium for 675 and 681 Barton Street. I know it as 160 Sherman. I lived there for 4 years. And when Malium came in, their tactics were bullying. They came in, just asked at the beginning what was wrong with our apartments. We said the few things that are minor, what was wrong. After that, they got our phone numbers, they bullied us, they pushed us around, and booted everybody out. By 2019, they started this in July of 2018. By 2019, everybody was out of there. There was one time they came after bullying me day in and day out and asked me, I took the payout, and it was a $2,000 payout. And then I also asked him, is there a privilege of me coming back after you do the renovations? They literally told me no, I could not afford it, and no, that they don't want me to come back. They never give us an N13, a choice to come back to the building. When they came on as property managers at our building, it took us a month to get rid of, for them to do anything about bed bugs that were over the walls. In every apartment in our common area, there was only a few apartments that didn't have bed bugs in them. But they were still at this time bullying us. Don't let them, they want to keep the apartments empty. They don't want people in there because it doesn't make them profits. And so we're asking, stop giving Malium a chance to get money from the government, from you guys, because all they're using it is to displace people. I strongly disagree with what Malium said on September 8th submission about we had no running water at that place, because we did. And they said the apartment was to the point of needing severe renovations. That is not true. The only thing that was wrong is the windows needed to be repaired and a few other minor things. You know, if we're going to give them this money and they keep displacing people, then we're just telling them it's okay to send people out on the street and those people don't have a home. I'm talking to tenants like me that got displaced, and that it's wrong for them to do that. I wouldn't be against them if they got the money and they were placing people. But they want people that have money. They don't look at the little people like us that are low poverty or
Elizabeth, you're just turned mute on me. I really want to hear what you have to say, Elizabeth, but I can't hear you. I'm sorry? So, Elizabeth, we haven't heard what you've had to say. I don't know whether your volume just went down.
how's
Okay. Well, I can hear you now.
that? Okay.
That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Like I said, we're asking, Acorn and I are asking for these grants to be rejected. They also are applied for 4 Victoria Avenue, 571 and 575 King Street East, and 289 and 293 Kenilworth North. We're just asking today, please stop displacing people. We're just making more homeless people. We're making it. And what does that say to everyone that comes to Hamilton? That we have homeless people, that we don't care about the minimum wage person. Well, thank you for hearing me, and have a great day.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks again for your patience. It's just so wonderful. So Elizabeth, I don't see any speakers, but we really appreciate you coming today. We're going to receive all the speakers at the end. So KW Campole, respecting the tax increment grants reports. So KW, did you hang in there with us?
Certainly did. Just trying to get my camera on.
That's awesome.
Hi.
There you
good
are.
afternoon. Yeah, hi, hello. Good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and the members of the committee for having me. My name is KW Campbell. I am the owner of Coven Market, a proud Ward 3 business currently located at Main and Gage here in Hamilton. We've been open for just over 3 years and pride ourselves on investing in and working with our community to enact positive change through social causes, charitable giving. We provide living wages and benefits to our entire staff, and all around we just try to be decent people. I'm here today to talk to you about my experience with Mallium Properties, and I'm here to urge the council not to approve their application for the Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant, which would be giving public money intended for community betterment to this private company whose sole goal is making money for its investors. Before being here on Main Street East, our business was located at 681 Barton Street East, property we took possession of on a 3-year plus 3-year option lease in January 2018. We spent 6 months and tens of thousands of dollars taking an abandoned storefront without, there was no floor, there was no ceiling, and we turned it into our store with a promise from our landlord that he would renovate the basement and put in air conditioning for us by the summer. We opened on June 19th, 2018, and immediately we were stunned by the community response. Our business brought people from all over Hamilton, but most were within walking distance, and they were so excited to see a new food business opening in the area. We were so excited to meet our upstairs neighbors, a number of whom became regulars at our place, whether for a conversation, they wanted a specialized grocery, or to utilize our pay it forward board and our coffee board. 2 weeks after opening, our previous landlord came and notified us that he'd sold the building to Mallium Properties, and that we should discuss anything further with them. Mallium refused to honor the agreement we had with our previous landlord unless there was a significant rent hike. And as the summer went on and the temperatures reached over 40 degrees in our store, the air conditioning was held hostage from us. And being a brand new business who had invested significant capital into the space, we had no option but to agree. 3 months into being open, our rent went from a manageable but slightly above market rate $17.50 per square foot, which is about $1,200 per month, to $27.87 per square foot, or $1,900 per month. That rent price is more akin to a Class A office space downtown, not a shop at Barton and Sherman. We believed in ourselves and our business, so we bet on ourselves to be able to afford that through great service, food, and community involvement. And very fortunately, we've been able to succeed in spite of what happened. Later that year, Mallium started evicting all of the tenants, saying that they were badly in need of renovation and were looking to make the building better. Over the course of the next months, we witnessed people being kicked out of their affordable, low-cost housing in droves. Once removed, there was a few-month period where workers would come in and tear everything out to the guts, and then work just straight up stopped. The apartments upstairs remained empty husks instead of the much-needed affordable housing that was once there. Had the opportunity to see the apartments upstairs prior to the evictions, and while they were in rough shape and in need of repairs and pest control, they were livable, and the tenants were grateful to have an affordable space in our ever-growing city. Those apartments needed attentive property management and people who cared. Instead, the occupants were bribed to leave, and their former homes still stand empty, and they're stripped to the studs, which, in my opinion, is quite the allegory to the affordable housing crisis that we're currently in. In October 2020, we tried to negotiate a new lease with Mallium as our business had outgrown our space. We were dedicated to staying on Barton and had made an offer to not only stay where we were, but take over the long-abandoned bar that was next door and completely renovate it. Mallium would not negotiate with us in good faith. They offered us the equivalent of a downtown Toronto rent price instead of downtown Hamilton rent price, and only a 3-year term they knew would never let us to be profitable, considering the hundreds of thousands of dollars of our own money we would have had to put into the space. It was with a heavy heart that we moved to Main Street in January of this year, and for reference, this is a space twice the size and half the price of what Mallium was asking for us. It's my firmly held belief that the ownership at Mallium never intended on renting to us in good faith, but hoped for us to leave the property so that they could do exactly what they're doing now, which is asking for public money in the name of community building to refurbish a private property for profit. There's no community building or affordable units in place. If there were, they'd have offered the existing tenants the ability to move back once the renovations, which have still not even started nearly 3 years later, took place. I asked the council to reject this application for funds and instead direct it to more appropriate community-focused endeavors and organizations with a priority on affordable housing and reinvesting into this wonderful area of this beautiful city. Malliam has consistently proven that this is not them. I thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions if you have them.
Oh, thank you. When you're pointing to your ears, I thought, anyways, thank you very much, KW. If you can just hang in there for a second, Councillor Nan has a question, please.
Yeah, thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, KW, for coming in and for sharing your account. And thank you for being among the incredible small businesses here in Hamilton that do right by your workers and do right by the community while you also do right by your own business plan. So when you were at 681, was it, Barton Street? Could you just go over your rent hike? Your original rent with the previous landlord was at $1,200, and you were asked to increase it by how much, and within what window of time?
So thank you very much, Councillor Nan, and through the chair. So we agreed to $1,200 with the previous landlord. Once Malliam came in, they held the improvements that were previously agreed over our head, and our rent was increased $700, roughly like 3 weeks after we opened. That Malliam came in and bought it, and we started chatting with them. And within 3 months of our business being open, it went from $1,200 a month to $1,900 a month, which is a $700 or like 56% increase, if my math is decent in my head very quickly. And that was right as we started our business. I believe I said before, and just I've always used in my business, per square foot is generally how we would go through and figure out what things are worth. And your average on Barton at Sherman, there are places that are paying anywhere from $10 to $16 per square foot. Our original rent price was $17.50 per square foot, which was a little bit high, but we were really excited to be in the area. By the time that we got done with the rent hike right after we opened, we were paying $27.87 per square foot for an 800 square foot unit on Barton. There are very beautiful office spaces in downtown Hamilton that rent at $25 per square foot.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I was not aware of that through you, Deputy Mayor. That's astronomical, and I just I thank you and I appreciate you for coming in today to share that experience. There has been several other delegates who've come forward from the residential side, and it's really important to hear the impact of Malliam on our business community as well. PKW.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't see any other questions for you, KW. Thank you again for taking the time and not only just waiting patiently. Really appreciate that.
Cheers.
Now
Have a
we
lovely day.
have you as well, sir. Veronica Gonzalez from Acorn, respecting 10.7 to 10.11. Veronica, are you with us today, or did we lose your patience?
Madam Chair, that's going to be a video, so if you just give us one moment, we will get that video up and shared with the group.
And in the meantime, any counselors who do not have their videos on, can you please turn them on? We've lost quorum. I really need to get our delegates to be received, please. Oh, there he is. We got quorum. Thank you, Counselor.
Mayor's just going to give that a second try. Thank you for your patience.
Well, if we cannot get this to work, I'm very open and flexible to hearing it after we come back from lunch, since we're not making Veronica wait. Here we go. Thanks, Tamara.
Hello, councilors and listeners. My name is Veronica Gonzalez. I am ACORN Chair from Mountain Chapter. I'm here to remind the City Councilor on behalf of ACORN members to protect our rental housing market and people's homes. Tenants in Malium buildings are going through displacement and they're getting taken advantage in very vulnerable situations. We're in a housing crisis, going through a pandemic, suffering from affordability and climate crisis. And I disagree with the grant given to Malium and other companies that are also taking advantage of the situation. And we also urge city councilors to use the municipality tools and address these issues with the grant programs or landlord licensing to have a zero illegal displacement policy and 100% accountability. These are people's homes. We need homes to have shelter from the weather, have good health, and have good jobs. Students apply for grants for their education, and they have to be exceptional students and have proof of their credentials. How is this not different from this landlord grant program? You're given a grant to a business without a license, and they're getting away with a lot of free money for some 6-inch trim, nice and modern, yes, but not also for some like high energy appliances, high voltage paint that they use to cover up any issues, change some kitchen knobs. Anyways, nothing really significant that they need the grant program for their business. I think if you need the money for these types of changes, the business should not be a business itself. You can't afford these small changes. A grant program that is given to development should be done in healthy ways for the existing community, for the ones moving to the city, and for the environment. These renovations are for none. These companies neglect the need for people, the community, and the environment. It's only the need for business and investment growth. But workers that can only pay for rent become very vulnerable, and these companies take advantage of the vulnerability. You need to use your municipality's tools and change this. Tenants that have been victims of Malium have gone into poverty and others into so much stress that they've passed away. When you take no action, it also has results. Other tenants have delegated to council and showed the tactics that are used to manipulate them with photos that have been seen in public and that you also have seen, and it's up to you to either ignore it or to do something about them now. When you hear these stories and when you go into these buildings, don't go into them feel pity, but to see a real problem, one that you have to solve for these people. And the first step would be to reject the grant program to Malium and others, and to others companies that are using it intentionally to replace tenants, removing them from their homes for more rent, and then improve the grant program to protect the units by putting a program as strict as the grant program for students. So companies like this get rejected. You're not just expanding out into native land, but you're also, by your decisions, you're also kicking people out of buildings, creating more poverty. We tried to negotiate with our work for increasing pay, and now our homes are under attack. The grant programs should not be given to these companies for free. But again, we sit here 4 years after repeating not to give the grant program to Malium. This company, this is the 4th year applying for the grants, and you're still thinking of giving it to them. I don't think students can even apply for as many grant programs as you give this to the companies, and for free. Anyways, thank you for listening, and I hope, and thank you for taking the time.
Veronica, if you're listening, thank you very much for making the video for us. It was very well done. So, Tamara, thank you for unsharing, and I think we have quorum now. So I need two motions, please. One is to receive the 3 delegates, and it's been moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Partridge. Please remember those who have declared a conflict here, and the vote will be coming up shortly. And the vote will be coming up shortly. Mine's got a big red line across it. It's up now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience today, folks. The technology in this room is not agreeing with us at all.
Vote is closed and that carried 9-0.
Thank you very much, folks. Now is 22 to 2, so it's 1:40. And I'm suggesting a half hour, if that's okay, just to give our staff even a break here. So I'm suggesting we're back here at 2:10. So it's been moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that we recess until 2:10. Sorry, you have to vote for this too.
Vote is open.
Thanks, Lorraine.
And
Okay,
that carries
folks,
10-0.
we'll see you at 2:10. Thank you very much. And at 2:10, just turn your video on so we know that you're here and we can count quorum. Thank you.
Hi, Brenda.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm going to ask Antonio had a hard conflict and unfortunately couldn't stay on, but his colleague Christina will put up and help with the slide deck transition. So
Well, that's all up to you. It's your presentation. No worries.
yeah, so I'm going to invite her to attempt to put that up on the screen and then.
Absolutely. Give me a moment and I'll try to share.
Can you wait just 2 minutes, please, until
Sure,
we
not a problem.
introduce? Yeah, thanks. I want to make sure because when you put the presentation up, I lose everybody's faces, and I want to make sure we're
Okay.
quorum. And Maureen, thanks very much for your offer. I've spent my whole lunch hour on the phone, and I think I can wait until after the meeting. So thank you so much.
I'm 5 minutes away, so.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Thank you. They're going to start them on IVs and see if this works.
Through the
Sorry to hear
chair,
that.
I'll just let the committee know that I have put a notice out to get quorum. We currently do not have quorum. I can see you, Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, she's here, so we're okay. We can go now.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
1, 2,
Where is everybody today? This is frustrating.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's only 5 of us.
I think everybody needs a nap today for some reason.
Here.
Oh, Esther back.
6.
Hey, PJ.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well. I'm well. Good to see you guys.
It's good to be seen.
I would not miss this presentation. I had to come back.
Lou's all primed up, ready to go.
Are we going yet, Madam Chair? We don't have quorum yet.
No, we don't, but we are live. So
Okay.
no outside voices. There's only 7 of us. I'm still waiting for Councillor Danko, Councillor Nian. Councillor Vanderbeek said she'd be back. And Councillor Farr said he would be back.
Okay.
I still don't know where everybody else is.
Chad's in Ottawa.
Yeah. Big excuse.
He says hi, by the way.
I don't
be
have
here
to
in
leave.
4 hours.
It's not that far a commute. Come on.
Yeah. Maria does that every weekend, go to the cottage.
Almost once a month.
So I wasn't supposed to be here. My grandson was supposed to have his big surgery today at 11. And they got him down there at 6, and at 10:30 they come in and say he's ready to go in. They canceled it. No beds.
So frustrating.
Oh, my daughter's
And
going
they
to
and they can't let them eat.
No, she had to get up in the middle of the night, try to feed him water to keep him hydrated and settle him, which didn't work.
Yeah, been there, done that. It's awful. And all they want to do is eat.
Yeah, they get hungry and they don't know what it is. They just know they're not happy, so they start
Yeah.
crying.
And they're on a routine. They know they get up, they do certain things, and they get something in their mouth. They got it down pat. Yeah.
No, the COVID patients knocked everybody out.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I keep counting Lou and PJ as counselors. So hang on.
Okay. I'll move that.
I think we have quorum now. Am I counting up PJ?
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
I got 9, yeah.
Oh, well, Lloyd's got 9. We're good to go. All right, folks, thank you very much for your patience. We're back. So we're on to public hearings and delegations, and 9.1 is Lou Rapporti, Hamilton 100 Commonwealth Bid Committee respecting the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Before I ask Lou to put up his presentation, folks, I understand that Lou already gave us a heads up that this presentation is going to be longer than 5 minutes. It could be up to 25, 30 minutes. So I think instead of interrupting this, we just ask if we can extend Lou's time and we get that out of the way now.
So moved.
Thank you. So I've got actually Councillor Pauls has got her hand up frantically, and I've got Councillor Ferguson who shouted out, and Councillor Jackson, I'll get you at the end to receive. So can we just have an electronic vote at the beginning, please, to allow the 5 minutes to be extended for this presentation?
That vote is before you.
I'm going to give you a thumbs up, please, ma'am, because for whatever reason, I've lost.
See you there. Councillor Nan?
Oh, I did get it. It's up. Councillor Nan, are you on? Thank you.
And that vote carries 10-0.
Okay, so Lou, again, please, if you want to speak to 9.1.
Thank you so much. I've advised that Antonio Gomez Palacio, who was to present with us, had a hard stop and a conflict, so he can't be here right now, but his colleague, Christina Polos from Dialogue, will help with the slide deck. So if I can just invite her to put up the deck that we'll try to race through as quickly as we can, we'll get started. And while she's doing that, I want to express my thanks for you allowing us some time. Obviously, I'm Roof Reporty, and Mr. Mercanti, PJ Mercanti, is the CEO of Hamilton 100, is here as well. And what we're going to do is attempt, given how long it's been since we've been before you, to catch you up on where this is at what is a fairly critical moment. You've last heard about the Commonwealth Games in relation to 26, which process ended many months ago. The last vote on the Commonwealth Games occurred what seemed like a decade ago. And we're at the verge of, in transitioning to the international phase of the bid, getting to a point where we hope to conclude our work heading into next year. So we've been anxious to return to you to brief you on what we've been up to, what we've done over the course of the last several months, and to make very clear from the beginning that what you're going to see today is and represents a complete redesign and an entirely new approach to this initiative, primarily motivated but not exclusively because of the pandemic, and we'll walk you through that. Such is the extent of the change that we won't really be able to get into much of it in great detail. We'll cover some of the most general concepts in the time allotted, but as we will be launching a new digital platform, excuse me, and a variety of initiatives over the next few weeks, including some very broad programs of consultation publicly, which PJ will touch on. There'll be a great deal of information in the public realm shortly. And of course, as you know, we're always available to answer questions. So what you're going to see, excuse me, encompasses thousands of hours of consultation and engagement with a wide range of institutions and organizations, including our post-secondary partners. And more recently, national and international organizations like the design firm Dialogue, who have expressed an interest in partnering with us around this initiative in our commitment over the last few months to reinventing the multi-sport games model to make it sustainable as a key centenary legacy focus for the Commonwealth sporting movement. Perhaps most significantly, what you'll see today is the result of a careful review of global thought leadership criticizing the multi-sport games platform, as well as the dissenting opinions and the constructive criticisms that our initial 2030 and 2026 efforts elicited, including those from many of you who have not been supportive of the initiative to date. We spent months reviewing much of that for the purposes of trying to ideate a new approach to the games, which we're going to touch on today. While city staff has not been formally engaged in the process owing to an absence of council direction to do so, they have been available for consultation and feedback these last few months. And as you may be aware, the city has been involved in the concept review committee process that was initiated by Commonwealth Sport Canada, through which our bid group has socialized our new approaches and concepts. And beyond the city, that concept review committee has included representatives of the province, federal government, Commonwealth Sport Canada, Indigenous nations, and accessible athlete groups. The process, this concept review process, will be imminently ending. We have one more meeting to be scheduled later this month, and we will be transitioning to the end stages of the bidding process. We would like to acknowledge the help and assistance of a number of your staff members, the support and encouragement of the mayor and many of you, and especially Shelley Hill, who has been an integral part of our Indigenous Framework Agreement consultation process that has included Six Nations, the Mississaugas of the Credit, and a variety of urban Indigenous leaders. That process reflects our insistence that for the first time in multi-sport games history, Indigenous nations will be formal partners in the finalization of the bid and deeply embedded into all aspects of its planning and delivery. And we'll be making public announcements relating to that initiative in the coming weeks. As the title slide strongly suggested, we have reoriented the design of the approach. And if I could frame the change in approach in its simplest terms, it's that we are no longer seeking the city's help and support. The bid organization and its significant and increasing network of partnering organizations seeks to be in a position to offer you and our community and others help and support immediately in a variety of ways. And we hope that this presentation hints at how. So in terms of agenda, and Christina, I would just invite you to move the slide deck forward. I'm going to talk very briefly about the critical path, the transition to the international bid phase. I'll go over what were key insights that I alluded to and learnings over the course of the last several months. We'll introduce to you the high-level concepts relating to the, we'll call them version 2 of the Commonwealth Games 2030 project. PJ will talk about the Downtown Urban Precinct project and its alignment with the Games. I'll conclude with something that's really exciting and interesting, and we can't wait to get out publicly, which is a new concept that we call the Social Impact Games, and it's a way in which we will be in a position to resource and help community groups and organizations immediately. And then we'll invite any questions that you've got. So insofar as the transition is concerned, what may not be generally known is that for almost all of our time together with you and the agreements that govern our relationship with the city, was all part of the domestic phase of the bid process. Started with 14 communities nationally, ended up with Hamilton 100 bid organization being selected by Commonwealth Sport Canada as the Canadian candidature. And with that reaffirmation in earlier September of this year, there is now a transition into what's referred to as the international bidding phase. And I'll review quickly with you what that process and critical path looks like. So we're currently in a process that has us in the concept review committee stage, which, as I indicated, will be ending soon. That process will then transition into what's referred to as the hosting proposal consultation and finalization phase. And what that is the taking of the concepts that we've worked on for several months, which I'll touch on today, and the preparation of a document. It's not a formal bid, but it is a more substantive document setting out how we expect the games to be delivered. That document will be submitted to the province and federal government as a hosting proposal for their assessment. Typically, that process takes a couple of months. If it's successful in terms of federal government and provincial government indications of support, we would then transition into a multi-party agreement negotiation. I know that we've heard that expression before. And that's a contracting process that deals with the specifics of the game, its deliverables, and its costs, and its funding. And then if that process successfully concludes, we'll have an international bid for submission. We hope that that's going to be before the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games. Our initial indications are that an announcement with respect to 2030, if made in the normal course, would be in November of 2023, but it could be sooner depending upon circumstances. We won't get into the particulars of the multi-party agreement negotiations in terms of their form, but there will be developments around that to be announced in terms of new approaches to who is at that table and how those negotiations will proceed. The two most significant issues for you to understand right now is that Indigenous nations, in a form to be determined, will be at that table directly. And secondly, for reasons that will be obvious in a few moments, with the pivot to the private sector assuming significant financial and other responsibilities in this effort up front, they will be connected through municipal partners to the multi-party agreement negotiation in ways that we're working on creating right now. So let's state the obvious. Clearly the pandemic and its results changes virtually everything. The excitement that all of us had in the initial many months leading to your last vote on 2030 around the centenary celebration for the Games simply isn't terribly relevant anymore. It remains exciting, and we're excited about that, but the world has changed, so have we. The prospect coming out of the pandemic with the deficits that all levels of government are dealing with, and the obligations and responsibilities this and other municipalities have to deal with the enormous disruption in our societies really affirms the obvious, and that is these big multi-sport games projects as government subsidized events are nearing extinction. And we have operated on the premise that this is not an approach that we can advance or would wish to. And what you're going to see represents a way that we see as having solved for that. One of the learnings that we had, certainly we felt it from time to time in the surrounding of ourselves with supporters, is that when a small group of enthusiasts create a bid relating to an event that's a decade from now, it is really difficult to generate enormous widespread public enthusiasm and support for it in a serious way. And it's critical to have that support if the initiative is to proceed. Further, and really critically, can you go back, Christina? Sorry. The city is not the bid proponent. The rights for the bid and candidature are vested in a private organization, and it has received support in principle, which isn't a funding commitment from the city and from the province for the domestic phase of the games effort only. And as again, you are all aware, the effort hasn't enjoyed municipal or provincial financial or staff support today. Received no funding from any source, any government source, and all time has been volunteer time. We also acknowledge the obvious. You'll certainly understand this, having experienced it through 2026 and that effort, that the solicitation of either money or staff engagement by this essentially private group for what some perceive as our own purposes is divisive, and it's understandably divisive. The concept, as I alluded to a moment ago, of a centenary return to the games, we have come to understand, and this was discussed previously, isn't terribly relevant to the Commonwealth of Nation participants globally. It's important to us, obviously, but it's not going to be determinative. And the concept of a celebration in Hamilton, again, while relevant to us to some extent, is a terribly persuasive as a winning bid strategy globally. And in the end, although we look forward to it, it really hasn't factored in meaningfully to our push to advance this. Critically, obviously, as many of you know, we've had very extensive consultations over the course of the last few months with the province of Ontario in a variety of different respects. Moving this project forward needs a stronger value proposition than simply event programming that's centered significantly in Hamilton many, many years from now. However, on the other side of the ledger, and PJ will talk about this at length because it's critical, the games, for a variety of reasons, is a value multiplier, not only in Hamilton, but elsewhere. In Hamilton, it's a value multiplier because of the really the serendipitous confluence of the LRT project and the HUPEG initiative all coming together at the same time. Some of you may recall talk about the Gold Coast in Australia. Normally, certainly it was the case there, that an LRT project was part of a games bid, as were very significant urban redevelopment initiatives. In this case, all of these things are being moved forward with now with separate funding envelopes that create enormous value for a games bid internationally that don't have to be paid for within a games bid. But the games initiative permits us then to focus our request of private sector and senior levels of government support around incremental benefits that would, I think, are really going to enhance the value, certainly in Hamilton, of the LRT and HUPEG when they are completed. I would also make the point, and I've spent the last several months working very intensively now with a variety of other municipalities, that there is enormous regional interest in participating in the games opportunity, and we are going to talk a little bit about that today. And lastly, our relevance, really the merits of this, having you interested and supportive of this, is contingent in our view on our ability to create impact and provide solutions right now across a variety of measures. And that's one of the key differentiators of where this initiative is at the moment. So let me begin with a critical point. That is that the era of big games with big government is over. And for us, that has involved really thinking through a variety of new and innovative ways to engage the private sector right now, upfront, financially, and in other respects. This learning, frankly, isn't rocket science to be obvious, but what we have done over many months is to go back over a variety of failed bids, the Toronto Olympic bid being a significant one, to unpack why it is that went off the rails and what learning we could derive from it. You'll see this clip from the Toronto Star. What I would draw your attention to are the comments by Mayor Tory to the effect that there are significant commitments and obligations that the City of Toronto then had, as you do today, in areas like housing, transit, daycare, and more, that make a bid a distraction. We've attempted to solve for that. And secondly, that unless the private sector, the business community is heavily involved with skin in the game by putting money up first and then participating significantly throughout the process, games are a dead letter. That has been addressed and factored into our work. So let's review some of the core concepts that define the new version of the game, which has been introduced to your delegates at the concept review committee process, to the federal government and province, and a variety of other stakeholders. I'll try to summarize them as quickly as I can. So first of all, we are shifting the games and have in every respect from an event in time, that is the Games in 2030, to a movement, which is centered on the Game Federation's vision of building healthy, sustainable, and prosperous communities. This was a really critical fact. Commonwealth Games, as I think all of you are aware, different from other multi-sport game properties that are focused exclusively on elite athletic competition. The CGS vision is actually about using sport to leverage impacts in communities around the world. We have focused very, very heavily on that value proposition. We're going to do it. We're going to activate the movement by creating a process rather than our bid group coming up with a prescriptive bid and saying, this is what you need to support. So we've created a process that has already started, but is going to invite much broader community and stakeholder consultation around your existing needs and priorities. We alluded to this in 26. We've now taken this to another level. We've created a framework upon which we can consult with you and a variety of other stakeholders regionally, understanding what your needs are, and then using the platform and the partners that we have brought in to help you rather than inviting you to help us. We have abandoned the concept of legacy. All of you are aware of the concept that's used internationally around games. Our work has come to the conclusion that that idea, as it's presented, is finished for us. Legacy is intended to refer only to the stuff that's left behind after the games are concluded. From our perspective, legacy is primarily about social impact, and that isn't an afterthought after the games. It is the priority up front and needs to be acted on in a variety of innovative and comprehensive and measurable ways. We'll get back to that briefly in a moment, and that's what this approach is designed to do. And one element of that is to radically expand the stakeholder group and the regional footprint. We have brought in a significant number of other new organizations nationally and internationally who are interested in this concept, and they are all working together with us right now to bring it to life. The financial model is critical. So we are working with a variety of stakeholders, including Commonwealth Sport Canada, and in discussions with the Federation to completely reorient or reinvent the financial requirement and model for the games by prioritizing and really accelerating the engagement of the private sector upfront financially and in a variety of other ways so as to minimize public sector funding needs at every level. And to the extent that such funding needs will be necessary for the games, as they will be ultimately in areas like security, we are looking to and structuring the deferral of any obligation to pay from a government perspective years down the road. Significantly, we're working to promote in some really compelling ways the ideas of and actions around equality, diversity, and inclusion. And I'll touch on it now. I'll come back to it later. It's such a, frankly, from our perspective, mind-blowing concept that we'll not be able to get into it in great detail today. But what we've done is to say, let's make this not principally about elite athletes competing years from now, but let's make everybody a participant in democratizing the movement by having them see themselves as people who are bettering themselves in their community through a concept of competition and being an athlete, but around social good. Critically, we will not make any staff or financial demands of the city at all, given your current circumstances, and we do not wish to distract you from the effort that you are wanting to pursue to solicit government support for affordable housing or in any other way. What we have done in our discussions with senior staff is to communicate the fact that going forward as a consequence of our repurposing and redesign of the platform, you are at liberty and will be to decide internally and through your consultation processes the degree of engagement and involvement you wish to have in the games movement at your prerogative and at your discretion. That's entirely up to you. So as I alluded to earlier, one of the key differentiators now is a much more substantive and significant footprint regionally for the games, which has involved a good deal of consultation and work that we'll talk about publicly in the next few weeks and months, regionalizing this initiative. There are a variety of reasons for that. One of it is that we want to have the broadest conceivable impact in the region. Number two, from a provincial and federal funding and support perspective, having a coalition, if you will, of municipal leaders across the region and business concerns all engaged in wanting to advance what is essentially a P3 project that will extend for a decade or more, necessitates this being extended well beyond the city of Hamilton and its impacts, while of course having the benefit of a big group whose hearts and minds are in the city of Hamilton, and in a way that would permit us to prioritize the needs of the city of Hamilton and to prioritize our ability to help the city of Hamilton without obliging you to either fund or otherwise participate in the initiative. So here are our new games pillars. Each of these has a variety of associated strategies. There are frameworks, there's thought leadership. We have an enormous amount of information and work that we have done that we will roll out over the course of the next few weeks. But at a very high level, going from the top down, as you're aware, everything that we have done, every aspect of our planning around those concepts and delivery takes its inspiration from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have, with the benefit and support of Dialogue, which has been utterly, unbelievably remarkable in terms of their bringing their thought leadership to how to curate a games focused on sustainability and wellness. We are and have created, we'll be using the Conference Board of Canada's Sustainability and Wellness Framework for all elements of our design around the games and operations, management, infrastructure, and in consultation. And in fact, we have and are working with and expect to announce a partnership with the Conference Board of Canada directly as a participant in this effort. We're going to take all of that in ways that we'll explain in a moment and immediately activate it through a variety of really significant and exciting games-inspired, aligned, and curated private sector regional multi-use development projects, of which the HUPEG project is the most significant example, but there are others. And we created something entirely new and have worked with the Federation and others, including a variety of private sector partners around this, taking a phenomenally innovative Hamilton technology company called Social and creating what we call the Social Impact Games, which will start within the next few weeks. The games, its platform, the digital tools that activate it are entirely about creating the ability to support community groups and organizations, charitable organizations, by activating private sector corporate social responsibility programming and directing it in a way that can yield immediate benefits and impacts to all of those organizations in a really innovative way. I'm going to talk a little bit about our new approach to the sports program. I think I alluded to the regionalization of this. I don't think I'll be talking about that further. Christina, you can move the slide forward. So here's where Antonio would take over. I'll just talk about this initial slide, and I'm going to turn it over to PJ. As I indicated, we have worked for months on the idea of transitioning this from an event in time to a movement. That movement is primarily centered on a significant amount of existing and evolving thought leadership that's focused on sustainability and well-being. We have created materials that we will publish that will form the core of the bid ultimately, but that deal with our way of marrying sustainability and wellness in a variety of different measurable ways into a games bid for the first time in history anyway. Over to you, PJ.
And I'm going to ask Christina if she could move a few slides down, because I think Lou, a few of your last messages captured this. So
Sure,
Christina,
absolutely.
if you can go to the QPIC slide. And first, I want to thank Lou and start by saying that it's incredible how far this project has come since 2018 when we started this journey, and how we've elevated the quality of the bid by making it less about a 2-week sporting event and more about a decade-long community-building movement with a social impact legacy centered on sustainability and wellness. We are at what is arguably the most significant strategic inflection point in our city's history. The confluence of 3 once-in-a-lifetime events between the LRT, the Downtown Entertainment District redevelopment project, and the Commonwealth Games bid planning. This is an opportunity that needs to be maximized to the fullest. The great thing is that the LRT and downtown revitalization projects are both locked in with support and funding commitments made from all necessary governing bodies and stakeholders. So we are now able to align these 2 projects that are game changers in their own right to provide for a more compelling and holistic games vision, a vision that will see the creation of new private-public partnerships that will invite public input and city building now in a way that would not otherwise be possible without the games. The Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, which I've been fortunate to champion alongside Jasper Kajavsky and my brother Joe Mercanti, in addition to other prominent and notable community leaders and institutions, is honored to have signed a master agreement with the City of Hamilton. As many of you know, our project will see at a minimum $65 million invested into our city's most prized arts and entertainment assets, all the while saving municipal taxpayers $155 million over the next 30 years, which truly demonstrates that when the public sector and the private sector come together with alignment on purpose and vision, good things can emerge that benefit all stakeholders, especially the taxpaying public. And this P3 experience is a model case study with a framework and a playbook that can and should be utilized on an even greater scale, and this time using the Commonwealth Games as the focus area. Now, through the gift of serendipitous timing, we're able to leverage these private sector infrastructure investments as part of the, quote, municipal share of hosting the Commonwealth Games. So instead of the City of Hamilton cutting a check to fund new facilities towards its share of a games bid, it's the private sector writing that check, and it will also be the private sector operating these facilities post-games. Thus, by having our precinct group lead with strategic and purposeful investments, we are able to create a platform for greater public-private collaboration that is centered on long-term impact and well-being. At the core of the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group's ethos is a desire for deep collaboration and a desire to achieve long-lasting, meaningful impact. And we've recently reached out to key landowners, business owners, and other stakeholders in the downtown core to share our vision and our goal of ensuring that we can maximize our strategic investments in a way that improves the quality of life for every part of this community. Because at the end of the day, the reality is the downtown is at service to the entire community. And we will be finding ways of leveraging the urban redevelopment project for a number of stakeholders across the city by offering targeted employment opportunities, experiential learning for skilled trades and those in the hospitality sectors, amongst others. And through linking our downtown redevelopment project to the Games Initiative is where deeper meaning and purpose can be achieved. So what are the aspirations of the alignment between the Commonwealth Games, the downtown redevelopment project, and the LRT, and what would that all look like? What this means is a much broader public consultation with a variety of stakeholders that includes the alignment and leadership with City Hall and many others in this community to have important discussions about what we want to see downtown and how it connects with the rest of the city. What this means is a discussion about the public realm of downtown Hamilton and beyond, the connective tissue that will be the feel and vibe of the community, the streetscape, the wayfinding signage, the design elements like flower beds and streetlights and music that make the walk from City Hall past the concert hall and convention center and art gallery towards the arena feel more fluid and inspired. It means ensuring that the visual look and feel along York Boulevard and James Street towards King William's Restaurant Row is an elevated visceral experience that is reflective of a properly developed entertainment district and urban core, much like Toronto's famed Distillery District. What this means is listening to the community to ensuring that all of the proper lifestyle amenities are accessible for as broad of a cross-section of the community as possible. And this could look specifically like the creation of new and modern cocktail lounges or jazz bars for residents and visitors to Hamilton, offering them with something fun to do after 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. on a Friday night. What this also means is a discussion about inspired and improved public squares in the core and how these spaces should be properly activated, both with fun community events and other big celebrations. And we also need to ensure that the spaces are welcoming and inviting 365 days a year, not just on game days or for other special purposes. And this games-inspired public consultation will be commencing within a few weeks. It's an opportunity for the private sector and the public sector to come together with a common vision of creating meaningful outcomes for as many stakeholders as possible to ensure that everybody feels safe downtown and is proud to show off the core to their friends visiting out of town. And ultimately, we want to make this exercise deliver an outcome where everybody who lives in this great city is proud to call Hamilton home. In the absence of the games, we would not be inclined to look at a broader vision for downtown, as we have no legal obligation to do so. But as a consequence of the games, we now have an opportunity for an urban do-over, where we can begin to think bigger and broader about how this triumvirate of mega projects can come together for a larger purpose. And we want to use this opportunity to city build with not only core infrastructure that is desperately needed, entertainment infrastructure, lifestyle infrastructure, transportation infrastructure like the LRT, but we also want to city build by bringing civic pride to new heights and by nurturing relationships and connections among those anchor institutions that are in a position to solve for the problems facing the most vulnerable in our community. Organizations and institutions like the McMasters and the Mohawks, the YWCAs and the Hamilton Health Sciences. I'm genuinely delighted that the Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group investments will be leveraged for a much greater purpose, and that being the fact that more public and private partnerships can be created and dialogue and collaboration amongst as many community stakeholders can be achieved that creates the lasting change and immeasurable pride for the citizens of Hamilton, which in my opinion are the center of the universe. And our public consultations will be announced, as I mentioned, within a few weeks. So those that do want to get involved and share their voice, we welcome your feedbacks and your insights. And now I'd like to pass the virtual baton back to Lou. Thank you.
Thanks, PJ. One of the things I would point out to all of you, and will require a great deal more explanation, is that these private sector multi-use development projects can, in this public consultation phase, then result in agreements that we intend to embed into the games negotiation process that will result in commitments being made. That's critical to understand because that's never been done before, but this presents an enormous value opportunity to us in our outreach and work with the province and federal government as adding materially in a variety of measurable ways to the impacts of the bid financially and across a variety of different other areas. And we'll come back to that later because we expect to be working with the city directly to solicit and embed in the bid in our discussions with the federal government, province, and private sector partners a request for incremental funding, incremental benefits, because the private sector is assuming such a heavy load of core games infrastructure. We have the luxury of focusing our requests where they're going to be needed most and as a consequence of public consultation. So to the extent that you as councillors, city staff, and those in the community have an interest in getting the additional resources that you cannot pay for and would wish to have the private sector contribute to, or us to embed in the games bid, this is a chance to do that. It will not happen in the absence of the bid going ahead, but it is planned to be integrated in the bid for the benefit of this and other communities. We know there's enormous interest around accommodation and affordable housing as a key part of the games. This was talked about at length in relation to 26. What we have heard from city leadership and from others is that there is a concern over the games initiative essentially cannibalizing attention and financial resources from senior levels of government or otherwise. And so we have agreed to essentially back off in our prioritizing government subsidized affordable housing as a games planning element. For the purposes of satisfying the requirements of the bid, we have secured the agreement of and confirmed that there's sufficient post-secondary accommodation for the purposes of the games. And we invite you, the city, and other stakeholders in the community to continue to focus on affordable housing in whatever way you wish to do it. Having said that, going back to the private sector scheme, we will advance our own affordable housing initiative immediately as an adjunct to the games bid entity process, inviting private and public sector participation over time, but without obligation. I can't get into it today, but there is an enormous amount of private sector interest and discussion around innovative approaches to affordability and housing. We are going to act on that right now in terms of putting plans together that are centered on private sector owned lands with a view to aligning them to the game's impact strategies. More later on that. The sports program. I know many people are interested in the sports program. So technically, the CGF has not publicly released its sports program. In the initial 2030 bid, we obviously had a presentation around a proposed sports program. We've continued to work on a proposed sports program. We're not in a position to go out publicly around that. Now I'll come back to that. We have costed out an enormous range of options in terms of the program and aligned infrastructure. But we would make the point, going back to the impact strategy and the perspective of sustainability and wellness, the sports program can't be seen in isolation. The sports program must reflect the values and priorities of the overarching game design in areas like sustainability, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And what you'll ultimately come to appreciate is that we have woven all of these requirements into every element of the programming, and we'll continue to do that through a public consultation process as this moves forward. So we are announcing today, and will be public, around the formation of a sports program consultation group. This group will be set up to invite broad regional and stakeholder consultation in the finalization of the sports program for inclusion in the bid. This goes back to our concern that our community is not well served by a group of insiders coming up with the sports program and inviting others to accept it. We feel that there needs to be much greater community consultation around the sports that are included in the Commonwealth Games bid than would otherwise have been the case. And we have, in our close work with the Commonwealth Games Federation and Commonwealth Sport Canada, been assured that the new sports program will embed this degree of flexibility for host communities that will invite us to maximize its relevance to our local communities and participating municipalities. Over time, we're going to invite the various municipalities that are part of our wide consultation group and private sector partners to submit sport and venue proposals after the Federation has released its requirements. We invite groups everywhere to provide us with their views and ideas around how an event could be embedded into the games and where it could be housed for us to consider as part of the adjudication process that will result in what gets included as the sports program in the games. In part, this was also intended to avoid some of the disappointment that a variety of sport organizations and groups expressed to us in not being consulted or permitted to make submissions in the curation of the sports program. We want this to be transparent and consultative. This is our approach to that particular issue. Ultimately, the sports committee, the bid organization, and our broader consultation group will come up with a recommendation that will be embedded in the hosting proposal as to what that sports program will look like.
Lou, can I just ask you, this committee has been extremely patient. They gave you more than the 5 minutes. We're up to almost 45.
Okay.
And I was just asking if it's possible that you can, we have a very big agenda today, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I know there are people that want to ask you questions too. So if there's any way that, are you almost finished, or is there quite a bit left?
No, what I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make one final concluding point that I'll invite questions. We know that if this is received, the presentation, the deck will be distributed. We have an enormous amount of information that'll come out in all of this, obviously. To the extent there are questions down the road, we can address them later. So we're apologetic for the
Oh, please don't be apologetic. We gave you lots and lots of time, and I think it's been so well worth it. I'm just trying to be mindful of, it's now almost 3 o'clock, and we still have a lot of items left to go today. So, all right. So go ahead and finish up, and I'll go to questions.
Yeah, I'll leave the sports program. I'll talk very briefly, Christina. If you just go back to the social impact game slide, I'll tell you very briefly what that's about and how exciting it is. So one more down. We, on the theme of activating impact around groups immediately, have partnered with a Hamilton Innovation Company, and we'll be announcing a variety of other organizational partnerships that create a platform, a digital platform that is centered on competitive kindness, that activates or brings in corporations regionally and internationally, and we'll be announcing corporate partners who will be joining this, that will take what they have in terms of capacity, money and volunteer time, and purposing it to the Games Initiative as a way of catalyzing impacts in support of community groups and organizations. We'll be announcing 3 major campaigns next month that involve charities that you all know and love. They will be the beginning of an ongoing campaign in which private sector partners will be resourcing in an entirely new way community groups by engaging the public through this platform. So look out for that. We're very excited about it. It will make a huge difference, not just in Hamilton, but beyond. We hope that it'll become an international phenomenon over the course of the next few months. Thank you. That concludes our presentation. And if there are any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look at my colleagues right now because I can see their faces. I don't see anything on the speakers list, and I don't see anything in the chat room. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Councillor Pauls, and then we have Councillor Ferguson. My apologies, Councillor Pauls.
No problem. I just thank you through the chair. Thank you, PJ, Lou. A plain thank you doesn't do justice for all the work, the hours and days you put in this. My question was on the social impact games, and you did it right at the end, which I'm so glad. So can we plainly say that the game starts now? Not in 2030, but now.
Correct. We can plainly say that in a way that I think will be seen as remarkable in the engagement of the community as a whole. You remember, Councillor Pauls, when I talked about democratizing and expanding who are competitors, what is the sporting event? What we've done is wanting to engage the entire community. Children on up, we'll be announcing partnerships with secondary, post-secondary, and primary schools, with a variety of different companies and other organizations, creating campaigns and contests around social good that will start immediately.
Thank you, Lou. And I know we were at the Baseball Challengers banquet on last week, and I'm excited to see that group getting involved. And PJ, you were there, and Paul Paletta. It was really an exciting time to get everybody involved. And that's what I love about the social impact games. So thank you again for all you're doing for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you. I got Councillor Ferguson, then Councillor Pearson.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thanks very
Ferguson.
much, and to PJ and Lou. It's amazing the work you're doing. I don't know how you have the energy, PJ, when you're doing all the downtown entertainment videos and running your own business at the same time. But I want you to know that I believe that the citizens of the community are very proud of what you're doing and very supportive of what you're doing. The only thing I didn't notice in your presentation today, Lou and PJ, and you may have put it out there before, just give us an update on competing bids in Canada or competing bids internationally. I haven't heard that recently.
PJ, would you like me to take that?
Yeah, go for it, Lou.
Yeah, delighted to. There's Councillor Ferguson. First of all, thank you for your kind words. It's a privilege, frankly. Globally, we're in very close contact with the Commonwealth Games Federation as a result of the 26th experience. And what I can tell you is that the stars are aligning. So as a consequence of the Olympic bid or the Olympic hosting in Australia in 2032, it as a preliminary expression of support for the Games, Commonwealth Games in 26. Australia will likely not be a prospective competitor for 2030. We understand that the UK will likely not be either. As a consequence of that, we absolutely have the pole position. And I have every reason to believe that if the bid gets out of Canada, that we are, frankly, opportunity to ultimately secure that right. And there will be no other bids in Canada, either for 26, clearly for 30. I think you may have heard that Victoria was looking to host the Games in 26, but the Premier of British Columbia has recently written in a note that I've shared quite widely to say that the British Columbia will not be participating in an effort around 26 and is deferring to the work that Hamilton and Hamilton 100 has been doing here to secure the Games in 2030. So we're looking good.
Perfect.
Thank
You
you,
guys are
Councillor.
good. You guys are good. Thanks very much. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Okay,
Councillor.
thank you. Councillor Pearson, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor and Lou and PJ. And I miss Cecilia's not here today. So say hello to her, please. And all the team. I tell you, I think it's been quiet, as the chair has said. Everybody has sat here so intently because it is absolutely phenomenal to get positive news. Everything we sit around in virtual meetings, we can't be there talking to our comrades, and we're all here in front of computers, and this has just made my day. And I won't speak for my colleagues, but I'm sure a lot of them are nodding their heads. This is phenomenal. Lou, I just want to ask you again, because I think it's very important. You said that you are not coming to the city and asking for taxpayer funding. Can you please just reiterate that for the media that I'm sure that may be watching, for the residents that may be watching? I mean, this is a one in a lifetime.
Correct. Well, there's a great deal more to disclose around that, which we'll do. But essentially, the initial funding request for sports infrastructure, which would normally be part of the Games program, we are almost entirely going to privatize in a variety of different ways. So there'll be no request of the city in that regard. And we as a bid organization will be making no request of the city for financial support in any way whatsoever. Leaders like PJ and other private sector partners will be looking to take that on themselves to the extent possible. If the city, and this is critical to understand, and not just in this municipality, but in others, but if you decide that there is an initiative or a cause that you feel should be embedded in the Commonwealth Games bid, that we can then advocate on your behalf for with either senior levels of government or the private sector, we would entertain that suggestion or proposal and then work with you to embed it in the bid where it makes sense. But we will not initiate or request any of that, because ultimately this is about your needs and bid and requirements and the community's needs and not ours. So there will be no request for funding as part of the multi-sport negotiations down the road. If Pan Am is the operative model, then at some point, as part of the negotiation of the province and federal government and their commitment, for example, to cover services during the Games themselves a decade from now, there'll be a negotiation in which they'll be looking to provide funding to all municipalities as they did in Pan Am. But absent your deciding that you wish to participate in a specific way, we won't be asking for money at all.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, and I had to have you reiterate that. I really truly appreciate it. And you mentioned to Councillor Esther Pauls, my apologies, that the Pan Am, it starts today. We're down, the boots are on the ground, and we're going. And I'm confident, and I'm hoping that there will also be the PR, public relations portion that's going to be out there, loud and strong and fast, as indicating to the public starting now that this is coming. The Pan Am Games 2030 will be coming to Hamilton, and however we are able to get that out there, and I'm confident that whatever request from the city as far as banners and hanging and things like that will be in play on that.
So thank you for that. As a practical matter, we don't have funding or budgets. Hiring, public relations, and communication, digital, all of that stuff is very expensive. Prior bid post efforts have taken anywhere from $6 to $10 million. We've done it for virtually zero. Having said that, there's so many community-minded organizations and companies that have volunteered their participation. We are going to scale up digital media, public relations, all of that. And we do have a commercial strategy that we're going to initiate as well that will allow us to create some funding that can be used to support the sort of outreach that you're talking about. And that's critical. What we would ask of the city is this. To date, obviously, you all know the city has not communicated around the games through social media or otherwise. As we move forward, having the city, having assessed the social impact strategy and potentially around the social impact games with our community groups, we're hoping the city can amplify and put out its support and participate. Frankly, we're wanting and will propose to the city and its staff its actual inclusion and participation in these social impact games in a way that activates your own priorities. So we'll come back to that later. Very important, we agree.
Absolutely. Thank you so very, very much to both of you here today and to all of the team. We all see the tremendous amount of work that you've put into this and so proud that you're Hamiltonians.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Clark, please. Councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First, I should acknowledge both Lou, PJ, and all of the team behind. Their efforts have been voluntary, and I don't think most people in the city of Hamilton are really aware of that. So your efforts to secure the 2030 games is recognized and appreciated. I have just a couple of questions because I did get a little bit confused on the slides, and I hope you bear with me. It sounded like from your slides that the bid company will be the actual host of the games, and that is a different approach than past international games in Canada, where in a government, federal, provincial, or municipal, was responsible to sign the document and say, we're the ones that are holding the games, we're hosting the games. And so I'm trying to understand what has changed that enables a private sector group such as yourselves, and I don't mean that disparagingly at all. The rules seem to have changed somehow, and I'm trying to understand that. Can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. It's an important one. We don't necessarily expect that this private sector entity will be the host entity for the games. What will happen is that in the course of the multi-party agreement negotiations, there will ultimately be an agreement arrived at by all stakeholders, the province and federal government obviously being significant, around what that hosting entity will be, how it will be structured, governed, et cetera, et cetera. And all of the stakeholders who are negotiating that, including the city of Hamilton, and likely not the only municipality, will have a voice in and ultimately determine what entity is put forward to host and deliver the games. It's entirely possible that a private sector heavy entity will be a key part of that, not without governance and oversight from other stakeholders, but a great deal will depend on who's paying. And this becomes a huge part of the innovation and sustainable financial modeling process. A key element historically has been that franchise rights holders like the Olympics and others have insisted on what's referred to as a deficit guarantee. That was a big issue in Pan Am, and the province had to provide a deficit guarantee because the province and federal government were massive funders of that. Mm-hmm. This financial model contemplates a massive reorientation of funding to the private sector, and the discussions that we've had with the Federation in the UK have had us suggest to them, and they have expressed an openness to the conversation of waiving the need for a deficit guarantee as a consequence of the way in which we've structured the bid. If there's no need for a deficit guarantee, the concern that senior levels of government have over having control is mitigated because it's not guaranteeing outcome. And that then also will be impacted by the degree of senior levels of government support. All of that, obviously, is not something we control as a group. We're one voice and one negotiating party. You, that is the city of Hamilton, and all other government stakeholders, including First Nations, will be at that table to decide what corporate entity takes that forward and how it's going to do that. But it will be completely innovative and new in its approach. so that we can relieve government of the obligation of having to pay all of this.
Thank you.
Counselor?
And so I think what I heard, if I can paraphrase, is that at some point in the future, there's an expectation that there will be an entity, I'll use your language,
Yes.
assigned the role of hosting the games for the purpose of drafting the multi-party agreement wherein all of the regional partners, it could be St. Catharines, well, and whoever wants to jump in to participate in the games would be parties to that multi-party agreement. Did I get that correct?
Correct. Yes, in one form or another. So some municipalities may be direct counterparties, others may be contracted with by the province or federal government or the bid entity, but yes. And the only really critical thing I would point out to you is that as a consequence of the work of PJ's group and other significant multi-use development projects that we are embedding in the games, appreciate that there is financial commitment and activity that's happening right now. That
Yes.
will be part of the games funding model and part of our conversation with senior levels of government. And it is the bid entity, our bid entity, which has the legal rights to advance this to the award of the games, which is responsible for overseeing that. And the consultation process that we're about to begin, which includes inviting the City of Hamilton to participate, is intended to keep that conversation around what's being done, how are we as a private sector looking to support community groups within the City of Hamilton and other communities. All of that will be the subject of contractual commitments pre-games award that will be binding now because we have the ability to do that and want to realize those impacts immediately. And that's
Counselor? Oh, sorry. Counselor?
Thank
My
you,
apologies.
Deputy Mayor. No problem. And so can I just get further clarification then on the deficit guarantee? You are correct. In the past, whether it's the Olympics or the Pan Am Games, a government, usually the provincial or federal government, I'll use the term backstops the games so that if there is any cost escalation, any deficits from operating, then at the end of the day, it's that level of government that pays the bill. What I think I heard you say is that's no longer the case, that there's not going to be a need for a deficit guarantee from a senior level of government.
Well, let me qualify that. We have indicated that this is our preferred approach and that we have modeled and created the structures to put the Federation in a position to relax that requirement. They have not agreed to do that yet. They've indicated that they're open to the conversation. That will be negotiated during the multi-party agreement phase. But we're optimistic that that will be the case because the overwhelming majority of infrastructure assets will be private sector, either created, constructed, or already in existence, such that the price tag associated with the games will be, from a public sector perspective, will be massively reduced and not requiring of a deficit guarantee. That's the approach.
So can I just rephrase that question? Can you give a guarantee to the regional partners? So these would be any municipalities that would like to participate in the games, perhaps swimming, perhaps rowing, whatever the case is, that there would be no deficit guarantee to the regional partners?
We are not in a position to provide that because we have no control over whether that's going to be required. Obviously, it is our preference to structure this in a way that wouldn't require it. But it is likely going to be the case that the province and federal government and potentially the bid organization has to enter into contracts with municipalities. There likely will be some form of guarantee in those contracts as there is really in any kind of commercial contract. But as it relates to the Federation and the license holders, the rights holders guarantee, deficit guarantee, our intention is to have them waive it. We can't guarantee that that's going to be the case. It's absolutely within your control, and we would never expect that a municipality would be providing a deficit guarantee. It hasn't in the past in Ontario. We don't see it here, and so I don't expect it. But I'm obviously not in a position to guarantee that right now.
No, and I appreciate your candor, and these are just questions that we need to ask to make sure that we're doing our due diligence as we move along this process. I think my time's up. I'm getting the hairy eyeball from our chair there. So I'll move on.
No hairy eyeball, but it's your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Jen.
I now have Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Jackson. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for being here, gentlemen. I'm still not clear, picking up from some questions that Councillor Clark was seeking clarity to. Who speaks for Hamilton in this model?
The City of Hamilton speaks for Hamilton. The City of Hamilton has representatives on the Concept Review Committee. The City of Hamilton is a collaborative partner in the exercise, but in the end, the City of Hamilton speaks for itself. We don't speak for you. You control your own process.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So in the multi-party agreement, is the City of Hamilton just a signature to that agreement along with the private sector?
So it has, it will and can be if it wishes to be. It doesn't necessarily need to be if it's not going to be a municipal partner that the province, federal government, or the bid organization requires it to be a signing party. There were many municipalities in Pan Am that were not direct participants in the MPA process and weren't counterparties to that deal. It's going to be a function of what it is that the City of Hamilton wishes to do and the extent of its desire to be directly engaged in the multi-party negotiation. As a practical matter, that's going to be a function of the extent to which you want to see investment and participate in investments that relate to the City of Hamilton. If you decide, for whatever reason, that you would prefer much of the games to be delivered outside of the City of Hamilton, which is your prerogative, there would be no necessity for the City of Hamilton to be a signatory to the multi-party agreement. But conversely, if, as we hope, you are a significant part of the games experience in a variety of different ways, which would include public sector investment, then you absolutely would have the ability to be a multi-party signatory and would wish to bring that back to council, as I think the initial resolution mandated. But it isn't necessarily required for the games process to move forward. You control that.
Councillor?
If you could clarify the assets that would be required for the game, who would own them?
Well, I didn't have an opportunity to get entirely through the sports programming part, so I think much more of that you'll be delighted to take offline and discuss with you as we'll be publicly releasing it. But we have created a process of consultation in which we are inviting private and public stakeholders to tell us where they would like to see events, what type of events, and in what facilities, if any. We have the capacity, having taken an inventory of sports and recreational assets in the region, to probably put the entire games on without building anything as a practical matter. Clearly, our private sector partners and others who wish to create facilities, we've had discussions obviously with Six Nations around lacrosse. We're in discussions with the Brampton community around cricket, but we invite those proposals and offers. And in the end, there will be a process by which interested municipalities and others, if they wish to have infrastructure embedded in the games, can seek to do so. That will be the subject of agreement, and if not, it won't. But we won't be asking you to pay for or provide us land for any assets, period.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, if you could just go back to the premise of the presentation, could you define social impacting investing for me, please?
Well, that's a much longer conversation, but what we're doing here is creating a new strategy that is focused on the Conference Board and Dialogue Sustainability and Wellness Framework. That framework, which we alluded to in the program, it really is a very deep, rich, and robust one that we'll be bringing out publicly, and Antonio is here now and can speak to that. It comes with a variety of measures. It speaks to all of the social determinants of health and other measures of societal impact that we think are critical. The Conference Board involvement and the involvement of other organizations around the measures of those impact involves consultation that is ongoing right now with our academic institutions, hospitals, and other key leaders to create a new way of measuring how investments and this initiative is impacting the community in a very detailed way that you and other leaders can then use in your work from a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to invite your patience around that, because that's been hundreds of hours of work that will continue, and we'd be delighted to brief you and the community and answer questions with other experts and consultants that have been brought in to create that rubric.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson, you're up next, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson, and Aloof Raporti and PJ Mercanti. I never thought that we'd see each other again and talk again, given my very harsh, stern forewarnings of about a year ago, when you had pivoted to 2026 with your best of intentions, but I can't tell you that I'm so happy and delighted that you have pivoted back to the 2030 original intent that council had in principle supported. So I'm very pleased. I'm happy with your presentation today. My goodness, what a transformation that's gone on in terms of, I guess, Lou or PJ, can I say that the transformation in your bid that has gone on, putting aside back to 2030, but in terms of the machinations that are now different, more comprehensive, can I say that that all is because of sadly, the worldwide pandemic that we have been through and the new lay of the land that you're dealing with in order to secure the 2030 games for our city? Deputy Mayor Johnson, through you to either Lou or PJ, please.
Thank you.
Well, let me just say briefly and then turn it over to PJ in part, but can I also acknowledge that a lot of this has to do with you and the criticism that we constructively received. We spent an enormous amount of time around 26 in the community groups that were opposed to the games to listen and understand what their concerns and issues were, and then began to work with a growing group of other thought leaders and experts to try to figure out how to get around that. And the elapse of time has made a big difference because we've been able to invest a lot more in figuring this out. And 26, as difficult as it was incredibly instructive. It taught us an enormous amount about how to repurpose this and center it on recovery and sustainability and individuals within our communities and our community groups, and not just a group of insiders who have, their own interests and agendas. That was a key learning here. We expect no one to trust us, Councillor Jackson. Okay, this has to be earned over time in engagement and public consultation and in listening, and then in agreements that the private sector principally will enter into. But all of that combined has made this a much more powerful opportunity and something that we've learned sometimes painfully from, and we still love you. We still.
And just to add to that, sorry, through the chair, I think the 26 effort was a genuine blessing in disguise. We learned a lot from it. We developed an amazing relationship with the Federation and Commonwealth Sport Canada, and we were able to connect with a lot of important organizations within the city of Hamilton that educated us on other items that we need to be looking at, and that gave birth to this renewed focus on social impact and collaboration and engagement. And so I think, it's not how you start the race that counts, it's how you finish it. And I think that, we're now off to the races in a new way, in an exciting way. And so I'm excited with how this bid has evolved. And I got to give Lou and Antonio credit, because Lou and Antonio have been putting in 12-hour days for months now, and have been absolute war horses and really, turning the bid on its head and really setting the Commonwealth sporting movement up for a sustainable future by doing this. So it's really exciting, and we're looking forward to the next steps.
Well, Lou and PJ, I'm so impressed by the metamorphosis of attempting to pivot to 26, and yet you both are saying on behalf of the group and the Bidco team that, Councillor, it was a tremendous learning experience and is actually, you feel, strengthening our journey forward towards 2030. Deputy Mayor Johnson, just a couple of quick questions, and if I might, going the more regional approach, Lou, as Pan Am 2015 was Toronto centered with a regional approach, and Hamilton and others benefited to some degree. Do you see the more regional approach with all the municipalities I saw on your map? Would it still stay hopefully more Hamilton centered, or it will be broadly almost equally distributed, if you will? Through you, Deputy Mayor Johnson, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, a good question, and we'll talk more about that in time, but it's our hearts are here. A significant part of the asset base for the games privately held in PJ, for example, and the infrastructure that's being created downtown. We want to increase the dividend of the work the city has done with PJ and others and in the LRT. That's going to be central to this. You have pride of place in terms of our conversation. Obviously, we're working with institutions like McMaster around the potential for a new aquatic center. We've been communicating with the likes of Redeemers and others around their needs so that we can create new assets without requiring the city to fund them in perpetuity. But it's all a conversation. And in the end, I would say to you The extent to which the games is entirely about or principally about the city of Hamilton and its needs is entirely within your control. If in your deliberative process and in your community consultation, you are of the view that you would like to have less to do with it than more, then that's entirely within your control. If you wish to have more to do with it, we start and end with you, but it's within your control. We're there for as much as you want us to be or as little as you want us to be.
I
And
appreciate
you
the
can resolve that yourself.
Sorry, Lou, I appreciate the options, Deputy Mayor Johnson, you've put in front of us, and it'll be up to me as a member of council and all of council then moving forward with you to see, put our charts, the pros and cons, upside, downside of more Hamilton centered versus, if you will, less Hamilton centered for 2030. Lastly, Lou, I'm sorry, I had to just pick up on this comment. It's something you put on a slide. The fact that the poetry, the majesty of the centenary games no longer means anything to the Federation. They're not going to use that as a possible excuse, are they, to say, Hamilton, you know, the 100 where it all started, the British Empire, yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but other cities around the world deserve equal treatment to 2030. I was just kind of like, geez, this is where it all began, or Commonwealth wouldn't even exist in terms of the sport and the games. That's my last question, Deputy Mayor Johnson. Through you, Lou.
Thank you.
Councillor, it's absolutely not the case that they don't care, and I didn't mean to imply that. It's not going to be determinative or terribly persuasive internationally. Acknowledging that it is 71 nations and states and their representatives that vote on who wins. And so to India or Pakistan, the fact that it's the centenary here isn't that compelling.
I see.
Reason to vote for it. It's enormously important to us. And I will say very briefly, the innovations of the 1930 games have motivated an enormous amount of innovation activity around the redevelopment of the games for the next 100 years. In ways that you can't even imagine, you will see how we have essentially reinvented the games platform as Hamilton's contribution to the next 100 years. That's very, very exciting. But in the end, you tell us, how convincing is it to suggest that something this big be put on simply because it's a huge party? Too many people are in the streets. There's just so much need. That's the focus. We'll party later, but let's do the hard work right now of helping people.
Well, Deputy Mayor Johnson, a closing comment. Lou, PJ, and your team, the fact you were not dismayed a year ago, there should be a picture in the dictionary beside the word persistence of your entire games group. And thanks for hanging in there. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. And I don't have, sorry, thank you. I don't have any other speakers on the list right now. So gentlemen, I really appreciate your time today, your patience for waiting so long to get on. And it's been officially an hour and 20 minutes or an hour and 10 minutes anyway. So you've spent a long time here and we're really grateful for that. So I just would like to, I'm going to move to Councillor Jackson, as I promised before, to move to receive, and seconded by Councillor Partridge. And the vote will be up shortly. Thanks again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience, for sure.
Thanks.
Okay, unless I'm
And that carries
corrected.
10-0.
Thank you. We're on to discussion items. And just to remind you that 10.1 and 12, I think what we're going to do is do them at the same time because they interlock with one another, if that's okay with you. So 10.1, 10.12. If not, we can do one at a time. We can start off with 10.1. Election expense reserve needs related to consideration of internet voting for the 2026 municipal election, FCS 20081A citywide. Pardon? And the other one is the municipal 10.12 is 2022 municipal election voting technology procurement, FCS 21094 citywide. This is why they're intertwined with one another. So we can start off with 10.1 and we'll see where that goes. And I am looking for someone to put it on the floor, please. Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. It's on the floor. Any questions or comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, through to the clerk. Are you assuming them are going to go to internet voting in 2026?
Our city clerk, Andrea Holland, should be online right now. Thank you for waiting. It's been a long day. Sorry. Go ahead. Did you hear the question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through the chair. So what we're doing is we're preparing for future elections as well. We always look forward to, while we are working towards the 2022, we are looking at any budget needs that we would need for 2026. When we looked at different methods for voting, one of the methods that we really wanted to bring forward for 2022 was the mail-in voting. That was approved in July and the bylaw was passed in July. So we'll be having in-person at the polls and mail-in voting as an option as well for 2022. When we looked at the costs associated with internet voting or telephone voting, those are sort of two technology-based voting methods. We do not have enough money in our budget to deliver those. There are also a couple other items that we're looking at when it comes to internet voting as well, that we're also looking for regulations that currently don't exist for internet voting. Although we think we could deliver internet voting if that was council's wish, we are looking for standards and regulations coming down from the province or the feds when it comes to internet voting. Currently, there aren't any. We are also looking we're also keeping an eye on what's happening at the federal level as far as increasing high-speed internet access in rural areas. We do understand that there is an issue with connectivity in some of our rural areas. So I think at this time, internet voting isn't something that would be accessible to everyone, where we think mail-in voting was definitely something we could deliver to everybody. So today, we're just looking to bring this forward to the 2022 budget deliberations in order to have that annual contribution to the reserves so that we could make that decision in 2025. So we'll see where the internet access is at. We'll see if there's any regulations in place, but it'll absolutely help us inform our decision a little better for 2026.
Okay, internet voting in the rural area would be maybe difficult. That's why I have to keep turning my camera off because I have poor narrow bandwidth. Even though IT did a great job of setting me up with something different. But I guess the only concern I have, Andrew, we talked about internet voting previously and turned it down for this election. I know you've had experience with it in Burlington. But as you drive the car through the rear view mirror, alternate forms of voting did not work great in the last presidential election. It slowed down the process significantly. And even the last federal election, when you had to have the mail-in ballot in the clerk's hands before polls closed, it was still 4 to 5 days before they got the results. And I don't know why, because at the polling stations, as soon as it closed polls, they pushed the button, there's the results. And I don't know why they couldn't be fed into a machine like they are at all the polling stations and just push the button at 8 o'clock and there are the results. So I think it's still emerging technology. And so I'm concerned about it. It hasn't satisfied me yet that it works right. But also you're saying the internet voting then would cost the taxpayers an additional $600,000, $150,000 a year for the next 4 years?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, when we look at what the costs are associated with other municipalities that are delivering this, about 180 odd municipalities are using internet voting, and they have been for a number of elections. When we price it out for the size of Hamilton, we're estimating about $600,000 for that service.
Okay, I have trouble with this, Madam Chairman, committing future councils to this, and it should be brought back when the new council comes in. I don't know how we deal with phasing in over 4 years when we do that, but I can't support it for that reason. I don't want to commit future council to, first of all, accepting internet voting, and secondly, to the $600,000 costs. So, although I see Andrea wants to challenge me on that.
That's okay. Go ahead, Andrea. Challenge.
Perfectly okay.
Through the chair, it's not a challenge, Councillor. What we're looking for today is approval to go forward to the 2022 budget to have this annual operating expense put in within our budget. And then what we would do is we would still be bringing forward this decision probably in 2025 for the Council of the Day to make that decision. So the decision for internet voting is not today. A year ago, I brought forward a voting methodologies report. I was looking at bringing mail-in, what that cost would be. The bylaw came forward, so we're doing mail-in in person. This is about talking about informing what the costs would be associated with internet voting, and that we would have that annual contribution. If in 2025 the Council of the Day decides not to partake in internet voting, then we would be looking at bringing those contributions back into the budget for
Thank you, Councillor.
use other ways.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, super. And I have now Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So when would the report come to us about the pros and cons of internet voting so that this council can make a decision on that? It seems that this, in my mind, is kind of cart before the horse. We haven't made the decision, but we're going to start saving because we're going to be doing it in the future, even though we haven't made that decision.
Andrea?
Through the chair, Councillor Clark, in the December 2020 report, which is referenced in the one before you today, we brought forward the risk analysis for internet voting. So that risk analysis has come before committee and council. We see internet voting as very low risk when it comes to security. There's a lot of actions that we can take to help bring forward an internet voting that would be secure. But what we're looking for right now is there is a budget deficit in order to deliver that for 2022. When we did the analysis, we thought the mail-in voting is something that's far more accessible to everybody across the city. So that's why we brought that one forward as something for 2022. We felt that that was a better alternative voting method for 2022.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling with the process because I can't remember any department coming forward and saying, well, we might be implementing this in 4 years, so please create the reserve now prior to us bringing the decision to council. And I'm struggling with that component of it. It really is cart before the horse. We should be looking at, do we wish to do this? And if we do, here's what the real costs are, and then we make that decision. It just seems peculiar to me to be setting up a reserve and we haven't made the decision to actually implement the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for 10.1? Seeing none. So it is on the floor. We've already moved and seconded it. So this is the election expense reserve needs related to consideration of internet voting for the 2026 municipal election. So all those in favor, the vote shall be up.
And that carried 8-2.
Thank you. And we're going to go straight to 10.12, if that's because it is the 2022 municipal election voting technology procurement, FCS 21094. To put it on the floor, I'm going to ask Councillor Nan and Councillor Clark to put it on the floor. Are there any questions or concerns? I'm just waiting. I don't see anything coming in. All right. I feel like I'm playing a lottery game here. Okay, thank you. The vote will be up, please. And we've got our in 10 to none. Okay, thank you. 10.2, scope of work activity plan. This is the public engagement policy and the administrative framework, CM 21011 citywide. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor, please. So I'm going to look for somebody I haven't picked for a while. Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Pearson. We'll put it on the floor. Are there any questions or so? I think we have Councillor Wilson, please.
No, just a quick comment from me. I just wanted to congratulate the report writer. In my opinion, I thought it was really well written and thorough. And I'm very pleased to see movement in this direction away from a decentralized engagement practice across the corporation to providing a platform, a threshold, if you will, and one that recognizes the different everything from digital equity and access of our residents to their language differences to an opportunity to them to more fully engage in sounding their priorities and to share their experiences. So really, really pleased to see this, and congratulations to the folks who wrote it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other? I don't see anything coming down. So it is on the docket, please. Cast your votes. Okay, thank you. 10-0. So now we're on point 3, Code of Conduct for Boards and Committees. Integrity Commissioner Work Plan FCS 21081. We need a mover and a seconder, please, to put it on the table. We've got Councillor Danko, moved seconded by Councillor Pauls. It's on the table, folks. And Janet, oh, she's right there. Atwood Kapowski, I'm sorry. And her wonderful partner is with us as well. So, Greg, I believe it's Greg, right? Jeffrey.
Jeff.
It's okay. I'm still calling my kids the dog name. So.
Good afternoon. Thank you for making time for us. And we know you have a busy schedule as well. So this report is really the clerk's report, and it's we were asked to work with staff to provide a draft code for local boards and advisory committees. And this is the draft that we've produced. It really reflects, I would say, by and large, mostly the components that already exist in the Council Code of Conduct. There's a few additional components. It really reflects components that are generally regarded as best practice for members of local boards and advisory committees. And the recommendation before you, as Andrea Holland has put in front of you in the report, is that this draft Code of Conduct would be circulated to local boards, and that feedback would be sought before council has to make a determination on it. So that's really the recommendation. Now we are certainly prepared to walk through the various provisions, and when we were in front of you just a couple of days ago, very briefly, we said that we would talk through a couple of the provisions if you would like. As I say, by and large, we like to think of this as it's about a dozen rules. That's pretty much what most codes of conduct have and contain. There's a lot of similarity in these now across municipalities. There's a couple of new points in this particular draft Code of Conduct, which I would draw your attention to. One of those deals with media communications, and we do touch on that there's, as we've pointed out, social media is now ubiquitous, and in the attempt to provide guidance to members of local boards, we provide just a little bit of commentary in this around social media and managing and curating and that kind of thing, conduct on social media. So it is because it's something that's sort of an evolving area, a rapidly evolving area actually in this province and in other provinces as well. So it's about providing guidance. We look at a code as an ability to provide good guidance to members of these bodies who are appointed by council to serve, and therefore the provision of commentary is an attempt to help people to understand how these things can be interpreted. The other piece of this that may look new to some is under Rule 1, which is really guidance on avoiding conflicts of interest. And so we talk about, we use language that basically we have introduced in a number of municipalities that was adopted by the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry Associate Chief Justice Morocco with respect to contemplating or thinking of these conflicts of interest as disqualifying interests. So there are interests that disqualify a member of a local board from participating, and there are other interests that really are not disqualifying. They're non-disqualifying interests because there's reasons that the member can remain impartial in considering the matters before the body. So those might be somewhat new concepts, but I think by and large, these provisions are reflected in Council's own code of conduct and certainly reflect best practices in codes of conduct for local boards across the province. Subject to any questions, we're available to assist. It would be our expectation that when this is circulated to local boards, that there would be a special general issues committee meeting scheduled, and we would be in a position to not only walk through in much greater detail how these provisions should be interpreted by members and to get the best guidance possible, but also respond to any concerns or feedback that we would have, or perhaps make changes to the provisions before you today. So it's a draft, but it's subject to further review by the local board members themselves, because that input is very important, I know, to council.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark, you have oh, sorry, Jeffrey, did you have anything to add to that? My apologies. I got your name right.
You did, actually. You called me by my son's name, so that's quite all right, too.
Oh, thank you. Good. Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, you're first on the list.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. One of the things that I thought was a significant improvement in the legislation was giving councillors an opportunity to seek the advice of the Integrity Commissioner, which is really, for me, helped inform me on how I make these decisions in terms of whether or not I have an interest, a conflict, et cetera, et cetera. Can I ask through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the Integrity Commissioners, if that same allowance is permitted for the advisory committees? Can they reach out to the Integrity Commissioners to seek their advice prior to making a determination as to whether or not they believe they have a conflict or an interest on a matter?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Clark, good question, and that is a provision of the draft code in front of you, and certainly is, we are a resource, if you will, for members of local boards and advisory committees as well to reach out when they need independent, confidential advice about a particular nuanced situation. And although the issue does not rise as regularly as it might with respect to members of council, it certainly is a resource that is, I think, welcomed by members of these bodies who, up until, I would say, quite recently, maybe the past 4 years, did not even realize that they were also subject to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So it's a very important feature, absolutely.
I think it is, and I really think, at least from my experience, asking, making the inquiry and then getting a report back or a memorandum of advice or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what the Integrity Commissioners call it. It really does provide clarity in terms of how I have declared conflicts or interests. And I think that that's a vital role for our Integrity Commissioner. And I'm glad that our boards and agencies and advisory committees can avail themselves of that same advice. I look forward to the future presentation, and I thank you for your time today. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Danko is on the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Councillor Wilson.
Just
go ahead.
Understanding that this is still a draft and there will be a final review with all the members of boards and agencies, and there'll be a final version that does come back. one of the sections that kind of stood out for me was Rule 5 on election campaigns, which basically bans members of boards from participating in an election campaign, from fundraising, from any kind of contribution in an election campaign. And I'm just wondering if that may be problematic because that's kind of infringing on, somebody's personal, what they do with their time personally. And we have members on boards and agencies, from all kinds of different backgrounds with different relationships, whether they're involved with political parties or, for example, the Committee of Adjustment and all different kinds of interests that kind of lend themselves to being involved in municipal politics one way or another. And I'm just curious of if that's even possible to say that because you're a member of a board or agency, you can't be involved in any way in an election campaign.
Thank you. Janice or Jeffrey?
Through the chair, I'll take a stab at that, and if I don't do well enough, Jeff will jump in. That's a good question, Councillor Danko. Actually, the provision is that the member, while identifying themselves as a member, should not undertake those activities. So the idea being that to hold oneself out as, I am a member of the Committee of Adjustment. I just want to say to you, we need to endorse this individual for that particular office. It's that kind of behavior which is really discouraged.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate the clarification there. That makes much more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have Councillor Wilson up next, please.
Just a quick question of clarification from me to the acting integrity commissioners. So this code of conduct that is going out for consultation is for the city's advisory committees, and it has been informed what I'll call by a post-Collingwood world. Is that what you, in summary, have said, Integrity Commissioner?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, that's exactly right. It's been informed by a post-Collingwood world, although we would hasten to add that it's the model that we actually have been recommending to municipal councils across Ontario for 3-4 years at this point in time. So we believe it's more helpful to think of these avoiding interests as avoiding disqualifying interests and managing non-disqualifying interests. So it is definitely post-Collingwood.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. But that same lens has not applied to council's code of conduct. Is that correct?
Janice?
This work is moving forward a little faster than the review of council's code of conduct is.
If I could just jump in at this point,
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Sure. I mean, the council code of conduct requires members to avoid all conflicts of interest as it's written. Putting this in the context of Collingwood recognized the common law obligation for members to avoid certain conflicts of interest, even though they may not be recited in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So in that sense, very much this is a post-Collingwood code. Council's code already recognizes it, but it doesn't provide any guidance on how to deal with it. And so were we to review council's code, we would be providing you with some better guidance on how to deal with this complicated world requiring you to avoid a variety of conflicts of interest.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I guess, Chair, I have a question for the clerk, if it's permitted.
Thank you. Is Andrea still online? I believe I just saw you. Okay, thank you. Councillor
there you
Kurt
are.
Wilson, there's your question, please.
Try to find her on the screen. Hi. Thank you, through you, Chair, to Clerk Holland. Then, sorry, Clerk Holland, could you just give me a reminder then of where we are in the overview of this council's own code of conduct, please?
Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson.
welcome.
Council made the decision. It did go to governance. The work plan for our integrity commissioner did go to governance for review and AFNA, and council removed the overview of the council code of conduct from the work
Right.
plan, so it won't be occurring.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor.
Just wanted to figure that out. Thank you. I appreciate everyone who's on screen who answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So those are all the questions and speakers list. I don't see anybody raving frantically. It's been moved and seconded, so can you please go to your screens and vote accordingly? And Jeffrey and Janice, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thanks for your patience. And 10-0. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Take care. 10.4 2020 Municipal Tax Competitiveness Study, FCS 21083 citywide. I didn't know who is, I believe is it Mike Segerick that's doing this one again?
So through the chair, Brian McMullen.
Thank you. Brian is with us today. So let's put it on the floor first. Councillor Partridge and seconded by Councillor Jackson. We're just putting it on the floor. And do you want to have an overview of this committee, members, or just want to ask questions? No? Okay, I think we need questions or overview. Thank you. Brian, do you mind giving us the synopsis, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, so through the chair, this is an annual report that we provide to committee. Sorry to clarify, Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy for Council and those listening. Yeah, so we do this annual report. We hire BMA consultants. We work with, and they work with 126, I think it is this time, 126 different municipalities. And they get information from us related to the 2020 year. And that's what this report is about. And there's a very detailed analysis that they put together. Their report's available on our website. I think it's over 500 pages. And what this report does, and we timed it so that it would come to the same meeting as the GIC budget outlook and guideline report, as the information is related to help councillors and the public be aware of some of this information. So what this report does, we like to look at some of the trends that we've seen, and again, it's the 2020 information as opposed to the 2021 information, right? It's all based on when the information is available and can be sent to BMA consultants to do this work. So what we've seen in the executive summary, we've got a bit of a highlight here that the relative tax burden for some of our comparators, are improving. So that's in both the in all three, the residential, commercial, and industrial classes. So we tend to look at that information, and that's important as we make these decisions about our upcoming budgets. So some of the if you're interested, what I can do is I can go to some of the particular slides. We did something a little bit different this year than we did in the previous years. We have a number of different comparators. So we have the overall 123 municipalities that we've compared to. And then what we've determined too is we have a proximity group, which is the municipalities that are around us. And then we have, and that's 10 municipalities. And then we have 26 municipalities that we have determined to be are similar in population. And we've identified those in Appendix A. And then so what we looked for is some of those comparators. So I think in the earlier presentation, there was some discussion in Mike's presentation about assessment and assessment appeals and how all that information flows through, and building permits. And as Councillor Ferguson and others have pointed out, when we see increases, maybe it was Councillor Danko as well, increases in the building permits, they don't always translate into greater assessment. That process takes a few years. So what we have in the residential sector, on the residential property class, is that and we detached bungalows is one of the things that we've looked at and one of the things that BMA looks at. Because you may have heard in the past, obviously, Councillor Partridge, I think you raised it earlier today, the prices of houses are climbing exponentially all across the country, actually. But this information is based on assessment, so it's not necessarily the right property values. It's the property values that are used for assessment, not necessarily the selling price and purchase prices that are there now. So we have a bit of an increase. Sorry, the city has we've some improvements. Sorry. So we have this residential tax. If you go to table figure 1, actually is a good one, where residential property taxes. So we compare our residential property taxes for a detached bungalow, and detached bungalows then obviously across the 123 municipalities, that the prices of those vary. The assessment of those would vary by municipality, and we show that Hamilton, we're in the this is a red line, so we're staying relatively close to the population comparators. We're still higher than the population comparators though, but we're the gap seems to be trending closer when we compare to the proximity ones, the proximity municipalities. Like I said, there's 10 of those. The green, which is on figure 1, I'm not going to show it if you have it in front of you. Figure 1, we're getting closer as the years have gone by, and we've analyzed from 2015 to 2020. And then figure 2, we talk about our residential property tax rate. So that's the taxes as a percentage of assessment. So it has been declining. So for both the municipal and the education, that's what we show in figure 2. So those are some of the the interesting things related to our property taxes. And I know that gets into some of the discussion about equity. I think Councillor Wilson raised that this morning about equity amongst homeowners, what they're able to afford, and renters for that matter. So we're making improvements in those areas. When you get to we show the residential as a percentage of average household income. So our household income in Hamilton is not as great as some of the other municipalities. So we show in figure 5 that we are above the average some of our comparators. Figure 5 shows that we're the red municipality in this case. So that's a combination, as I mentioned, of not just the taxes, but then also the average income for Hamilton compared to some of the other municipalities. And in our case, our average income is 98,000, whereas the comparators it's about 102,000. So we're lower on the average. When you get to some of the other areas, we've looked at the high-rise apartments in figure 6. We're somewhat constant in some of that, and we're getting closer to some of the averages in some of those cases. So the factors that drive our taxes, in the comparators are the services that we deliver. So that's what you see in these cases are if we have different service levels or the cost of our services are different in Hamilton than other municipalities. That's what some of these charts end up showing. Then of course we get into some of the commercial class, property class. We have neighborhood shopping centers, and that information we're pretty much around $5,000 per square foot. I'm looking at that, $5 per square foot. So we're consistent in those lines, and other municipalities we're staying close. So I think that's the general trend, is that things are improving, certainly in the residential and in the commercial and in the industrial property classes. But in a lot of cases, we're still higher than a lot of our comparators. In the large industrial property class, figure 10, that is one of the areas where we are certainly below the other property classes. The other comparative municipalities. One of the things that we focused on is our residential and non-residential assessment percentage. We were, through the work done through the Economic Development Action Plan that Council has endorsed, and I think there's an update coming from Norm Schlehan in an upcoming meeting. That's one of the things that they have regarding the stretch targets, and we're looking to always improve that with having a greater non-residential assessment. If you look at the information, our information, we're lower as far as we We have as far as our residential portion, we have a higher percentage than a lot of municipalities and a lot of the comparators. So we're always looking to increase that non-residential assessment. I think that's basically it. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. I have Councillor Wilson, first time speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate that overview. I've always been interested in, or maybe I'll start with the question. Has this council looked at the property tax rates for multi-residential compared to residential as part of its affordable housing policy work?
So through the chair, yeah, sorry,
Thank
I'll
you.
wait for you, Councillor. Yeah, so through the chair. So we did a report a couple of years ago related to the multi-res rates. Personally, for financial, our division, I don't know if we've looked at that, but I'm not sure that there's others maybe in the housing area that may have looked at the tax rates in comparison to with the affordability. But I can get more information on that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah. 'Cause my understanding is that our multi-residential tax rate is like 274% higher than the rate for residential. And it seems to me that if affordable housing deliverance is a key strategic priority for this community in light of the crisis, which we're all acknowledging, I would be very interested in learning more on our opportunities that exist within that class of properties to focus intentionally on that for that purpose. Because my understanding is that under the Residential Tenancies Act, large reductions in property taxes require proportionate reductions in rent. So, I think I read somewhere that there's no evidence that lower taxes lead to lower rents, but clearly that's false. So if I could I ask through you, or maybe I need to do this formally, if Brian could bring forward that previous work of analysis to assist this council. And my second question, so I'll leave that ask there on how I could move forward in that. My second question is, as part of that work, Brian, was there a deliberation on the cost of servicing for, say, residential single family compared to higher density, say in this case, multi-res?
Brian?
So through the chair. Yeah, so I don't know whether, I can't remember specifically that work. It might have been 2017 that we did that work, but I can certainly pull up that information and do a refresh on that. It looks like Mike Zagaric is wanting to add some comments.
Mike, you wanted to add some comments with your bicycle?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we can bring back that report Brian is referring to. At the time when we engaged stakeholders on that report, there was an interest by City Council at the time to understand the assessment issues as well as the tax rates as it relates to the differences between multi-residential, and that the analysis Brian is referring to compared multi-residential with condominiums, because there was a suggestion that residential was treated unfairly as it relates to tax rates, without the appreciation that the two properties are treated differently as it relates to assessed value by impact. Multi-residential is based on an income approach, as they are rental properties, and condominiums are assessed on a cost approach, as they are owned by property owners. So again, we can bring back that report. Councillor Wilson, to your second question, we did look at service levels and levels of services provided to multi-residential versus condominiums. But again, at the time of preparation of that report, we were directed to do a comparison of those two types of properties.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Councillor.
Thank you,
And I think you're
Chair.
close to your time too. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. If you could put me back on accordingly. I think, sorry, if I could ask just clarification on that to Mr. Zagarek through you, Chair. Was the determination of the municipal cost of servicing the various properties, Mr. Zagarek, was it only between multi-res and condo, or was it multi-res, condo, and single family?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I recall correctly, it was just condominiums versus multi-residential, as there was some suggestions that the two properties or the two types of properties were treated differently, unfairly as it relates to the setting of tax rates. And the one piece of information that was missing as it relates to that argument was how the two types of properties are assessed. And so tax rates are a product of assessed values. Those two values are critical in terms of determining tax burden. And so when staff reported back, we ensured that we reported back on tax rates, how MPAC assesses the properties, as well as the level of or the access to municipal services that the two types of properties benefit from.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to, please, Councillor Pearson. Sorry? Yes?
I know I'm beyond time, but I just wanted to know if you could grant me some leniency, because I want to understand process. When Mr. Zagarek and Mr. McMullen say they're going to be they could report back on that. Could you just help me understand, like, what format does that take? Thank you. And if you could put me back on for the second time. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and if Brian sees a different approach, invite him to the conversation. We can just provide an information, we can provide an information report and report back on the scope of that work and some of the findings of that work. I apologize, I start off with the word just. If the desire was to update that information, that would take some time and effort. And, I don't want to speak on behalf of Brian and his team as it relates to their capacity and timing for the delivery of a refresher update to that report.
Okay, this will give Brian some time when we put Councillor Wilson on for a second time. It won't be too long because we're just going to Councillor Pearson, then we'll come back to Councillor Wilson for that question, Brian. Councillor Pearson, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Let me pull up my wad of notes so that I can go through them. Sorry. No, I'm just teasing. I just wanted to ask.
I know where you live.
I just wanted to ask Brian. Brian, can you just refresh your memories? Where are we as far as residential, industrial, commercial is the percentage of taxes that we receive? Last year, I think we were at 13 and 87. Are we still there, or is it shifting in the wrong direction?
So yeah, so through the chair, that's part of the report in figure 11. So we are 85% residential, 85.6%. So it's not trending in the right direction that we want it to go.
Right, thank you for that. And you did mention that some of the anomalies as far as our tax competitiveness with other communities are certainly the services and the cost of services, et cetera, the City of Hamilton provide. So my last note on the servicing, we had a few years ago, 89 services, initial services that we provide to the city taxpayers, 247 sub-services, 256 social agencies in the downtown alone, and that we provide over 400 plus services. So we do an awful lot. Have we ever thought of doing a comparison between our community and the others? Not that I want to create a workload of, just our basic, say, sub-services comparisons between what we provide and other communities provide.
Through the chair, I can start, and I don't know whether Mike can get involved in that because I know it was like 2011 when we did with KPMG, where we did that initial study where we sort of determined the services that the city provides, and came up with that list. And I know that we fine-tuned that, like whether it's 89 or 75, whatever the number is, as services get sort of moved around and maybe combined. So yeah, that work was done in 2011, and I don't recall specifically at the time whether there was services that we decided that there's things that we weren't going to do any longer when we compared to some of the municipalities. But I'm going to let Mike jump in on that one.
Thank you.
Mike?
I'll just, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we have reported back to council based on that 2011 report from time to time with respect to various issues around service levels, and we recognize that City Council, as it relates to certain city services, prefers a higher level of service. Winter control, the city has a relatively high level of winter control service as well. Legislatively, we're only required to provide one long-term care home for municipality, and we opt to provide two. And so we recognize that each municipality will have varying priorities, and consequently service levels will vary from municipality to municipality. What is referenced in the broader report that Brian referenced is one telling metric is the comparison of net levy per capita. So if you think of it as our total spend, and if you normalize it by population, how much are we spending per resident versus other municipalities? And we come in right at the average, which would suggest we don't necessarily have a expenditure challenge. We tend to be spending generally for the same services that other communities provide, but maybe differing service levels. Generally, we're spending what the other municipalities on average are spending as it relates to delivery of those services on a per person, per resident basis. And as the report speaks to, one of the challenges we continue to have is tax burden relative to household income. That has been improving in part because of cost containment over the past number of years, decade plus. And if I can just, my final comment will be to Councillor Pearson's first question around the residential and non-residential assessment growth. It's important for a committee and the community to understand this is not new assessment growth. This is total assessment growth. So for a good number of issues today, we've discussed the relatively strong housing market and the escalation in housing values. And that's going to have a significant impact in terms of working against what we are trying to achieve as it relates to that ratio. As housing values increase on average and outpace non-residential values, that's going to work against what we are trying to achieve in terms of shifting that ratio. So again, I would suggest this is more of a marathon than a sprint as it relates to the residential, non-residential. And there are some headwinds that we are facing, and those headwinds include a very strong housing market.
Thank you, Mike. And you say it so eloquently, and I wanted to be sure that it was out there for the public consumption, because it is important information that they understand when I try and explain to people the tax shifts and the burdens are now going on to the residential. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Appreciate that. So I just, if I can again to Mike, you mentioned about the spend per resident. So are you telling me then we're average with other communities, but we provide more? So we're getting better deals. We're being more efficient. We're being more frugal.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we know from some of the work that we participate on with other municipalities where we are more positive in terms of value to the taxpayer, and we share that information with other municipalities as they share with us where they are able to garner better value for the services they provide. So we try to learn from one another. I think the one message I'd want to leave with committee and the public is, again, municipalities have varying priorities, and for the City of Hamilton, One of the areas that council has set as a priority over the past number of years is housing. And you'll see that we outpace a number of other municipalities as it relates to our investment in housing and housing per capita and per resident. And so again, the message I would want to leave is these results will vary from one municipality to another. And one of the principal reasons is priorities vary from one municipality to another.
Thank
for
you.
that,
Councillor
Mike.
Pearson, your time is almost up. Do you want to go
It
back on the
just-
list, or do you have one more question? And
Just
wrap?
one quick, if Mike can just elaborate, just earlier today in the 2022 budget guidelines presentation, Mike, you mentioned about the tax impact and the levy restrictions with regards to multi-res and the industrial. Can you just elaborate just briefly on that? Because that came in a few years ago, and that affects every residential taxpayer.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the multi-residential in parts aligns with Councillor Wilson's questions and the timing for our 2017 report. There was an effort afoot for municipalities to reduce the tax rate for multi-residential, principally because what was occurring in the GTA and the escalation of rental rates in the GTA. As a result, the province has imposed a province-wide freeze, and that levy increases and reassessment shifts cannot be passed on to the multi-residential property owners. So you'll see in the staff report before you, a downward trend as it relates to multi-residential for Hamilton, principally because of those restrictions. And as it relates to industrial, since post-amalgamation, we've been limited to only pass on 50% of the levy increase. Industrial is a protected property class as well, and that represents a restriction. And in this morning's presentation, with respect to the outlook, you would have seen I believe, a 0.1% levy restriction. So that gets transferred on to residential property owners. That restriction on multi-res and industrial is a transfer of burden onto residential.
A 0.1%.
A 0.1%.
Thank you for that and the clarification. It's tough for the public to digest it, but I think the more we get it out there, they can start understanding it better. Thank you for answering those questions. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other first-time speakers, I'm going to go back to Councillor Wilson now to finish up her questioning. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Through you to Mr. Zagaric or Brian. I'm interested in on page 6 of the report, you do break down residential property taxes as a percentage of income. And then on page 8 of the report, you do break down property taxes per square foot for neighborhood shopping centers. I'm wondering whether you have in the past or could in the future break down residential property taxes in the same measure on a per square hectare or foot basis. The reason I'm asking that is to try and inform this council on the as we look to the future in housing and productivity, that which is yielding us the greatest return and therefore might guide our investments accordingly. Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll start, and Brian may be more familiar with the independent consultants' work. If I recall correctly, the residential is based, as Brian's described, on a detached bungalow. And I believe there's some common characteristics that the independent consultants uses in defining detached bungalows, so that it's the same type of housing from one community to the other. So we're comparing apples to apples. And I believe in that report, we can take that away, Councillor. We can see whether or not the consultant makes an assumption with respect to square footage for those homes. If they do, we may be able to provide that right now.
Thanks. I would really appreciate that. If I could, Mike, forward you some information. There's some really interested citizens that have taken an interest in this and have selected properties across the city and have broken down the residential property tax on a per hectare basis to show it's very, very revealing in terms of equity and productivity. And I think it might be very illustrative for all of us to get a handle on so that we're really comparing a clearer comparison of what we're measuring. So if I could do that, and if you could respond accordingly as you just stated, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is all the speakers that we have for tonight. Thank you so much, Brian and Mike, for your input. As always, your great questions and answers, everyone. So it's been moved and seconded, and your vote will be up shortly.
That carried 10-0.
Thank you. We're now on to 10.5, Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund DMAF Intake 2. This is FCES 21090, and we need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Clark. It's on the table. Do we have any questions or concerns? And maybe, Brian, would you like to give a quick overview of this one as well? You left your
Sure.
video on, so I'm assuming it's you.
No, yeah, no, through the chair. Yeah, I turned it off, but then I turned it back on. Yeah, so
Good for
through the
you.
chair. Yeah,
Great,
so through the chair.
great clue.
So this is this is an intake number 2, as you indicated when you read that, and there was a previous intake back in 2018 that we made some applications to, and we were successful in getting a couple projects initiated back in 2018 related to extreme shoreline protection. Sorry. So we're looking this time, same sort of thing. We're looking for council's endorsement to submit some projects. There's a large stream and what they determine to be a smaller stream of intakes, and the intake period is coming up. So we would want to make sure that we got approval from council to submit these projects. If these projects get approved, then we will come back with a financing strategy because there's projects that are from the tax supported budget and projects that are in the rate supported budget. So the funding that's available is 40% of those project costs. So the city would have to make up the remaining 60%, and in some cases there might be some development charges if it's related to growth. So the attachment, there's 6 different tables that have there's 105 or almost $106 million in projects. The city share would be the $64 million in those projects, and we do have staff on the call related to those projects, either from the tax supported side or the rate supported side, if we want to get into any specifics about those specific projects and what's being submitted.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions on the projects or anything that you'd like to before we give the staff the approval to go to take 2? Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Ferguson, please. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the appropriate staff. I think it's page 7 of the report. It references a potential project for a CSO outfall monitoring project. And I know this is a high-level report, but I wanted to know if there's any possibility that those locations have been identified or not. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Brian.
So through the chair, I'm not sure whether Mark Bainbridge is on the call from Public Works or whether he had staff assigned to attend.
I don't know. Oh, here we
Mark
go.
is there.
Mark is
Mark
there.
is there. Okay. Yep.
Lovely background for you too, Mark.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair, it's Mark Bainbridge. I'm the acting director of Hamilton Water. Good question, Councillor Wilson. It is a very high level. So at this time, we have a number of outfalls that are unmonitored, and we would be looking to apply the money to monitor those locations. But I don't have a direct list that I can share with you at this time, but we'd be happy to keep in touch with you when we have something we can share.
Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson. You
I'm
had a
good.
question?
I'm
Okay,
good.
thank you. All right, so it's been moved and seconded, and the vote is coming up. Thanks very much, Mark, for joining us today.
That carries 10-0.
Thank you very much, ma'am. 10.6, Capital Projects Work in Progress Subcommittee Report 21003, September 27th, 2021. I believe Councillor Pearson is the chair of that, so we're going to have her move it, and we'll have Councillor Partridge second it. And I believe we probably have two questions on top. I think
Speakers
Councillor
list is
Pearson.
activated.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Pearson, did you want to speak to this or just move it? Okay, and Councillor Partridge, you just wanted to move it? Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Ferguson? No, got Jardy. Okay, thank you. So we're going to have the vote up, please. No questions.
And that vote carries 10-0.
Thank you very much. Now we're on to 10.7 for two of you that already claimed an interest. Just wanted to remind you. 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, 10.10, and 10.11 are where we have our conflicts. They're also regarding, I believe, the same proponent. If it's this committee's choice that we can speak to all of them at once, or would you like to do them individually? Okay, Councillor Nan, I see you shaking your head, and I used to read lips. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I was suggesting that we do just treat them all as one, since they're quite consistent in terms of their recommendations and the staff report and rationale for each of the reports that are before us, and it is the same proponent.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing everybody's heads shaking yes. So let's put them on the floor first, and then we can open it up to questions and comments. I am going to ask that Councillor Ferguson, and moved by Councillor Partridge. We'll just put it on the floor for right now. All right, so we're talking about 10.7.
Partridge seconder. Oh,
I'm sorry, my seconder was Councillor Partridge.
and the mover, pardon me.
And the mover was Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you very much.
So we've got from 10.7 all the way over to 10.11. And let me just rhyme off the addresses. 681 Barton Street East, 575 King Street East, and 6 and 8 Stevens Street, both in Hamilton. We have 408, 414 King Street East, and 4 Victoria Avenue South. We have 152 to 154 James Street North, and 4 to 6 Cannon Street East. And last we have, it doesn't have an address. Oh, sorry, 289 to 293 Kenilworth Avenue North. This is the Hamilton tax increment grant, and this is for all of those properties mentioned above. So I'm sure we have a speakers list starting. Councillor Clark, then Councillor Nan, please. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I'm just going to make some comments. As I understand it, this council has already approved the changes to the program on a go-forward basis. We made that decision, and we're moving forward with that. I am still struck with the fact that this council is being asked, this committee is being asked to act as an ad hoc quasi-judicial role on a landlord-tenant dispute. We do not have the legislative authority to intervene in that dispute. There is a landlord-tenant board that is responsible for that. When I look at the legislation and the way the acts are written, the terminology that lawyers like to use, and I'm sure Mr. Spracklin will give me credit for remembering this term, ultra vires is the term that he has shared with me in the past. Ultra vires literally means that a government is acting outside of its legislative authority. So we've had individuals come forward with allegations against Malium, and I'm not disputing or siding with those allegations. They are facts that are being presented by those individuals. We are not a quasi-judicial body powered to hear those complaints and then to hear from the proponent and then make a decision. That's not our role. That role is literally the role of the landlord-tenant board. That is where those allegations and complaints should have been taken. And for us to create a role wherein we hear these complaints and therefore decide to penalize a company, property owner, outside of the legislative framework, which is the landlord-tenant board, puts this municipality in a serious jeopardy. No matter how you slice it, we're not supposed to change the rules of the game midstream. We're taught that as children. You don't change the rules of the game in the middle of the game. So we have a process that has been in place for many years. There are numerous proponents that have applied for these types of grants. And we as a municipality, we as a council, are to judge them based on their application and based on the merits of the application and the criteria of the application. We're not to change that criteria midstream and then hold them to account for the new rules. We can't do that. If we start doing that, imagine the uproar if we change the rules on our grant process to the community groups that come forward requesting annual grants from the municipality. They come forward with their application, and then in midstream, we change the application. We change the rules. There would be an uproar. The definition of procedural fairness is literally treating people equally, fairly, reasonably, and they're getting treated exactly the same. It is not appropriate for this municipality to unilaterally decide to penalize a company which has not been adjudicated on the allegations that have been made against them. That's the landlord-tenant board's responsibility. They hear from the witnesses, they hear from the company, and they make a decision based on the balance of probabilities, and they make that determination. That's where all of these individuals should be going with their complaints. I understand and I want to support the groups going forward with the renoviction, which is why I supported the policy change on a go-forward basis. But we are on a very slippery slope. If this government begins to take the position that they can change the rules of the game midstream and make them apply to all of those companies that are applying. We simply can't do that. We are sympathetic to what we have heard from the residents. As a result, we changed the policy on a go-forward basis, but we can't apply that policy retroactively. It flies in the face of one of my colleagues used to talk about natural justice. It flies in the face of procedural fairness. That's what we have to do. Now, if you want to eliminate the entire program and it's gone completely and nobody can apply, then that might be a different conversation, but that's not what we're doing. We're tweaking the program to ensure that on a go-forward basis, companies that are renovating tenants can't do that anymore without having it impact their application for a grant. And I'm all for that. We've done that. But I have real concerns that what we're being asked to do now is bordering on an ultra vires situation where we do not have the legal authority to hear the complaints and hear the proponent and make a determination. So I'm going to continue to support these applications based on the timing of the application. And the future applications that come forward will be judged based on the new criteria that this council has approved. Those are all my comments, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And we're on to Councillor Nan, then Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Nan, you're next, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just a couple of questions to clarify. And I don't have the exact page number of which report to reference. So if I could, through you, just clarify with staff who wrote the reports. I did pull out a quote when I was copying and pasting from eScribe earlier this morning. And there's language in the reports that imply that the new policy that's been passed would apply not only to new program applications, but also as well as any existing program application not already approved by council. Could I see clarity on that quote from the report?
I am looking to see whose staff member would be here to help us with that. Oh, there we go. Is this Norm?
I'll start this through the chair and to the councillor. What that means is that there are several applications that are still in the queue that have not had all their due diligence completed. Those applications would then move forward into the next cycle, and all the new rules will be applied to those applications moving forward.
And through you, when does the new policy take effect?
So the new policy will take effect once the appeal period for the CIP has been completed. And we're estimating that's in and around October 20th to 21st if there are no appeals. And I see that Mike Kovacevic has come on, and he can probably add some more information to that.
Michael, would you like to add more information, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, the norm is correct. If there are no appeals, then the new policies will come into effect the day after the last day for appealing. However, if there are appeals of the new policies that were approved by council, there is no way of knowing when they would come into force because it would have to be dealt with by the Ontario Lands Tribunal, just like any other OP policy that's appealed to the OLT. So at this time, we don't know if anybody's, I'm not aware of anybody appealing it, but there may be appeals of it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I will be remaining consistent as a councillor on my votes with these incentive grants. I've mentioned it before in previous conversations, both that led to our amendments to these incentive grants to ensure that rent evictions and aggressive tactics being used by private equity firms are not being incentivized through public funds. I can understand why these reports are coming forward prior to the new policy being applied, especially since this council tried to ensure that the concerns that residents have been putting on the record publicly in terms of their experiences as residents and now as small businesses have to be integrated into how we pursue economic development in this city and these incentive grants specifically. And, you know, appreciating previous councillors' comments, however, even at the LTB hearings between Malliam and tenants, Malliam has been characterized by the Ontario Landlord Tenant Board as not close to being reasonable and being borderline offensive in their submissions against their tenants. I maintain that the city's obligation from an economic development lens ought to focus on seeking to deliver economic benefit that is most sustainable and beneficial to the community and deliver on a triple bottom line that is socially responsible, environmentally responsible, as well as providing economic outcomes, not simply to be grants that enable private equity firms to fund renovations that beautify their buildings in order to jack up the rents and displace our residents from their safe and affordable homes. Let alone incentivizing a private equity firm with public funds to add to the affordable housing crisis that our market is experiencing right now in Hamilton. it's clear to me that council can practice their discretion, and we continue to practice this discretion by providing public funds in other scenarios. And I believe it's not in the public's interest to have over $151,000 of taxpayers' dollars go towards continuing to displace our neighbors and small businesses that are doing the right thing in our community by providing living wages and appropriate employment to our residents and our neighbors. It doing so will only further increase public costs as it relates to housing as well as health. So I will not be supporting any of the recommendations that are before us as a council, as a committee, as it relates to each one of these incentive grants. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very important item for us, but I'm going to ask Councillor Jackson to please take the chair as the past deputy mayor. I'm only stepping out for a couple of minutes, and we have Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Pauls for the next speakers. So I am going to step out. I'll be right back. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Johnson. And who was next on the list? Was it Councillor Ferguson?
I think
That
so,
is
Councillor
correct.
Jackson.
All right,
Yeah.
Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you. I think we've already been down this road and had very firm legal advice, similar to what Councillor Clark said, that if we change the rules midstream after the application has been filed, that we'd be put the city in a very tenable position. It would be nice if Millennium would appear before us, delegate, and respond to these allegations that are being made by their tenants. But there's no use in doing that until the current backlog of people who applied before has been processed. So through you, Councillor Jackson or Deputy Mayor Jackson, question to Norm. Norm, you mentioned during with the last debate on this issue that there was a number in the hopper. Does these, I finished what's in the hopper that were applications were in before we changed the rules?
So through the deputy mayor to the councillor, there were a number of in the hop, as you said, in the hopper or in the queue that are still coming through. These are the only ones that will be coming forward before the new CIP changes, and that's only because we had all the information already in place for these applications to move forward. The other ones are incomplete. There's still some due diligence to be done, but these were completed applications that they were complete, so we felt the duty to bring them forward.
Okay, that being the case, I was going to suggest clerks advise future delegates that the council's taken a position on this thing from very firm legal advice that you can't change the rules midstream. But if the backlog or those in the hopper are finished, if Millennium has more that they're going to be bringing in, it'd be nice if they came before some delegation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councillor Danko, what's your point of order?
Can we be a little bit more careful about what in-camera legal advice we share in open session? Thank you.
Fair enough point. That's fair. So, Councillor Ferguson, you were surmising that legal advice may be what it was instead of actually. Please, thank you.
Absolutely, but
thank you, Councillor Danko.
It'd be nice if Millennium did in fact come in, and because there's a lot of allegations being made against them, and it'd be nice to hear the other side so we can make an informed decision if necessary on the next application where these new rules are in place. But once again, it's a Landlord-Tenant Act that would deal with these disputes, I believe. So I'm supportive today. I don't think we have a choice, but I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. And it was Councillor Pauls. Were you next, please? Did I hear your name next?
Thank you. And I'm having a hard time to decide here because after I heard the delegation, my heart goes out to them. It really does, especially the gentleman that opened a business in 2018. And right away, he had one owner, one landlord, and then he was switched. And then all of a sudden, his rent went up $700. And he still survived. I just can't believe it, but mind you, he moved. But my heart really went out to him. So I want to make sure I vote the right way. I'm hearing two things from Councillor Clark, Councillor Ferguson, that these were committed before. So can I ask a question? These applications were submitted how long ago?
Director Schlehan, please.
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, I'm going to ask Judy Lamb to answer those questions. I don't have the exact specifics as to when these applications were, but I believe they were prior to 2019 or prior to 2019.
Manager Lamb, are you there? There you are, Judy.
I am
Please.
here. Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the applications all were submitted in 2019, except for one was in 2018.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls?
And a follow-up question, if there was 2019, does it usually take 2-3 years to give them a grant?
Manager Lamb?
Sorry, yes, it can take that long. We do a lot of due diligence, checking title and checking litigation, checking taxes. And so sometimes their units are not recognized by the city. Therefore, they have to go through zoning, getting the right building permits to have these residential units recognized. And that sometimes can take a while.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, when you check, do you also check if they're evicting people, renovating? Did they have apartments and they would increase the rent? Do you do that kind of checking as well?
So through the chair, we made amendments in 2020 when we heard the concerns. And so started in 2020 in our application form, we started asking if there were tenants in place. And if there are, then the tenants were informed about the landlord's application for incentives. And they were also informed of their rights under the landlord-tenant board.
Councillor Pauls, good information. Councillor Pauls?
Thank you. I just wondering, did you know that they were going to raise the apartment where it was unattainable for these people and they would be renovated?
Well, that was not one of the questions that was asked in the application form. I believe in the last tax grant for 540 King East that GIC and council debated last time, what we provided to you was an appendix B and C. Appendix B, I believe, was Acorn's comments about these applications at certain properties. And then on Appendix C was what the applicants reply back to these allegations. So that's where we tried to present, not making a decision one way or another, but just showing you that that was what their comments were on the allegations.
So I want to get it clear. We did not have a commitment to give them the grant. We didn't say, yes, you're going to get the grant. It's not committed already, right? So it's up to us to decide whether we want to give it. It's not that, we said yes before and now we reneging sort of thing.
No, there was no commitments made in terms of staff cannot make the approval for the applications. We could only bring forward to you as a GIC. And I believe in terms of meeting the program descriptions and requirements, we brought forward since they met all the program guidelines. And therefore it is up to council with the comments made by legal in camera.
Okay, this is hard. You know what? I see both sides, but after today's delegation, my heart really went for them, especially the one that had just opened a business, because I know how hard it is to have a business and make it a go. I've had business all my life, from insurance to other things that I've done in my life, and it is hard. It's not easy. And when your rent goes up $700, you cannot make it. And they did in midst of COVID. So I'm going to make my decision. And but those delegates today really hit it home for me. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. And again, you were quoting from that small business owner, part of his delegation, all the information you were given. You were just reminding all of us what he said when he delegated. So that's good. Deputy Mayor Johnson, turning it back to you, but just a caution, Councillor Danko raised a good point of order. We didn't want to stray into legal advice. I suggested members of council, they were given their own surmising what legal advice might be without actually giving the legal advice that we had in camera. Back to you, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Yep, thank you very much. So we're back now to Councillor Pauls. I don't see any other speakers unless Councillor Danko would like to ask a question. I'm shaking his head no. And a point of order, you've already done that, sir. I must have missed that part. Thank you. Okay, so we've got 10.7 to 10.11 on the floor. It's been moved and seconded, and the vote is going up.
Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
You should have it.
Thank you, I do. Vote is now closed, and the vote is defeated 4-5.
Okay, so that's 10.7 to 10.11, sorry, has been defeated. So now we're on to 10.12, which we already dealt with at the beginning of our discussion items. We're on to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion while we're here? Not seeing any. General information and other business. I believe that Councillor Nan had mentioned at the beginning of this meeting that she wanted to raise some questions. And I believe that we were asking wastewater management to be on board. I don't know who's here to answer your questions. Mark Bainbridge is on. I'm just going to wonder if Mark is available. So Councillor Nan, why don't you go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe it is Mark. I don't see him up. And Nick Winters is also here. So can you two please put out, there they are. Go ahead. Councillor Nan, you go ahead and ask your questions, please.
Thank you through you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to staff for making yourselves available to answer some questions as it relates to the information report that Council received via email on the Woodford Water Plant equipment failure that resulted in the overflow of untreated wastewater going into the harbor. So if I could, I know that it is out in the public realm already through a news release and subsequent media stories, but just wondering if staff could provide an overview. I know that there is investigation still underway, but what happened and whether or not the appropriate mechanisms are in place to prevent this from ever occurring again. Thank you.
So through you, Chair, to the councillor's question, it's Mark Bainbridge. I'm the Director of Hamilton Water acting right now. So as you're aware, we did have those high flows that came through the system Sunday and into Monday, which caused some equipment failures. You're correct. The investigations and the data collection is ongoing right now to adequately explain what the status of infrastructure was and what control systems were activated to respond to those high flows. So really, I think my main answer here is that in order to answer your questions completely and adequately, we need that information back from the field for the people that are looking into this and trying to get answers for that.
Thank you. Is it possible this could occur again if the rains continue at this point?
It's certainly possible to get more rains and have the same situation. I'm comfortable saying that staff have their eyes open to that right now, but more information is necessary in order to completely understand exactly what occurred. I will say that the response from staff was stellar. They went out into the field and provided what I would call skillful troubleshooting in the field to mitigate as much as possible the impacts on the environment. So Hamilton Water certainly does not like to see these kind of things have that environmental impact, but staff did the best they could at the time to minimize that.
Most certainly, and I appreciate that recognition of staff as well. If I could, through you, is the intention then, once the investigation is done and staff are able to assess what needs to change in the mechanical system to prevent not only the damage or potential damage from occurring should another major rain event occur, but also then to your last point, which is to prevent this kind of overflow from occurring into the natural waterway. Will council be receiving recommendations in terms of changes that need to be made to the system to do away with that type of overflow from occurring again?
So through you, Madam Chair, I mean, overflows or bypasses in this case are design features within the current infrastructure. But the specific nature and events that led to this particular situation are being explored more. So I'm not sure that I can say that it will never happen again, because we might find different circumstances arising. And then in terms of reporting to council in future, we can certainly do that. We're going to be collecting lots of information, and we can report back at a future date. And I'd invite Nick Winters, if he has any further comments in that regard, to jump in here if he sees fit.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'd highlight that yeah, we're happy to report back with information based on direction that we receive. You know, for the staff that were involved in the situation, it's an extremely stressful place to be when you've got a significant rain event and you lose the function of essentially half of part of the facility that's meant to protect the community. So I applaud their decisiveness because the situation could have been much worse from an infrastructure damage perspective and from a community impact perspective. So with the system we operate, the fail safes and options to protect that facility and to protect the community from flooding, they're critically important for us. It's just unfortunate that from time to time we do actually have to make those decisions.
I appreciate that, and especially in light of how our climate patterns are changing and the likely occurrence of ongoing rain events seasonally increasing over time, and our inability to predict that, but definitely our ability through staff to measure what is occurring and new definitions of seasonal rains and preparing for that from an infrastructure asset management perspective, but also in terms of recommendations of how our wastewater management system and the entirety of that incredible plant needs to respond without failure and without dumping into the harbor. Final question was regarding whether or not there has been an established communication protocol as it relates to communicating with our Indigenous water walkers and the Indigenous water walkers locally. Were they informed?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of that specifically. We can certainly reach out if that's the request moving forward, and if you can make that clear to us, then we can attempt to do that. Again, through the chair, I'd offer Nick's comments here if he's aware of anything different.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I know that as part of our watershed management programs, which are newly established this year, there have been communications with a number of stakeholders. This is actually it's Carrie Vanderperk, who's the director of Watershed on behalf of Hamilton Water, who's leading those communications. And I do know that Carrie and her team are working closely with our Indigenous Relations Project Manager and manager within the corporation to try and make those connections. I can't speak what type of success that they're having.
I appreciate the candidness of the response. You know, just first, last, and always, we're on treaty lands, which includes the waters. And as we, as a corporation, need to formalize those communication channels, I think it's our joint interest in terms of our stewardship commitment and also our land acknowledgement in terms of our role as settlers and caretakers of the waters. Thank you.
Councillor Nan, did you want to give the staff the direction to reach out to the walkers? It's up to you. I heard that Mark needed to have some, unless I'm mistaken, Mark, you needed some formal direction for that.
Through the chair, Nick's absolutely right on a kind of a program basis. I was thinking more in terms of specifically with respect to what happened on Sunday and Monday.
Okay, Councillor Nan, are you comfortable with that?
That there will be outreach moving forward, or that
that you need to give direction, or that you're confident in that they're going to reach out anyways? I think they need a little bit more direction. That's what I'm hearing through the reading between the lines. So maybe after we come back to council. So Mark and Nick, thank you very much for being with us today. I believe that Councillor Nan's going to work on a motion. We're going to go in camera right now, and when we come back out, no, we're not. We have two more speakers. Oh, my apologies. So we have two speakers, Councillor Nan. I would like you to write as fast as you can. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Nan's questions very much. I'd just like to delve a little deeper and have some additional ones. Just on the point of communication with our watershed partners, in addition to the water keepers, were all the watershed participants, I'm thinking RAP, RBG, BARC, were they all advised of the incident through you, Chair, at the time?
Through the chair, I believe we do have communication protocols for that, but I will again rely on Nick if those have actually been executed for the event that occurred on Sunday and Monday.
Nick?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have established protocols with a number of the other stakeholders in watershed management within the community. Typically, they receive a communication when there is an initial discharge to the environment, typically a bypass at the wastewater treatment plant. And through our conversations with them, historically, they've indicated that at that point, they're satisfied with the information that is presented on the public-facing website that's tracking our ongoing overflows and providing the data associated with those.
Councillor?
Sorry, just seeking clarity, if I could, through you, Chair, to Nick on that, noting that this was certainly an exception and we'd like it to be so. Were they specifically communicated about this incident when it happened? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
So through you, Madam Chair, no, there was no individual communications to those stakeholders, at least not that I'm aware of. I would have to check on what our quality staff may have done through their quickly establishing program. We did issue the media release to the greater community based on the unusualness of this situation, but we don't know that those stakeholders particularly keyed into that media release. I'm sure they did, but it wasn't directed at them specifically.
If I may, through you, Chair, to maybe my colleague, Councillor Nan, I know hers is specific to Indigenous persons, but I'm wondering if there could be an addition to that all of our community partners, with respect to the water, that we have some sort of automatic communication protocol in this case. Thank you. I'm not clear if I could happen. I think the media release referenced that the last time this happened through you, Chair, was in 2015. And perhaps I'm sure it's an unfair question and premature because there is an investigation forthcoming and ongoing. Are we able to make any sort of assessment now on whether we think it's very different than past times? Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, the comment regarding the last time that this type of event occurred, being 2015, that is in reference to a full plant bypass occurring. Wasn't in reference to a bypass related to an equipment failure. So just for context, there have been a number of upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant over the years that council has supported. And we had a significant increase in our primary treatment capacity that was constructed kind of between the 2010 area over a period of years. And after commissioning of that additional infrastructure, we gained the ability to direct a lot more flow through at least primary treatment at the facility, and it virtually eliminated our need to fully bypass the plant, which I think is a good news story. This is the first time that we've had to take that action since 2015.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And a question of clarification in the distinction. So there was the plant bypass, and there's a volume and duration for that. There's the headworks bypass, and there's a volume and duration for that, and a secondary bypass. I wasn't clear through you, Chair, to Nick or to Mark, the distinction between the headworks bypass, which offers some level of treatment, and also that of the secondary, which says it's also some level of treatment. What is the distinction between those two, please, through you, Chair?
Certainly. So through you, Madam Chair, and for the community members who might be listening in, we have spelled what these terms mean out on our website, which is www.hamilton.ca / wastewater monitoring. So the definitions are in there, but just to get them out in committee this afternoon, the plant bypass receives no treatment. Essentially, we're taking the wastewater that's received within the main pumping station directly from the sewers, and it's going through a relief valve out to our outfall in the Red Hill Creek. A headworks bypass, it does flow into our treatment facility. The wastewater does. We add a chemical to reduce the amount of phosphorus in the wastewater. That's the first step in our treatment process. We run that wastewater through our screens, the area where we had a failure over the weekend. And then that wastewater would go through another treatment step to remove grit, so things like gravel and heavier sand that is washed into the sewer system during rainstorms. So a headworks bypass, it receives those three types of treatment: phosphorus removal, removing of larger items, debris, garbage, things like that are in the flow, and then removal of grit. The secondary bypass that occurred, the wastewater that is directed to the environment under secondary bypass, also on top of those steps that I just described, it goes through our primary clarifiers, which allows floatable materials like oils and greases to be separated, as well as some of the finer solids to settle out. It goes into a big tank, and that slows down the flow, and you get things that rise and things that fall. And we're able to remove those from the wastewater before it's discharged. And then, in accordance with our environmental compliance approvals, there is a portion of the year where a secondary bypass would also be disinfected with chlorine to kill bacteria, and then we remove the chlorine before that's discharged to the natural environment. So the plant bypasses, we don't have the ability to disinfect, and the headworks bypass, we don't have the ability to disinfect either. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. I do have two more questions, but just
I
very
think your
quickly.
time is just about up, please. So if you can get the one out, and maybe
Okay.
you can.
I just received some queries from residents who are concerned, obviously. But I wanted you to give you the opportunity, Nick, and for them to hear it directly through you, Chair. They're concerned about their drinking water and what they felt to be an odor of bleach when they were consuming water. Could you just speak to that, please?
Certainly. So through you, Madam Chair, I would encourage residents, if they have a concern about drinking water, to call that into the contact center, and it's absolutely a high priority for us to investigate. There are different things that can cause odors in drinking water. One of the things we've noticed over the past couple of weeks is some odor formation, and it has to do with lake turnover. and then the chlorine interacting with the changes in the drinking water as the lake turns over on a seasonal basis. Certainly, we've dealt with some odor complaints, particularly from Councillor Johnson's ward. I recall specifically. I don't recall anything from the West Hamilton wards at this point in time.
Lake turnover, so it's a seasonal, and then to encourage residents to call.
Please, yes, if they can call 546 City 2489. Any concerns about drinking water are at the top of our priority list to investigate.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I now have Councillor Jackson and then Clark, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson, and can't thank Councillor Nan enough for raising this in light of the episode. So just quickly, Acting Water Director Bainbridge and Director Winters, thank you very much to your teams for explaining what you did and the decision they had to make. You both obviously know our community at large is just sensitive to any abnormal discharge or a larger degree of discharge, and so not a pleasant time, and you acted and your teams acted the way they felt to minimize any potential damage. So 2 quick questions. Nick or Mark, the $200 to $300 million we're spending on the retrofitting and expansion of the current plant on Woodward. Quick status, please, and can our community be led to believe with this investment of past and the current councils that this will mitigate and hopefully, God's willing, eliminate any future capacity issues such as we recently went through? Through you, Deputy Mayor Johnson, please.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll start that question. And again, probably hand it over to Nick. The current capital works that are undergoing, that we're undertaking down at the Woodward plant currently are progressing well. The team is doing great work. Lots of visual productivity on site. It is, however, focused primarily on a treatment performance enhancement, an increase in treatment quality, so to speak. So that's what the main goal of the project is. Capacity expansion is not the I guess the primary goal of the project. That would be projects into the future. However, saying that, the new wastewater pump station is going to have a higher pumping capacity, but it will still have a bypass capability. So we will always have that as an engineering control to deal with the worst that Mother Nature can throw at us. Nick, anything to add to that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would just throw in, and I don't want to get too technical. The new main pumping station does 2 things for us. It has a larger, deeper wet well in that area, which gives us some added ability to collect wastewater at that location and not have wastewater surcharging the wastewater collection system during significant events. So there's some inherent flooding protection, community flooding protection associated with that project. And the other thing that it does for us is it allows us to take advantage of more capacity in some of our downstream infrastructure. So for example, the capacity of the new pumping station marries up equally with the capacity of our headworks. So we have the ability to push more wastewater during significant events through some of the treatment processes that we have available, which would alleviate the need for us to do a pumping station or a plant bypass, sorry, unless we received a very large event that required that, or we ran into a situation like we unfortunately did over the weekend where we lost part of our treatment process for a period of time.
So Directors Bainbridge and Winters, that's cautiously encouraging news, the investment we're doing at Woodward Avenue Treatment Plant. I just think this type of announcement, it's been out there, of course, it's a work in progress for several years, but we just need to remind, reiterate, reinforce for our community the investments further we're making to ensure their drinking water is as safe as can be and try to avoid situations like this in the future. Deputy Mayor Johnson, last question to possibly Director Winters. Nick, I think I heard you on the media say about immediately notifying MECP in light of everything that's happened, especially with Shidok and Coots. It's important we keep them close to us and let them know immediately. Was there any initial acknowledgement by MECP? Thank you, City of Hamilton. It's on our files. We'll help you with the investigation or whatever you need. That's my last question, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, Councillor, you did cut out a bit on my end there, so I'll answer the question. But if it doesn't meet everything you said,
How about we get Councillor Jackson just to go right to the gist of it, or Councillor Jackson, so he can hear the whole question and he can answer it properly.
Yeah, sorry, Director Winters. So the essence of my question was simply you notified MECP in light of everything with Shidok and Coots. We need to keep them close to us in terms of keeping a regular line of communication. Did they acknowledge what you had sent them in light of this discharge? And are they working collaboratively? They've got the file open. They're going to work closely with you to see what we can do moving forward. That was my question, Nick.
So through you, Madam Chair, typically the ministry would not acknowledge our reports of bypasses at the wastewater treatment plant. We do have an established process, but this being an unusual circumstance, our inspectors were on site today, and my team down at the treatment plant had a good conversation with them about this event, and from my understanding, satisfied any concerns that they may have had.
Nick, can you still hear me as I'm wrapping up?
Yes, I can.
The optics of that, in my humble opinion, are huge. That they did visit and collaborated with your staff. To me, that's huge. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
My apologies. I was just conferring with the clerk. Anybody who's been in this position, sitting in this chair, knows that you really rely on the clerks to direct you through this meeting. Our last speaker, I believe, is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I listened very carefully to all the questions and all of the answers. So, as I recall, we lowered the capacity in the Woodwood Sewer Treatment Plant while we were doing the construction work to ensure that the wet wells didn't overflow. Once we're done these changes, which includes the tertiary treatment system, the capacity goes back up to the original numbers that were there. But to be clear, we have not had an increase in capacity at the Woodwood Sewer Treatment Plant. That is something that we still need to address.
Nick,
is that a fair statement?
Mm-hmm.
So through you, Madam Chair, just to clarify, as a result of the ongoing construction, we've lowered the capacity temporarily of our secondary treatment process.
Correct.
As we construct the tertiary treatment process. We're still able to take and use the full available capacity of our headworks, our primary clarifiers at the treatment plant, and the construction of the main pumping station and commissioning allows us to fully utilize the capacity of those areas. There's been no capacity increases within our environmental compliance approvals, but we are able to use more of that infrastructure as a result of the construction that's been completed already. And then when the tertiary treatment construction is done, our secondary treatment capacity will rise back to its normal levels, and we'll be using those processes as well.
And Madam Deputy Mayor, when to Mr. Winters, when would you expect the tertiary treatment to be complete and operational?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'd invite Mark to chime in if he wishes to do so. Our understanding is that project is on schedule for completion by June of 2022. Those are the latest schedule projections.
Thank you. And can I ask Madam Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Winters. The City of Hamilton was the third municipality in the province of Ontario to implement real-time public notification of discharges to the natural environment. Did this discharge make it to that website so that anyone that wants to go to that website and look, we would be notified, the public would be notified in real time of the discharge and any potential risks?
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, the website did work as designed throughout the event. It notified the public or anyone who's looking at it of the initiation of discharges and where they were occurring. And I can advise that the specific data with related to the occurrences over the weekend that went up on the website earlier today. So all that information is available to the public.
Thank you. And the last thing, Madam Deputy Mayor, is simply a request. We receive these annual reports on the wastewater treatment system, and I appreciate receiving those reports. As with other years, can you please include in that report where other municipalities are in terms of real-time public notification and where they are with in terms of their bypasses? I am struck that the province of Ontario has been aggressively encouraging municipalities, I'm using that word right now, Mr. Winters, to create real-time public notification because of their concern about all of the discharges from stormwater, sewer plant bypasses during significant rain events. So can you include that in your annual report? That would give us a better indication of where we sit in the milieu of all of the Ontario municipalities that are having discharges into the natural environment, whether or not it's Lake Ontario, another lake, or another river.
So through you, Madam Chair, we certainly can. We have included that type of information in the past where other municipalities make that information available publicly. And we're happy to take that under consideration for the 2021 report, which Public Works Committee would receive in spring of 2022 in March or April, likely.
I appreciate that. And I don't know, Mr. Winters, if you could provide this answer to me. Has the Public Works Committee directed you to look at how you can increase the capacity given the sheer volume of rain that is occurring? I know in my ward in the latter part of August and first part of September, I had significant flooding in a number of streets and communities. So we are struggling with this. So have you been asked to look at how we would increase our capacity so that we could prevent stormwater discharges into the natural community or into the natural environment? Sorry.
Thank you. Nick?
So through you, Madam Chair, I think that's it's likely a question that it's more appropriate for Mark to address if he's able. My apologies. Can I just have that question reiterated, please?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Bainbridge, no problem at all.
And just to give you a heads up, sorry, Councillor Clark, that you're near your time. So if you don't mind, yep, that'd be great.
I'll speak really, really fast for him.
Hurry up.
Sorry. See what she did there?
Yep.
So Mr. Bainbridge, the question is, has your division been asked by the Public Works Committee to look at the ways and means to increase our capacity so that we can help prevent some of these outflows in the future?
So through the chair, not specifically through Public Works Committee, I know that we are looking at the capacity projections into the future to keep up with growth and development in particular. So we are doing analyses there for that purpose. Overflows and bypasses and overflows would be part and parcel of that capacity analysis on a plant-wide basis. So that is where we're at the moment, is projecting what we think the capacity needs are into the future, and very, very early in the process of trying to identify that.
Thank you. I'll leave it to my colleagues on Public Works to look at how we address that capacity issue in the future. I am keenly interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I did stop you questioning because the 5 minutes were up. So I'm coming back to you as a second time before I go to Councillor Nan with some direction to staff. So Councillor Wilson?
No, thank you. Councillor Jackson actually asked my question about the role of the MECP, I believe. But I cannot let the moment pass
Rats.
on the statement, and I'm also interested in forthcoming about increasing capacity. I think we would be remiss as a municipality not to also explore, because of the climate crisis, capacity by different definition, which means treating our water on site, encouraging our residents to unhook their downspouts, providing for green infrastructure and opportunities for our waterways to flow the way in which they were born to flow, which if you go to a place like New Orleans, they've given up. They've realized now that they cannot stop the water. They've got to learn to live with the water, and that means letting it go where it was born to go in their design. So I'm very, very hesitant to continue down a road of this kind of investment. I think it's incumbent on us to shift and to move to a more decentralized model. But I know that Public Works has to begin that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going back now to Councillor Nam for staff direction, please, and then we'll ask for other business and go talk about private and confidential. Councillor Nan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, that in the event of unexpected overflow of wastewater into natural waterways, that staff be directed to reach out and communicate with Indigenous water protectors and all community partners in an effort to fulfill our joint commitment of water stewardship.
Okay, thank you. And it's seconded by, I'm assuming,
Councillor Wilson, if you could. Yep, thank you.
we got thumbs up from there. So thank you. And City Clerk, could you please put the vote up? So there's your direction. Here comes your direction, Mr. Brainbird.
Vote is closed, and that carries 9-0.
Thank you very much. Any other business before we move on? I see none. Thank you very much, folks. Now we're on to private confidential. Before we go and just make any decisions, I do need approval on the closed session minutes from September 22nd, 2021. It's been numbered oddly. It's actually 14.3. So I'm going to ask Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pauls, to approve the private and confidential closed session minutes from September 22nd, 2022. Or sorry, 21. We'll do that one later. Coming. Here it is.
Was that Paul's?
Yes, that was Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pauls. Mm-hmm.
Vote is open.
Thank you.
And that carries.
Thank you. The next two items actually in Hamilton Wentworth District School Board properties, and I believe Councillor Danko would like to be put on the record before we move on. So Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just declaring a conflict as there may be a perception of a conflict. It's not a monetary or anything. It's as my wife is currently the chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, folks, before we decide to go in camera, I'm just going to go to clerk because I believe we just want to make sure that we don't need to unless someone on this committee requests so. So I'm just looking to clerk. I'm not seeing anything. So you have the reports in front of you. It's up to you whether we go in camera. to discuss, or are you, as a committee, are we willing to approve this in open session? And I'm seeing lots of nodding of heads, but I don't see anybody saying no. All right. So before we move on, I'm just going to read everything out. I'm just going to need a mover and a seconder. So thank you. All right. So let me see. It's been moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Jackson. 14.1. Hamilton Wentworth School Board property located at 640 Rymel Road East, Hamilton, PED 21131A in Ward 7. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pauls. My apologies. It's been moved by Councillor Pauls, second by Councillor Pearson. My apologies. Sorry, Councillor Jackson, I'll get you on the next one. A, that the corporate real estate office be authorized and directed to present a bona fide offer to purchase the surplus property located at 640 Rymel Road East as shown and described in Appendix A, attached to report PED 21131A to the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board on terms and conditions acceptable to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development Department. B, that the budget and funding for the acquisition of 640 Rymel Road East, consisting of the market value of land, including all real estate and legal fees, cost of conducting due diligence, contingency, and other related costs as detailed in Appendix B of Report PED 21131A be approved. C, that the city solicitor be authorized and directed to complete the acquisition of the land in the city of Hamilton located at 640 Rymel Road East, Hamilton on behalf of the city, including paying any necessary expenses, amending the closing, due diligence, and other dates, and amending and waiving terms and conditions on such terms deemed reasonable, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents related to the acquisition of 640 Rymel Road East in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor, that the direction provided in staff in closed session respecting report PED 21131A be approved. F, that the entirety of the report PED 21131A be confidential and remain confidential until the completion of that acquisition transaction, and Appendix B attached to report PED 21131A not to be released as a public document. It's up for the vote, please. And I'm wait for the results. I'm going to keep reading because we've got a long one coming up here. So by the time I'm finished reading, we're going to have the results of that vote. So, mover and a seconder. This is in Ward 5. So now we will ask Councillor Jackson on behalf of Councillor Collins, and it has been seconded by Councillor Clark, that 14.2 Hamilton Wentworth District School Board property located at 20 Lake Avenue South, Stony Creek, PED 21132A. Oh, sorry. A in Ward 5. Sorry, that was just an interruption. That the corporate real estate office be authorized and directed to present a bona fide offer to purchase the surplus property located at 20 Lake Avenue South, Stony Creek, as shown and legally described in Appendix A, attached to report PED 21132A, to the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board on terms and conditions acceptable to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development Department.
Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry, point of order, my apologies.
Go ahead.
I'm just making sure the closed session versus open session of this item that you are reading. There were two separate, and I believe you may have begun reading the closed, but the clerks can confirm, and I deeply apologize, but trying to keep us on the
No, I understand.
procedural correct.
I understand. She's been very, very diligent at me today. So go ahead.
Through the
City
chair,
Clerk?
Councillor Jackson, thank you very much for that. The open and closed recommendations in both reports were switched. Unfortunately, in the original reports that were handed out, we did not realize this till the end of yesterday. So the recommendations are all exactly the same. but staff put the open into closed and the closed into open, if you can understand what I'm getting at.
So I'm doing it right.
So I've made absolutely 110% sure that what Chair Johnson is reading to us now is permitted in open session.
Deputy Mayor, forgive me. I just wanted to make sure in light of the old report I had suggesting the opposite. My sincere apologies.
No
Thank you, Elsie
problem.
Kolar.
You have
Carry on.
you have lots of old reports, so we're good. Not a problem. Okay, so here we go. The corporate real estate office. Wait a minute, where was I? Okay, I think I got that one. B, that the budget and funding for the acquisition consisting of the market value of the land, including all real estate and legal fees, cost of conducting due diligence, contingency, and other related costs as detailed in Appendix B of Report PED 21132A be approved. C, that the city solicitor be authorized and directed to complete the acquisition of land in the city of Hamilton located at 20 Lake Avenue South, Stony Creek on behalf of the city, including paying any necessary expenses, amending the closing, due diligence, and other dates, and amending and waiving terms and conditions on such terms deemed reasonable. And D, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents related to the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board property located at 20 Lake Avenue South, Stony Creek in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. E, that the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting report PED 21132A be approved. And finally, F, the entirety of the report to PED 21132A remain confidential until the completion of the acquisition transaction, and Appendix B attached to report PED 21132A not be released as a public document. The vote is up. Phew. Now I know why some people drink. What?
Okay, that second vote is up. And if I may beg the indulgence.
Yeah. So now while the second vote's in process, how did the first vote go?
We will in fact have to take that vote again. Councillor Danko voted in error and has asked that we take the vote again.
Oh. Oh my God, you had one job.
But regarding item 14.2, that vote carried 8-0. I
Perfect.
will now, I think I
8-0 and one abstention.
Yes, I think I can.
Get it? That was your job. God, you should see this down here. It looks like a paper factory threw up.
Seconder on that first vote, please.
I believe it was Councillor Jackson for Ward 5, wasn't it? Yes, it was
Ward
20.
5, yes.
Jeez.
Yes, Ward 5,
And
yes.
seconded by Councillor Clark.
Correct.
For Ward 6.
Pauls and Pierce.
For Ward 6.
For 14.1, I actually have Pauls and Councillor Pauls and Councillor Pearson.
Yes,
Opening the vote.
that was for the Rimo Road one. Yes.
That is for 14.1, the vote that is before you now.
Okay, JP.
Councillor Jackson?
Okay, the next one's not going to be really hard, folks. We got to go with the German.
Okay, that carried 8.0.
Now, we got
8-0.
Judy and Maria. So Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Please, everybody, vote accordingly.
Just hold on.
I think we're blowing up the computers in here.
Have we ever defeated an adjournment? I'm just wondering.
We did. You guys would be on your own. I'm going home. I don't care what you say.
Good job, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Deputy Mayor, thank you so much.
Terrific
Thanks so much.
endurance, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
You
Nicely
guys,
done.
thank you for your patience. You know what? Maybe we can talk to our colleagues about getting people out so that you can all don't feel
Thank
so
you,
pressured.
Deputy Mayor. Now clean up your paperwork. Thank you.
Darn, I gotta see it
Work,
down
Brenda.
here.
Great work.
Usually I throw it in the washing machine.